Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Reborn as Ghost? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked at the unmoving figure of Uchiha Sasuke, his longtime rival and yet at the same time, best friend. Also, the same person who tried to betray Konohagakure. When the fight started, it became clear early on that Sasuke outclassed him in every category. All but one. His Kage Bunshin proved invaluable, and combined that with his awesome Rasengan, it had given him victory, Databeo. The blonde-haired struggled to get up and saw his sensei approaching. He waved excitedly. Kakashi-sensei. Over here. Kakashi, whom had noticed his pupil much sooner, was already taking in the entire scene. The Valley of the End was moderately damaged, due to the fight that had just occurred. He came to a halt in front of Naruto and looked at the unconscious Uchiha before finally settling upon Naruto. His eyes turned into an upside-down U form. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised that you managed to stop him from doing anything more than what he just did. He patted the blonde on his head before moving to Sasuke, picking him up from the ground. What about the others, Kakashi-sensei? Shikamaru, Choji and Dash. But before the genin could continue, Kakashi put his hand up, stopping the hyperactive kid. Relax, Naruto. They are all fine, all taken care of. They should be back home right about now. Kakashi started to make his first steps to start off the return journey. Are you ready to go? The Jinchuriki looked down at his clothing and pouted. Look at my clothes. It's completely ruined. That team is definitely going to buy new ones for me. Kakashi gave him the once-over and smiled, which remained unseen for Naruto. It's an improvement, you should keep it. He turned around, facing the direction he came from. Naruto directed his pout to his sensei. There's nothing wrong with orange, Kakashi-sensei. But let me tell you all about how I kicked Sasuke's butt. It all started with... Naruto started telling how the entire story went down, not paying attention to Kakashi's heavy sigh. By the time they arrived at the gate, Naruto's eyelids were slowly wavering in its attempt to keep his eyes open. Despite it all, he couldn't wait to let Sakura-chan know of his success. However, upon arrival, it soon became clear that the villagers had gotten wind of something going on with the Uchiha. So, when the Kakashi came dashing in with Sasuke in his arms, whom was covered in wounds and bruises, they became worried about the health of the last loyal Uchiha. It didn't help the situation at all when they saw the Kyuubi brat barging in straight after, looking almost equally bruised, yet missing any cuts or wounds he had previously. It didn't take the citizen of Konoha long to figure out that, whatever happened to Uchiha Sasuke, it was Naruto's fault. You went too far this time, you brat, one spat at the blonde. You'll effing pay for what you did. An older man screamed. Naruto was taken aback by the sudden insults but tried to shrug it off after recollecting himself quickly. He held his head up high and sped up, going after his sensei. After Sasuke was admitted into the hospital and Naruto got debriefed, he finally had the chance to recollect himself. After eating 3 meager bowls of ramen at Ichiraku's, he chose the shortest path to his home, hoping to avoid the angry mob that apparently were out to get him. When he got home, it was where Naruto nearly reached his breaking point. The windows were smashed in and the walls were smeared with foul words. It had happened in the past, but he had hoped that after he had been made genin, those days would soon be behind him. It never stops. He created a couple of Kage Bunshins and started cleaning it up, muttering and cursing the BSDRDS who had trashed his home. I'll show him. Once I'm Hokage, they will have to look up to me and respect me. He held his head high. The young blonde knew that despite all those people who hated him, there were still people that did care. His old teammates, Irika-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. A smile formed on his face. Even Tsunade-chan and even Ero-sennin, with their weird tendencies. Now that I think about it, why are all the older shinobi so crazy weird? Kakashi-sensei with his perverted books? Or Bachan with her stupid gambling? I'm not going to be like that. No way. Databeo. He was going to keep training, to get stronger. To protect the people who were the most important to him. After cleaning up and having slept for a couple of hours, he decided to see how everyone was doing and headed to the hospital. This time he stuck to the rooftops, dodging any attempt the villagers could have made. The blonde genin arrived at the hospital fairly quickly, having darted across the rooftops in an orange blur. He walked inside and walked to the front desk and waited for the guy in front of him to finish before it was his turn. "You really should pay more attention to your surroundings, brat," a voice whispered in his ear. The blonde responded by jumping in the air, startled to say the least. He turned around angrily and saw none other than Senin. "Why you here? Aren't you supposed to drool on some women?" The Sanin in return slammed his fist on top of the blonde's head. "I'm here to look at that seal my old teammate put on Sasuke. And stop calling me Senin," he shouted in the blonde's ear before dragging him along towards the Uchiha's room. "How are the others doing?" Kakashi didn't really say what was going on with them. The blonde asked in concern. "They'll be alright, considering who you guys went up against. Tsunade took care of them personally." Naruto smiled in relief, glad to hear his friends were going to be okay. "They better." The first thing Naruto noticed was the two ANBU stationed in front of Sasuke's room. "Why are they here?" he asked with a large amount of distrust. Jiraiya in return sighed. "Because he tried to betray the village. Why else do you think? Come on, let's go inside." The guards barely seemed to register the two newcomers. They merely nodded to the Sanin. Once inside, Naruto rushed over to the bed and noticed the still form of Sakura sleeping in the chair next to the bed. He softly shook her, trying to wake her up. "Sakura-chan, wake up." She softly stirred before slowly opening her eyes. She yawned and stretched herself. Once her eyes were fully focused, did she sneer at him. "What did you do, Naruto?" she half shouted while pointing her finger at him. "Look at him, he's a mess. How could you do this to him?" Jiraiya backed out, not wanting to be on the receiving end of the rage. That eerily reminded him of Tsunade. Naruto back up, eyes wide and full of surprise. "Wha? What does it even matter if he's banged up? He's back. Orochimaru didn't get his hands on him. That's what matters. Because of your barbaric actions, he may have permanent damage to his nerves in his hand. There's a chance he may never be able to properly mold chakra again," she shouted, marching towards him, her fist already raised. Jiraiya butted in. "Let's give her time to calm down, kid. She's almost exactly like Tsunade when she's on a warpath." He ushered Naruto outside, quickly closing the door before the pink-haired monstrosity could do any harm to the blonde. Once they were outside the hospital, did Jiraiya turn to the blonde. "Listen, I have to start looking for Orochimaru's base. Why don't you lay low for a while? I know that a couple of the old hags are out for blood. Catch a good night's rest, and in a couple of days this will all blow over." He gave the blonde a slap on the shoulder. Naruto grumbled something. "Can't I just come with you?" "Sorry, kid, but I ain't taking you on a mission that takes you anywhere near that snake. I'll be back in a couple of days." And with that, the legendary Sannin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto walked down the street, heading to Ichiraka Ramen. His thoughts wandered back to his fight with Sasuke. He had won, there was no doubt in that, but it didn't feel like one with Sakura freaking out like she had. And what if it was true what she had said? What if he has to quit because I screwed up his hand beyond recognition? Suddenly, even ramen didn't sound appealing to him. Instead, he turned right and headed to the Hokage monument, intent on sitting there for a while. As per usual, he ignored the hated looks and insults, or he tried to at least. In his mind, he was replaying the entire ordeal that had happened. Luckily, the squad that was formed to retrieve Sasuke was alright. From what he had heard from Jiraiya, they were incredibly lucky after everything that had happened. He sat down on top of the Yandame's head, unknown to him still that the Yandame was in fact his father. "I'll never get bored of this view." With a grin, he laid down on his back. Maybe everything would be alright. The next day, he visited Choji, who had only this morning had woken up. Upon arriving, he noticed that he wasn't the only one whom wanted to visit the Akimichi. "Good to see you're alright, Naruto," Niji said with a polite nod to the blonde. "Niji, you're alright." Niji gave a rare smile. His entire shoulder was taped to his chest and bandaged heavily. "It seemed fate smiled down on me." Naruto face-bombed. Don't tell me you're starting with that whole fate crap again, are you? The Hyuga raised a single eyebrow. That was a joke. Before the blonde could respond, Shikamaru spoke up instead. Troublesome. You really have to work on your social skills, Niji. Naruto turned around and saw the recently promoted Chunin standing in the door opening. He couldn't help and grin at him. It looks like everyone is all right then. Naruto had already heard about Kiba's condition and slow but steady recovery. Shikamaru glanced towards the bed, where Choji was sleeping. All things considering that we went up against Orochimaru's elite, and we survived. And not only that, W got Sasuke back as well. Choji managed to say between his gasps for air. Everyone turned to the Akimichi. Take it easy, Choji. There will be time enough to catch up. Shikamaru said as he hurried to his best friend's side. Without Lee we wouldn't have. If he hadn't helped me with that bone guy, I doubt we would have caught up with Sasuke. Niji nodded. We were lucky not only with Lee, but with our allies from Suna as well. I wouldn't be standing here otherwise. Shikamaru muttered with clenched fists. Choji seemed to notice and tried to sit up. It doesn't matter in the end. We all survived and succeeded in the mission, that's all that matters. At that moment Kakashi walked in, his perverted book present as per usual. You're right, Choji. You worked together as a team and brought the mission to a successful close. You went up against Jonin Elite. You all should be very proud. Pride swelled up and Naruto laughed. We were awesome. We should all be Chunin. Kakashi snapped his book shut. Naruto, let's go see if Sasuke's awake. Naruto waved at the retrieval squad, and quickly followed in his sensei's footsteps. You know, Kakashi began casually, glancing down at the blonde. This will surely be put in your file as a commendation and will help you along towards the rank of Chunin. Naruto's eyes grew wide as saucers. Really? That is super cool. I'll be Chunin before Sasuke or Sakura. I can't wait to show him off. Naruto, I didn't say it was a guaranteed promotion. All I said was that it would help you along. Naruto didn't listen, he was already far away in his fantasy. They turned a corner and noticed the stationed Anbu still standing guard in front of the Uchiha's room. As soon as they approached, the Umbu turned to them. Kakashi-senpai. He gave a nod to the silver-haired Jonin. Tatsuko, is that you? That's been a while. He turned to the blonde. Go ahead, I'll see you inside in a bit. Naruto entered the room and noticed that Sakura wasn't here this time. He walked towards the bed and hesitated when he noticed that his wounded teammate was awake. Hey Sasuke, he slowly began. Sasuke looked up and as soon as he did, the blonde froze. The pure unfiltered hatred that sprang from the Uchiha's eyes came as a surprise to Naruto. What have you done? Naruto wanted to take another step forward but instead had to take several steps back as Sasuke jumped out of his bed. Sasuke, you were trying to betray us, I'm not giving up on you that easily. Naruto raised his voice, his own anger now reaching a boiling point. Sasuke roared in anger. You ruined everything. I hate you. How am I supposed to get strong enough now to kill Itachi? I'll kill you. He swung his good fist at Naruto who was stunned, unable to believe what his best friend was saying. As the fist was about to slam into his face, it instead got blocked by a fingerless gloved hand. Sasuke looked up, seething with hatred. It was Kakashi who had once again come to save the day. What do you think you're doing, Sasuke? Kakashi asked sternly, his gaze snapping from the blonde to the black-haired Sharingan user. Sasuke pulled his arm out of Kakashi's grasp and turned around and was slowly walking back to his bed. Why do you even? Just leave me alone. Kakashi nodded to the Umbu, who had rushed in the same moment Kakashi had. Itatsuko left the room, resuming his guard duty. What the hell has happened to our team? Why is it always when I turn my back for a single moment that the two of you always end up fighting each other? He turned to Naruto first, who was looking down to his hands, with a sad look on his face. We're supposed to be a team. Where is the Sasuke and Naruto who could go toe-to-toe with Hakuda with teamwork that I haven't seen in so long? I suggest you change this attitude and fast, otherwise we're going to be doing this my way, and you'll be wishing you listened to me the first time around. If I hear from the guards that something like this happens again, there will be severe consequences, for the both of you. Naruto wanted to speak up and say that he hadn't done anything, but Kakashi had already left through the window. He turned to Sasuke, pondering what he should say. It was then the door opened once more and Sakura came in. Sasuke-kun? Are you Awa Dash? She immediately noticed the tense situation between the two. What have you done this time, Naruto Baka? Nothing, I'll just leave. He walked with slumped shoulders to the door. Brushing past Sakura. How about you stay away? We never wanted you. You always were nothing but trouble. Sakura sneered at him, slamming the door behind him. Naruto walked down the corridor. All his hopes of a peaceful resolution had gone out the window. There was no way that Team 7 would stay together after all that. He exited the hospital and aimlessly walked around the village for hours. The words of Sasuke and Sakura echoing through his head. I'll kill you. Eventually he ended up at his apartment, but once more it had been trashed, along with hateful insults that were written on the walls. Tears welled up in his eyes and he turned around, resuming his trek through the village. How did this all happen? He passed by a restaurant that was not completely unlike Ichiraku's. Inside he could hear his sensei's voice. I know Asuma, but I wonder if it isn't best if I shuffle the team and replace Naruto with another genin. This way, if Sasuke is pardoned from his crime, then he could focus on his training. If Naruto stays on this team, it's inevitable they will end up fighting each other again, and this time it could end much worse. As long as you don't think about trading him with one of mine. I seriously wouldn't know how to handle the kid, especially if what you told me about his little incident is true. A second voice answered. Naruto immediately identified him as Asuma. I can't believe what I'm hearing. How could you even dare to consider such a thing about Naruto? He has good intentions. You can't simply replace him like a piece of clothing. A female voice spoke up in disbelief. Naruto slumped against the wall, tears rolling down his face. Even Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi sighed. Naruto's intentions are good, and he certainly made me proud during the retrieval mission, but the little things he does do right doesn't outweigh all the bad. The female voice once more spoke up, but Naruto had heard enough. He wiped the tears from his face and sprinted to the Hokage monument once more, his surroundings a blur. In one day I've lost Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. Is it something I did wrong? I brought him back and I get treated like this? His train of thought got interrupted by a chunin. Uzumaki-san, your presence is ordered by the Hokage. And before Naruto could ask why, the chunin had already disappeared. Naruto made a sharp turn and headed to the Hokage tower, the one person he knew wouldn't abandon him. With his arms crossed behind his head, he walked into the Hokage's office, trying to hide his sadness with a grin. What's up, Bachan? Close the door please, Naruto. Tsunade asked, her hands clasped together, supporting her head. Naruto noticed a small group of people who were standing beside Tsunade, whom he vaguely remembered as the advisors to the late Sandaime. He closed the door behind him and turned back to the group. What's going on? She sighed. Sadness and guilt were easily shown on her face. Naruto. She began, trying her best to keep her emotions in check. Because of your recent loss of control of the Kyuubi's chakra, you are a potential liability. We had hoped that with Jiraiya guidance you would be able to restrain yourself, but it seems we were wrong. Tomorrow there will be a seal placed upon your chakra pathways, forever blocking it. You will no longer be a shinobi. I am sorry, Naruto. Naruto stumbled back, barely able to comprehend what was going on. I did not lose control of Kyuubi's chakra. I was in full control of it during the entire fight. He couldn't believe what was going on. At this point Hamura joined in. Sasuke, Uchiha begs to differ, genin. He saw red chakra envelop your body, including a tail. You are losing control of the Kyuubi's chakra. We can't allow such a risk to remain unrestrained and free in our village. You should consider yourself lucky. If not for the Hokage, we would have taken a more drastic approach. Being a shinobi is all I have left. Don't take that away from me, please. I didn't lose control. The decision is final. You will report to the Hokage tomorrow, at 2 in the afternoon. Koharudate butted in, standing to the right of Tsunade. Tsunade looked in his eyes as her head still leaned on her intertwined fingers. There's nothing I can do, Naruto. They overruled me. I am so sorry. Naruto's eyes darted from the left to the right. He slowly turned to the door, swaying from the left to the right. This can't be happening to me. Naruto, are you alright? Tsunade asked as she stood up from her seat, concerned for the boy she considered family. The blonde started breathing heavily. He fell to one knee. They can't do this to me. After everything I've done for them. After everything they've done to me. The attendants in the room stared at the boy in surprise but lacked any concern except for Tsunade, whom was crouching beside him. Naruto, you need to slow your breathing, you're hyperventilating. Naruto pushed her away. Leave me alone. He stood up and wobbled of trying to regain his composure. It took the blonde a while to get his breathing back under control. He arrived at his thrashed apartment. By now there was only one emotion left that coursed through his veins. Pure and utter hatred for everyone inside the village. From the lowly villagers to the very Hokage herself. So, they think I'm a liability, huh? They want to never see me again. Well, that can easily be arranged. He softly, yet harshly spoke to himself. He tore his headband from his head and placed it on the table. He reached for a kunai and with one swift motion slashed through the leaf symbol. He rammed the kunai in the desk. He started packing his stuff. Whatever wasn't destroyed he stuffed into his backpack. He gave one last glance around his apartment and then grabbed a piece of power and started scribbling something down. Once done, he looked at it with satisfaction that was fueled further by his anger. Your liability is gone forever. Leave me be and I will leave you be. If you don't, I will let the Kyuubi loose inside this village. This is a promise and I never break my promises. I hope you will all rot in hell. Naruto Uzumaki. Without hesitation he left the apartment, surprised that there weren't any Umbu guarding him. He slowly and silently slipped through the alleys, refraining from using the rooftops. Eventually he came at the main gate and noticed that there were two chunin playing with a pack of cards. He created a kage bunshin and then proceeded to henge them into two gorgeous girls. He positioned the two clones just within eyesight of the guards and started making contact with the few people still roaming on the streets. It certainly didn't take long before the guards noticed the girls and started waving and trying to make small talk. The clones in return only waved back and made a couple of flirty gestures. The blonde needed all the attention on the girls and not on him. He slowly snuck past the gatehouse and dashed towards the forest, quickly hiding behind a bush when he reached the tree line. He glanced around, trying to see if anyone saw him sneak out. It doesn't seem anyone saw me. Alright, time to gain some distance. I need to lure them into an opposite direction. The blonde turned to the west and started off slowly, trying to gain as little attention as possible before maximizing his speed. He had to gain distance and fast, before turning his attention to his real destination, Nami no Kuni. 1 month had passed since Naruto's abrupt departure from Konoha, and surprisingly there hadn't been any retrieval squads or hunternin that had investigated Nami no Kuni. Perhaps the false trail he had set up had helped, or perhaps they weren't even trying to find him, and why should they? In the eyes of Konoha he was the demon they wanted to get rid of. Naruto in return didn't care about them. If they did find him he would do what was necessary to stay out of Konoha's clutches, even if that meant killing his former friends. All his friends had abandoned him the moment he needed them most. Tsunade had betrayed him. He couldn't suppress the sneer that crawled upon his face. Those BSTRDS. They were eager to jump into the fire to rescue Sasuke. The moment I need help they were nowhere to be found. He was wandering through the village of Nami no Kuni, adopting a smile instead of the sneer. The people here were kind and helpful. They knew who he was, and after he had told his situation, the village accepted him in open arms. He felt at place which was strange, considering all that had happened. The moment he had arrived he dumped his orange jumpsuit and bought a dark blue long-sleeved shirt with matching pants. He had his pouch strapped to his right leg, filled with kunai and shuriken. He also bought himself a shoulder strap that went from his right shoulder to his waist on his lower left side. This too he had filled with kunai. The outfit change was the second thing on his list. The first was meeting up with Tazuna and his family. They took him in without him even having to ask for help. They gave him their spare room along with the promise he could stay for as long as he wanted. However, he couldn't slack off. Training was something that had slacked off in the first week of his arrival, but the blonde had picked it up the second with a fairly harsh training regime that Kakashi would be proud of, or so he at least thought before remembering the words his sensei had uttered in that restaurant. Every day he trained himself to his limit with a tight schedule. The Genin Nukenin would assign different tasks for every day of the week, starting every Monday with an intense taijutsu training, using his Kagebunshin as his opponents. Tuesdays were used to increase his chakra control. It had improved steadily when he was still on Team 7, but often it would be skipped or interrupted due to missions or other assignments Kakashi had them do. Naruto knew that chakra control was something that he needed to improve and fast. His Wednesdays were spent on brushing up on his sword skills, which were simply put terrible. Luckily, there was an old retired samurai, Kiai, that had been helping him with this part of his training. Thursdays he would repay the debt he owed to Zuna's family by helping Tsunami around the house, gathering groceries, or cleaning the house. She had vehemently refused his help at first, but he had insisted, and with the help of his clones they were always done fairly quickly. If that was the case, he would help Tazuna with his work, which now amounted to the construction of new homes and other yet similar work. This included the building of a wall, to keep out any future threats as well as giving the villagers a sense of safety. And on Friday he would train Genjutsu, which was as awful as a cup of ramen that was past its expiring date. The weekend was wasted on relaxing and sparring with Inari, who was showing more and more interest in the shinobi life. He even went with him on Wednesday to watch him train, talking with Kiai and asking for tips. He noticed the sun was setting, so he hurried along. He knew dinner was most likely already on the table. He smiled when he saw his new home and dashed the last few meters. At least he was, until he slammed into Inari. "Watch where you're going." Inari looked up and shoved the blonde off of him. "No. You watch where you're going." Naruto picked himself up and dragged the kid by his arm towards the door. "I did. And then you decided to jump in front of me." "I did not." "You did." "Did not." "Did so." The bickering continued as they entered the living room and sat down at the table, oblivious to the looks Tsunami and Tazuna were giving them. "You're lucky I used my awesome abilities to slow down, or otherwise you'd have been seriously hurt," Naruto boasted, ignoring the own voice inside his head that said, "Liar, liar, liar. Liar. You don't even believe that yourself. In fact, if I knew how to use chakra, I would already have beaten you." Naruto thumped him on the back of his head, causing the kid to shout in pain. "Yeah? Then why didn't you dodge this?" "Because I don't know how to use chakra, you big doofus." "You're so full of it," Naruto shouted back. "So are you." At this point Tazun decided to butt in. "All right, enough. Let's eat before it gets cold." Tsunim couldn't help but smile at the boy's antics, glad to see that Inari had finally let go of the awful things that had occurred only mere months earlier. "I was thinking after dinner," the dark-haired woman started, pointing her chopsticks at the blonde. "When Naruto has taken a shower, we could go have a good old-fashioned movie night." Naruto shoved his nose under his arms and sniffed. "It's not that bad." Tazuna grunted as he slowly chewed on his food. "Yeah, brat, it is. You're taking a shower." The blonde in return shrugged and started savagely attacking his noodles, not aware of the looks Tazun gave him or the chuckle Tsunami let out. 3 weeks later, Tuesday. Naruto was climbing up and down the tree, only using his feet and of course chakra to keep him attached to the wood. He grunted as he almost lost control, but he managed to keep himself upright. Despite the fact that he had managed to complete the task his former sensei had given the team, he hadn't mastered it, not by a long shot. The blonde was about halfway up when his concentration was broken by a sudden explosion. He tried grasping for one of the branches but failed and fell down, landing painfully on his back. What the F? He suddenly jerked up and looked towards the direction of the sound. He scrambled to his feet and sprinted towards the smoke that was rapidly rising in the air. When arriving on the main street that was heading towards the exit, he saw a large group of people running to safety. He quickly hopped to the roof, escaping the mass of fleeing people. He was about to hop from rooftop to rooftop towards the smoke when he noticed a small girl by herself, with the risk of being trampled by the horde of people. He quickly hopped down and sprinted across, grabbing her and making a wild jump into a nearby alley. "Are you okay?" The girl sniffled and wiped the dirt from her face. I don't know where my mom is. Naruto glanced around and noticed a young couple standing at the entrance of the alleyway, dodging the stampede of people. He ran to them with the girl in his arms. Hey you! You need to keep an eye on her while I check out what's going on. The boy was about to speak up when he noticed the outfit of the blonde and nodded, recognizing who he was. Of course, Uzumaki-san. Naruto put the girl down and wiped the tears off her face. We'll find your mom, don't worry. These two will keep an eye on you, okay? She nodded once, glancing at the couple before turning her dark brown eyes back to the Uzumaki. Find my mom, promise it to me. I'll find her, I promise, Dadabayo. He exclaimed before jumping out of the alley and onto the roof, dashing across the rooftops, quickly approaching the origin of the explosion. With one final hop, he jumped off the last rooftop and landed in front of the gate that was still under construction and wasn't even remotely close to being finished. He immediately noticed two strangers standing there. One was holding an elderly man by his throat whilst the other was twirling a blade in his hand, kicking a pebble that lay in front of his feet. Naruto narrowed his eyes and took in the scene. Bodies were lying everywhere. The majority were the guards the village had managed to hire, but they weren't shinobi. Up against bandits they could hold their own, but against shinobi, they never stood a chance. He crossed his arms and glared at the duo. He took in their features and noticed they were wearing dark robes that extended to just below their eyes. The sleeves of the robes were short, revealing their arms from the elbow down. One of them had red hair, whilst the other was a dark-haired man in his late 20s. Naruto saw the captive's pain clearly etched on his face and shouted, "Bsrdis, let him go!" The duo shared a look, before grinning at the blonde. The one who was holding the elder man gave a chakra-enhanced squeeze, snapping the man's neck, killing him instantly. Naruto roared in anger, red chakra leaking out of his body, enveloping him completely. You'll pay for that. That's demonic chakra, you must be a Jinchuriki. The one on the right concluded. He unzipped his robe and threw it on the ground, revealing a green outfit underneath that allowed him more maneuverability. The second quickly followed suit and tossed the sunglasses he was wearing on top of his robe. Naruto had run out of patience and dashed to the duo, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye. He swung his fist but missed spectacularly, which the two strangers instantly abused. Now, Rigio, one shouted. Rigio slammed his leg into the blonde's stomach, slamming him straight into the other's fist. Naruto groaned and fell to the ground but retaliated immediately by sweeping the legs out from Rigio. The dark-haired attacker tried to intervene, but Naruto saw this in time and grabbed the incoming hand and threw the stranger on top of Rigio. He quickly hopped to his feet. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Several dozens of clones appeared in a puff of smoke, all shrouded in red chakra. Charge, the original shouted. And so they did. They threw their fists at the two attackers, who in return had regained their composure and were fighting of the group of clones. One by one the clones disappeared in puffs of smoke. With a grunt, Rigio punched the last clone in its face. Haidai, I've not seen this technique before. It doesn't matter. They're dispatched of easily. Haidai answered swiftly, his eyes darting around waiting for the last of the smoke to dissipate. Take this. Naruto shouted as he came from the right, swinging his fist towards the face of Haidai. The dark-haired opponent managed to block the attack and retaliated with a fist of his own. His partner chimed in and swung his blade only to be met with nothing but smoke. Another fake? Rasengan. The real Naruto burst through the white smoke and slammed his blue sphere into Rigio, who screamed in pain, trying to resist the attack but to no avail. He got blasted into the newly constructed house left of the gate. Naruto turned to the remaining guy, who only looked at the destroyed building. One left. Haidai, and unleashed a flurry of punches that his opponent managed to block with moderate ease. With a roar, Naruto's opponent countered and kicked him in the chest, causing the blonde to skid backwards. The former Konoha Nin charged forward once more and exchanged more blows with his foe. Every fist he swung got retaliated by Haidai. I need to change things up, he's caught on to my fighting style. He then jumped back and slid two kunai from his shoulder strap, one in each hand. Haidai in return reached for two short blades and charged forward, his blades clashing with Naruto's kunai. "You'll pay for killing Rigio." Naruto grunted before wildly slashing with his kunai, which got deflected by his opponent. "Who the hell are you guys?" He slammed his kunai once more against Hida's blade. "It doesn't matter who we are." Hidai pushed back against the attack of Naruto and swiped his leg against the blonde's, causing him to stumble backwards. Naruto fell on his back but immediately backflipped onto his feet, tossing his kunai and immediately following with a hand sign. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A large cloud of smoke appeared once more and another large group of clones charged forward and across the marketplace. The creator once more, with the help of a clone pouring chakra into his hand, forming a Rasengan. "Not this time!" Hidai shouted before throwing his blades into the incoming wave of clones. 2 puffs indicated that at the very least they had hit their targets. He raised his hands and a shimmering mirror appeared in front of him. Naruto lowered into a defensive stance, waiting for his opponent to strike. That was until the mirror got shattered to pieces. "Ha! Ha indeed!" A voice screamed in his ears before he plunged his blade into the back of the blonde. Naruto fell to the ground, screaming in pain. His Rasengan along with the clones that were attacking Hidai dissipated. "I told you, you would pay for killing my partner." Naruto ummed in pain as he crawled towards the feet of his opponent, desperately clutching it. He grabbed the blade that still stuck in his back and with a lot of effort he managed to pull it out, letting it fall to the ground. Hidai crouched down and grabbed the kid by his spiky blonde hair. "Your world will burn, everyone will die, not that you'll be there to witness it. You really don't know anything about Jinchurikis, do you?" Naruto managed to say between clenched teeth, a smirk appearing on his face. Hidai in return rammed the face of the blonde into the ground before pulling it back up, small wounds littered across his face. "Does it really matter?" Naruto's smirk turned into outright laughter. "Of course, team. We have advanced healing." A kunai slid out of his sleeve and into the young boy's hand. In one swift motion he rammed the kunai into the left side of his throat. The dark-haired opponent stumbled back as his hand clutched at the kunai. A loud gurgling sound erupted from his throat as blood started pouring out of his mouth and down his chin. The former genin slowly stood up, panting heavily. The wound on his back was already almost completely healed. Slowly the red aura that had enveloped his body disappeared. Hidai fell to his knees only to try and stand up again, his hand outstretched towards the victor. Finally, he fell to the ground, never to stand back up again. Naruto turned around, checking if the other guy was indeed dead. He looked towards the damaged building and what he saw made his blood boil and his hands clench into fists. In front of him stood a man dressed in black with red clouds adorning his outfit. He had black hair and unique lines under his red glowing eyes. Naruto couldn't help but feel fear clutch at his throat. He swallowed nervously, his rage had been set aside for fear. "Itachi Uchiha." Itachi just stood there, void of emotion. "You have improved since our last encounter." He slowly took a couple of steps forward, dragging the body of Rigio along with him. Naruto growled, dropping into an aggressive stance. One of his hands reached for the shoulder strap and swiftly grabbed a kunai, throwing it at the Akatsuki agent, only for it to pass straight through him. "Genjutsu? But when?" "The moment you looked into my eyes. But do not be frightened, I am only here to talk." Itachi spoke as he dropped the genjutsu. "Talk? What is there to talk about? You're Akatsuki. You're here to capture me." Naruto's eyes darted around. He knew the last time Itachi had found him he was accompanied by a big blue guy. Itachi walked forward once more and came to a standstill, mere meters away from the blonde, letting the body fall to the ground with a thud. "That's where you're wrong, I'm alone, the rest doesn't know." Naruto crossed his arms. "What's so important that you have to tell me, a mere genin?" Itachi merely stared at him. "In a few years from now an unknown group will travel to the elemental countries. They will lay waste to our world and kill everyone." He motioned with his hand to the body next to him. "These two are scouts, here to evaluate our strength." Naruto glanced down at the body with slight discomfort. "Who are they? And how are you so sure they intend to kill us all? Every location they've visited so far has been annihilated. We don't know who they are or where they come from, all we know is that we're next." How do you even know all this? An acquaintance told me. I trust him. Itachi turned sideways. He noticed the villagers were slowly starting to investigate, now that the fight had finally ended. Naruto looked around, noticing the villagers as well. Why are you telling me this? You have the potential to become incredibly strong, Naruto. I have no doubt you will play a big role in what is to come, whether you want to or not. The rest of the Akatsuki know this as well. If you didn't have the QB sealed inside you, Leader Sama would have undoubtedly approached you now that you are unaffiliated. Naruto crouched down and looked at the dead body. Guilt started welling up inside him and he looked away. Itachi noticed and took a single step backwards. First time you've killed someone? Naruto nodded as balled his hands into a fist. They were scum and they deserved to die. Itachi remained as motionless as he had been throughout the conversation. It's normal to feel those things when you first killed someone. You'll eventually learn to live with it. Itachi started slowly walking back to the gate. These scouts are most likely the weakest amongst their ranks. Even if they are, do not under any circumstance underestimate them. Naruto smirked and stood back up. I guess I just have to get stronger then. But don't think you guys are off the hook yet. After this is done that you're next. Databeo. Itachi turned around and if Naruto didn't know any better, he swore he could have seen him smile. Interesting point. One last thing. You won't gain the strength you seek here. Break your bonds with this village. They will only slow you down. If you want to defeat these unknowns, you have to think like one of them, act like one of them. Become one of them. Become the monster they all fear you as. Naruto stood there with wide eyes. I don't know if I can do that. Do you know what you're asking of me? You want me to give up who I am? Give up my humanity. Itachi tilted his head. Was there a hint of recognition in his eyes? It is necessary. This is why we of the Akatsuki are so feared. Leave behind your name, start anew, and once you're strong enough, take on these unknowns. And with those words Itachi disappeared in a swirl of dust and leaves, leaving behind a saddened and confused Naruto. He looked at the lifeless body and noticed there were strange markings on the side of the man's neck moving down towards his shoulder, stopping at his elbow. He tore of the remains of his shirt and saw that it looked like a seal of sorts drawn into a skull of a strange creature with strange markings around it. What is this? Naruto frowned and pressed his fingers against it and immediately gasped in pain as a burning sensation that started at the tips of his finger was spreading throughout his left arm. Images started flashing through his head, of a creature with white hair and purplish skin whom was floating. 2 red horns were protruding from his head. The images in his head were accompanied by even more pain and he screamed out loud as he fell to the ground. What is going on? Darkness consumed the boy as he passed out, his body not able to withstand the pain. He fell beside the body of Rigio. With one last glance at the seal het let darkness overcome him. Shortly thereafter the villagers started investigating further and noticed that Naruto was unconscious. For a moment they were worried that the blonde had died when they saw his still form. They sighed in relief when one of the villagers looked for a pulse and found one. They picked the boy up and rushed him to the first aid station, hoping that they would be able to help him. A couple of days later. Brat, what have you done? The QB roared at the blonde as tried to claw his way through the gate. Naruto stood there, stunned. How the hell should I know that I would pass out if I touched that seal, you stupid stinking fox? All I did was touch it and dash. Exactly. Do you touch everything you see? You'll be real popular with your female species. The beast barked with laughter before resuming his rampage against the gate who didn't budge in the slightest. What's it to you anyway? I got knocked out, that's all. The blonde replied, pointing his thumb at himself. The QB roared once more, his eyes glowed red. That's where you are wrong. Thanks to you my chakra is slowly draining away and it's going too fast to regenerate but too slow to kill me immediately. Something is draining me of my power and it's because of the seal. Naruto took a step backwards in surprise. You're dying? His voice was a mixture of various emotions. The QB was the bane of everything that went wrong with him. He would finally be rid of the one who had caused him great pain. On the other hand though, sadness. Sadness because the fox had become a part of him. He had saved his life on multiple occasions. I am But it will take some time, so don't go sentimental on me yet, brat. You should be happy that I'll finally be gone. The QB spoke, noticing the boy's distraught look on his face. Naruto nodded and shuffled with his feet. He could slowly feel the pressure fading away, indicating that he was regaining his consciousness. I'm sorry, QB. For what it's worth, you may have been the whole reason behind my messed up life, but you weren't always a pain in the butt. The demon grinned, baring his teeth. Pranking the entire village didn't help either, boy. Naruto returned the grin with one of his own. They had it coming. Not that it matters now anymore. No, it doesn't. But you decided to make a stand. I respect that, and as a result, I will assist you in training. I may not be able to do much, but what I do know I'll pass along. Naruto looked at him with wide eyes. Praise from the almighty QB himself. Thanks. I'll become the strongest shinobi there is. Databeo. The QB slammed his enormous body once more against the gate. Stop with that incessant screaming. Naruto could only laugh as he regained consciousness. Naruto coughed as he slowly opened his eyes, only to shut them immediately again due to the extremely bright lights. He could hear voices around him and held his hands in front of his eyes to block the lights as he opened them again. Naruto Nizan. A voice shouted that clearly belonged to Inari. About demon time, kid. A gruff male voice spoke. Naruto turned to the older voice, still not being able to properly make out the persons in the room. Kenneth, old geezer. Glad to see you've woken up, Naruto-kun. I'll get the doctor. A female voice softly spoke, instantly knowing it was Tsunami. He couldn't help but smile and listened as he heard her footsteps receding as she left the room. So, anything important happen while I was out? He asked as his eyes finally adjusted to the lights. He looked to the left and saw Tazuna standing beside his bed. We managed to rebuild the house that was destroyed. Luckily no one was in the home when the guy got crashed into it. Naruto looked sheepishly and scratched his cheek, which turned out to be bandaged. Were you guys watching the fight? Inari spoke before Tazuna could. We were nearby. You really showed them, Nisen. Could you teach me? Naruto ignored him and instead asked. How many were killed? Tazuna hesitated. They killed 12 guard that were stationed at the main gate. Luckily no civilian casualties. Naruto grimaced when he heard just how many people were killed by these monsters. If Itachi's right, then there's a whole lot more waiting for us. Tazuna noticed the grimace and patted him on the shoulder. You did great, kid. If you hadn't stopped them, they would have killed a lot more. Naruto silently nodded, his mind being plagued by not only the bodies that were laying there, but also by his own first kills. Blood streaming down his chin, dripping onto his face, his kunai still protruding from the man's throat. Haidai desperately trying to grasp it as he stumbled around and fell to one knee. The blonde snapped out of his reverie when a female doctor entered the room, closely followed by Tsunami. Ah, good to see you're awake, Uzumaki-san. How are you feeling? The doctor asked. Naruto flexed one of his arms, still feeling a bit sore. Doing just fine, only some sore muscles left. You can discharge me, no problem. He really hated hospitals. The doctor laughed. You sure act like it, but your body may disapprove. So let me check you out and we'll decide from there if it's wise to release you from our care. Naruto nodded and stood from his bed, realizing he was only wearing short and a shirt. The doctor stood in front of him and asked if he could pull his shirt up. He did what she asked and pulled his shirt over his head and threw it on the bed. The doctor started checking his vital signs by placing her hands on his chest with chakra slowly emitting from her hands. All right, I've noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Your body is under a lot of stress though, so it's very important you take it easy for a while. I'd like to keep you here for the night to see if there aren't any surprises that could pop up. She stood back up and she handed the blonde his shirt. If everything goes well, we'll discharge you tomorrow. That's the least we can do after you saved our village, twice no less. She smiled at him before writing something down on her pad. She proceeded to give him a nod and silently left again, but not before Naruto thanked her and shaked her hand. Naruto pulled his shirt back on and laid back down on bed, letting his hand rest on the pillow for a moment. He glanced at his new family and smiled. You guys want to know how I beat the crap out of those guys? Tazuna let out a bark of laughter. Well, we didn't see the entire fight, so I'm curious how this all started. Naruto started telling his story, waving with his hands enthusiastically. Well, it all started with this girl who was about to be run over by a large group of people. The next day, after Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari had arrived, Naruto got up and went to the closet, changing into a fresh set of clothes. He was ready to head home. It's so good to see you're feeling good again, Naruto-kun. If you're feeling well enough, we should head back home as soon as possible. Get you something good to eat. This hospital food can't be good for the patients here. Tsunami smiled as he appeared from behind the curtains in his new outfit. Let's get going. Naruto pumped his fist in the air. Sure, he was happy to leave the first aid station, but he had also had conflicted feelings about the whole situation. The killing he had done, the murders that were committed by those scouts, and of course his internal debate on whether or not to follow Itachi's advice. The group left the aid station and went home, stopping at a ramen stand for the blonde after he insisted on getting some ramen. Happily slurping his food whilst they were walking down the street, he couldn't help but feel truly at place. People were being nice to him and even stopped to make small talk to him or someone from the group. When he still lived in Konoha, aside from Ichiraku Ramen or his friends, no one wanted to talk to him. They either sneered at him or gave him a wide berth. But if I don't do something about this threat, there won't be a home left. I can prevent that from happening. They arrived at their place and Naruto almost immediately went to his room, still deep in thought. He sat down on bed and flew his fingers through his hair. What do? I have to choose in what I've always wanted and in my responsibility as a shinobi. Tsunami knocked on the door. Naruto, are you decent? Interrupting him from his thoughts. Yeah, come on in, he said as he laid down on his back. She opened the door and entered the room, looking at him with worry. Are you feeling okay? You never go upstairs without having some lunch. I know you had some ramen, but that normally never sates your appetite. Naruto sat back and gave her a sincere smile. I guess I'm just not feeling that great yet. I'll take it easy at least today. I'll most likely feel as good as new after a good night's rest. Tsunami's concerned gaze almost made him waver, but he managed to stay true to his course. All right, Naruto-kun, if you're sure that that's all, I'll leave you be. Get some sleep, okay? Naruto nodded at her. I promise I'll feel better in the morning. She walked over and hugged him, which was followed by a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you for saving our village. No matter how Konoha has treated you, this can be your home that if you wish it to be. Naruto felt tears well up and he swallowed, trying to get his emotions under control. I'd like that. Tsunami smiled and stood back up, ruffling his hair before turning around heading back out the room. She picked up the basket that was filled with clothing that still needed to dry. Naruto looked at her retreating back and sighed with a heavy heart. If I don't leave soon, I don't think I'll ever be able to. Naruto stood up and decided to go for a walk. Fresh air would do him good. He had to steel his emotions and make preparation. Hey old geezer. I'm getting some fresh air, I'll be back later, he shouted towards Tazuna as he opened the front door. Watch it, brat. What you gonna do, beat me with your cane? Naruto shouted back as he stepped outside, closing the door behind him, but not before he dodged the apple Tazuna through his way. Once this was all over, he could see himself settling down here. Yeah, I definitely could. With a smile he walked down the road and back further into the village. With a smile he walked down the small path. Naruto sighed in satisfaction as he pushed the flaps aside of the ramen stand, located on the market. Trade was Nami's main income of money, and because of it their economics had stabilized and grown. The difficult days for the small village seemed over. Of course, raiding Gato's places and taking his money and other valuables certainly helped. He walked towards to the mortuary that was situated next to the aid station. Naruto-san, a high-pitched voice shouted, causing the blonde to turn. A small girl came running over, dragging her mother by the hand. This is my mom. She wanted to say hi. Naruto instantly recognized the girl as the one he had saved mere days ago from being trampled. Hey there. I'm happy to see you managed to find your mom. The mother placed her hand on the back of her daughter's head. I wanted to thank you for saving my daughter's life. I got separated from her and I couldn't get back to her, and I'm incredibly grateful for what you've done, Uzumaki-san. She bowed deeply. Arigato. Naruto waved with his hands, trying to get her to stop. Oh please, that's not needed, anyone would do the same thing. She smiled at the blonde. And you did. I can't thank you enough, I'm forever in your debt. He scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Well, if someone ever asks for me, who isn't of this village, please don't tell them anything, my stay here is kinda secret, hee hee hee. The woman nodded before grabbing her daughter's hand. Your secret is safe, no one in this village will say a word about your presence here. She winked at him before turning to her daughter. Come, Chia, let's get going, I'm sure Uzumaki-san has other things he has to attend to. Bye Naruto-kun. The little kid waved as she and her mother became one with the crowd. The blonde waved before turning left and around the corner. He saw the mortuary and swiftly walked over. He walked over to the front desk. The woman cheerfully greeted the young genin. Well, if it isn't our newest member of our small village. Naruto grinned at her. Hi. I'm here to look at the bodies of the two attackers. The woman frowned at his request. That is quite an unusual request, Naruto-san. However, you did save our village, so I think we can make an exception for you. It's to your right down the hallways, third door on your left. I'll call ahead to let them know you're coming. Arigato. And with that, the blonde followed her instruction. He had to get one last glimpse at the attacker's seal. Ever since Kyuubi's shocking revelation, he had been trying to understand how it was even possible and if it could be reverted. Naruto arrived and knocked on the door. An older man, in his late 50s, opened the door. Uzumaki-san, I heard you want to have a glimpse at our two latest editions? He nodded. That's right, one of them had a seal I wish to have one last look at. The man motioned with his hand and he led them to two small metal doors and opened it. Two slabs of metal rolled out with two bodies on top, covered by a white cloth. I know you are a ninja, so I take it dead bodies aren't a problem for you? Naruto nodded at the man. I'll be alright. He turned to the bodies and slowly removed the cloth. The first one was Haidai. He took a better look at the seal, but he wasn't an expert. Reaching for a notepad, Naruto made a crude drawing of the seal before putting it away in his jacket once more. The employee backed away slightly, giving Naruto his space. Naruto swallowed nervously as he pulled the cloth down from the second body, Rigio. Images of his Rasengan slamming into the man flickered in front of his eyes. He shook his head and took a better look at Rigio. He didn't have the seal on his shoulder. That's weird, I thought they both would have the seal. Satisfied, he covered the bodies and turned back to the man. This may be a weird request, but I need to take these bodies with me. The man looked at him with a surprised look. I can't do that, these bodies belong to the families, despite the atrocities these men committed. Naruto insisted. These men were evil. And they weren't working alone. If their friends find out they have been killed here, they will attack the village again, and I don't know if I'll be able to stop them again. The man scratched his chin, mulling it over. Well, okay, but you have to do it with elegance because you can't just run around with two dead bodies. That certainly would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. I'll have to do it at night when I leave. He thought as he glanced at the two covered bodies. I'll do it at night. Take them far away from here, making sure they'll never link them to the village. I'll leave the emergency exit unlocked so you can open it from the outside. The man pointed at the door. The young Nukenin thanked him, bowing deeply before leaving. I'm very grateful for your help. I should be thanking you, Uzumaki-san. You saved us after all. And the man returned the gesture with a bow of his own. Strolling down the street, he couldn't help but feel saddened by the entire ordeal. Yet at the same time it was for the best. Thinking he could stay here wasn't only wishful thinking but also incredibly dumb. Once the Konoha found out that his tracks led them nowhere, they would start crossing off likely places where he could be hiding. Nami no Kuni would definitely be on their list. Once this is all over, years will have passed and their search will have stopped. I can come back here and settle down. Naruto arrived home and saw Inari just stepping out. He high-fived the kid as a greeting. What's up, Inari? Inari pouted as he shoved his hands in his pockets. Heading back to school, lunch breaks over, blurg. Naruto ruffled his hair and walked past him. Well, good luck with that. I'm gonna go do some training in a bit. See you later, Neeson. Later, brat. Who you calling a brat? You're a brat too. You're the biggest brat here, and you know it. Databeo. Give it a rest. Tazuna shouted from inside the home. Naruto walked around the house, waving at Inari, trying to get some last-minute training in. Naruto closed the door to his room and started quietly packing his most essential stuff. I can't let them know I'm leaving. They'll just try and make me stay. I have no time for that. He shoved spare clothing and extra packs of kunai and shuriken in his backpack. He had no exploding tags anymore, so he had to buy those at a later date in another village. The 12-year-old unrolled the map he purchased earlier. Looking at the map, Naruto realized he had to take a boat towards Kuno before traveling on foot into Yuki no Kuni. He had to create more distance between him and Konoha. They wouldn't dare setting a foot in Kuno. That should be my final destination, for the time being at least. After he was called for dinner, he made his way downstairs, taking place at the table where some bickering was going back and forth between Tazuna and Inari. He silently started eating his food, which consisted of katsudon and a bowl of rice. Tazun picked up on his lack of enthusiasm. Why are you all of a sudden so quiet? Are you okay? Naruto looked up and waved one of his hands dismissively. Yeah, I still feel a bit weakened from the fight. Hopefully I'll be up and running in no time. Tazuna's eyes scanned him over and nodded. Alright, I'll stop bugging you. But if you ever have the urge to talk, go to Tsunami, because I don't know how to handle that touchy stuff. He chuckled as he took a sip from his alcoholic beverage. Naruto grinned. He couldn't help but wonder if this is what it felt like to truly have a family. Ah, but old geezer. Who's going to rock me to sleep tonight if you won't? Tazunba grinned and Tsunama chuckled. Inari had images of Tazuna rocking Naruto to sleep and nearly choked on his food. Yeah, and when are you going to read him a bedtime story, huh? Inari added in, grinning like crazy. Naruto pointed with his chopsticks at the young kid. I'll let you keep that, don't want you to feel left out. Tazuna let out a bark of laughter, downing the rest of his drink in one large gulp. Naruto returned his focus on his food and ate it quickly, before helping with cleaning the table. You can go relax, Naruto-kun. Go watch some TV with Tazuna and Inari. She gave him a gentle nudge to the living room, smiling at him. Naruto grinned back at her and settled himself on the couch, watching Inari and Tazuna argue about his bedtime. Naruto doesn't have a bedtime. Why can't I stay up as late as him? Because you don't kill people for a living. So, if I kill people I'll get to stay up late? Tazuna snorted. Yeah, if you kill people you can stay as long up as I want. Really? Tazuna slapped Inari upside the head. Of course not. Now go do your homework. Inari grumbled and starting walking towards the door. Stupid bedtime. I'm almost 9 years old. Stupid homework. Naruto looked at Tsunami, whom was reading a book. I'm going to turn in as well. See ya tomorrow. Yeah, right. Tsunami looked up from her book and gave a loving smile. Good night, Naruto-kun. Tazuna winked at the blonde, another alcoholic beverage in his hands. See ya in the morning, kid. Naruto walked upstairs and decided to take a shower. He didn't know when the next time would be when he could properly shower, so he might as well make the best of it. He undressed and turned on the hot shower, patiently waiting for it to warm up. With a satisfied sigh, he stepped in, scrubbing his body from tip to toe. Whilst the blonde was showering, he couldn't help feel unsure what his goals were. For now, the most important thing is to keep any threats away from Nami. He shut off the shower and stepped out, drying himself before crossing the hallway and into his bedroom. There he swiftly checked his backpack one last time, double-checking if he had forgotten anything. After he was satisfied, he got fully dressed and slid under the cover. He couldn't risk making any noise when he left. He couldn't risk sleeping either. The chance that he slept through the entire night was too big. Setting an alarm could wake the entire house. This is going to be hell. Why am I even doing this? 5 hours later, 2:57 a.m. Naruto rubbed his eyes for what felt like the millionth time since he went to bed. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall above his bedroom door. No point in waiting any longer. He silently stepped out of his bed and reached for his backpack under his bed, slinging it over his shoulder. Quietly, the youngster made his way to his door and opened it, hoping that the creaking sounds wouldn't wake anyone. He stepped into the hallway and closed it, once more wincing at the noise. He tiptoed down the hall and to the stairs. The 2nd, 5th, and 8th will wake up the entire house for sure if I stand on those, so I have to make sure I skip them. With the elegance of a drunk cat, he walked down the stairs, barely dodging the creaky steps. Once he was downstairs, he grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the desk in the corner and wrote something on it, before placing it on the dinner table. He gave the letter one last glance and sadly smiled at it. Dear Tazuna, Tsunami, and Inari. This wasn't the way I thought this would go, but after the fight I knew there was no other choice. I left Nami to get stronger. I can't gain the power I need if I stay here, it will slow me down too much. The 2 men who attacked weren't the only ones out there. I'm going to make sure that no one else is going to attack this village again. I wish you guys and the rest of Nami all the best. I felt more at home here this past month than I have ever had in Konoha. I hope that once I'm done I'll still be welcome in Nami no Kuni. Naruto. P.S. Databeo. He walked out the front door and sprinted to the mortuary to pick up the bodies. Luck was on his side for a change. There wasn't a soul awake and on the street, including an old man lying unconscious in the corner. He glanced to his right and saw the ramen stand. And there's another downside. After leaving Konoha and Ichiraku's, I found a decent replacement here. Now I have to leave yet again. After a couple of moments, he saw his destination and made his way around the back. Noticing the door straight away, it was slightly ajar. He swiftly made his way to where the bodies were laying. He opened the metal doors and saw that the bodies were in 2 black bags. After confirming it were indeed the 2 attackers, he created 2 clones and ordered them to carry the bodies. Why can't you help? One asked. Because I'm the boss. Now carry it. So you're that kind of boss? The kind that doesn't help. The other asked. I'll be scouting and making sure we won't be seen, now stop complaining and get moving. The creator hissed. Am I really that stubborn? His clones muttered something that sounded eerily like SLV labor, but they complied nonetheless. They exited the mortuary and swiftly darted across the village. Naruto saw the gate and noted that the building next to it was already almost completely repaired. The original Naruto was the first one to exit the village, coming to a halt at the edge of the forest. Looking back one last time, he sadly smiled and gave a wave. It's for the best. He abruptly turned and sprinted off, his clones following closely behind. 3 months later, Naruto ran, his head held low. His face was adorned with cuts and bruises. From the corner of his lip, a small sliver of blood was trickling down. His clothes were a mess, cuts and tears were showing how severe the damage was. But despite that, he ran and he didn't stop. He jumped over a fallen tree, fluidly grabbing 2 kunai with exploding tags attached. He threw it towards his pursuers whom were mere meters behind him, obscured by trees and bushes. Looking ahead, the 13-year-old blonde could see the end of a low cliff coming up. He looked to his left and right, but the cliff reached far. With no other option left, he decided upon the course that would give him the biggest chance of survival. He sprang. As he fell down, his clothes were wildly flapping about. He reached for his pouch once more, which proved more difficult than he thought it would. Finally, able in grabbing another exploding tag, the boy prepared for the impact. Fortunately for his legs, he landed in a thick bush that broke his fall considerably. He rolled out of the bush and onto his feet. The exploding tag was placed in the bushes, awaiting detonation through physical contact. The former Konoha nin resumed his dash, ignoring the pain in his legs, placing as many trees and other objects between him and his pursuers. This is ridiculous. They've been hunting me for 3 days. Don't they need to rest? The only reason I haven't dropped from chakra exhaustion is because of QB. The ground slowly took another sharp dive and he stumbled, tumbling down the hill. Regaining his composure after a couple of seconds, he used his hands and front flipped himself back onto his feet, resuming his sprint. I need more chakra, QB. This is the last I can give you. If I give you even more, your body won't be able to handle it. Naruto grunted in response before snapping his head to the left as he heard the exploding tag burst, meaning that we're down the cliff as well. He had managed to increase the distance between them when jumping off the cliff, but it wasn't nearly as much as he had hoped. The blonde could hear something soaring towards him and quickly dove out of the way. A humongous fireball flew past him, scorching the left sleeve of his shirt. "Uzumaki Naruto, stop running and face us." A calm voice cut through the air, chilling Naruto to his core. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet. "Screw you," resuming his flight through the forest of Kaminari no Kuni. He could feel another burst of energy erupting in his chest and knew that the QB had given more of his power. He jumped over a medium-sized rock and onto one of the higher tree branches, dashing from tree to tree, rapidly increasing his speed. He reached for his pouch and quickly counted, slightly hindering his movement. 8 kunai, for shuriken and only 3 exploding tags left. And I'm also down to my last smoke bomb.arg. I wish I hadn't listened to Itachi. It's foolish, boy. Give up already, this running is only delaying the inevitable. A second voice said. The blonde ignored their words and continued deeper into the forest, hoping that the swamp would help him in his desperate escape attempt. Dodging another large fireball, he tried to increase his speed even more, ignoring the stabbing pain in his side. Can't keep running from us, boy. The cold voice spoke. You thought you could get away with the murder of our comrades? The second one cut through the air, definitely getting closer to the young preteen. Fear coursed through his body as he threw his last smoke bomb and jumped down at the bank of a small river. He silently made his way through the river and hid behind one of the many rocks protruding from the river. We found you, Uzumaki Naruto. Barely able to cross his arms, the blonde could do little else before an explosion engulfed him. 2 dark-clothed figures landed at the riverbank, looking at the kid's hiding spot, waiting for the smoke to clear. As the smoke slowly drifted away and thinned out, they could see a man completely dressed in a black outfit standing on the rock with Naruto draped over his shoulder. His outfit consisted of metal vambraces strapped around his wrists. He had a dark red sash around his waist and a hood that he currently had pulled back, revealing his dark ruffled hair and green eyes. The man had a smooth skin, showing his young age. He looked at the two with a smirk adorning his face. It's him, what do we do? One of the two asked. We have to retreat and inform the rest that they have arrived. Understood. As soon as he said that, they disappeared in a whirl of leaves. The man dressed in black turned around and dashed away, taking Naruto with him. Hours later, in a small village on the border of Kaminari no Kuni, Naruto groggily opened his eyes. He looked around the small room he was residing in before he suddenly remembered what had happened. How the hell did I survive? Last thing I remember is the explosion. How am I even alive? They could have easily killed me. He placed his feet on the ground and stood up. Looking down at his clothes, he noticed he was wearing a white shirt with black knee-length pants. Apparently someone had changed him while he was out. The one who saved me, no doubt. He walked to the door and slowly opened it, peering into the hallway before cautiously entering it. He noticed the stairs down the corridor and silently walked down the stairs, ending up in a living room. About time you woke up. Naruto looked towards the direction of where the voice came from. He saw a man with dark hair and green eyes, wearing a black shirt along with black pants. The man looked at him in return, seizing him up. Who are you? Are you the one who saved me? The blonde asked. The man took a sip from his drink and nodded. I'm the one who saved you. The name's Hawk. Those two were hunting you for quite some time. Until they found you at Tsuwaka village. You did kill 2 of their buddies, so I can't really blame them. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You know who they are? The man nodded. Yes, I've been tracking them from a country across the sea. That land used to be a peaceful place where disputes with other countries were rarely solved through military action. Negotiations took place. Their army was worthy, no doubt about that. But they didn't experience a lot of action, they weren't like shinobi. But it all changed. They came and slaughtered everyone. No one was left alive. Men, women, and children were all slaughtered in a matter of weeks. And now they've come for us. Naruto breathlessly whispered, staring at Hawk. Hawk shook his head. Not yet. The ones we have encountered are mere scouts. They are most likely here to gain information about the locations of all the hidden villages, as well as to assess our military strength. They've also scouted ahead to find a tier. Naruto looked dumbfounded. A tier? Yes, or more accurately a chakra tear. A chakra tear appears when enormous amounts of chakra is being used in a short period of time, or if large portions of chakra is used over time. Think of battlefields where wars used to rage. Arenas or even possibly training grounds. Hawk stood up and opened a window, letting fresh air into the room. These tiers aren't visible to the naked eye, so very few people know of this. Naruto absorbed the new information. Then why are they looking for them if they aren't visible to us? What's so special about a chakra tear? Hawk grinned. Glad you asked. Chakra tears allow demons to be summoned to our world. A wide-eyed Naruto gaped. Like the QB? Similar. We've always thought that this was how the nine-tailed beasts came into being. These invaders want to SCK demons from who knows where into our world. He stopped momentarily before resuming, but that doesn't stop there. They have a way to merge their bodies with that of a demon, becoming immensely strong. How they are doing this, we don't know yet. Then we have to stop them. Naruto shouted as he pumped his fist into the air. Hawk grinned once more. Really? I wouldn't have thought of it. I'm glad you're here to tell me this. Naruto stuck his tongue out. Team. Hawk continued. As I said before, it will take quite some time before they actually arrive, so during that time we'll have to get you stronger, strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the unknowns. Naruto cheered, jumping up and down. All right then. Let's do it. Hawk nodded. One more thing. Sure. Anything. Stop shouting, it's making my ears bleed. He suddenly shouted in Naruto's face. Naruto's sweat dropped. Then why are you shouting? 7 years later. Flashes and explosions erupted 2 miles away from a small village, to the far west of Amigakure. The villagers looked from the edge of their village as the explosions finally died down, leaving a large cloud of smoke drifting upwards, seemingly putting an end to whatever was going on. A man dressed in blue stumbled through the smoke, gasping for air. He had metal plating on his wrists and legs, but they were heavily. Blood dripped from his hand and a deep cut crossed the man's face. A second man stood across from him, dressed in black. On his right wrist he had a metal vambrace strapped to it. His left arm, however, was covered by something black and gruesome. Red lines faintly glowed through what seemed like small scales. The man's face was hidden by a black hood and only a part was visible, the rest was covered by a face mask. Around his waist was a red sash. How has a hunter gained ability to transform into a demon? He shouted as he panted heavily, eyes wide and filled with fear. The man in black tilted his head almost unnoticeably. It's arrogance if you think your people are the only one with the ability to merge. He responded with a heavy and inhuman voice. He then disappeared and reappeared behind his opponent, sheathing his katana. Blood spurted everywhere as the man in the blue robes fell to his knees, clutching his chest. When the others arrive, you and your friends will all be slaughtered, he hissed. We'll see about that. You'll not witness your so-called slaughter. His voice slowly started reverting to a lighter tone, to that of a young man. The monstrous claw reverted back to a normal human hand, encased in a metal gauntlet. Glory to Lord Kikenpachi. And with that the man slumped forward, having fought his last fight. Good job, Ghost. Another voice said. Ghost turned around and saw an old friend walking up. Robatsu, it's been a while. He grasped his friend by the arm before pulling him into a hug. What are you doing here? Robatsu pulled away and crouched down next to the dead man. Looking for you. Everyone has to report in. You were difficult to track, like Waizari, so a message was out of the question. Ghost dusted himself off. Where are we supposed to meet up with the others? The inn. Robatsu gave a nod. He had long brown hair tied into ponytail. He had a single scar on his nose and thin lips, curled into a soft smile. The man couldn't be older than he was wearing the same outfit as Ghost did, indicating he was part of the same organization. But whereas Ghost was wearing a gauntlet, he simply had another metal vambrace. The The brown-haired man started searching through the pockets of the deceased man. After he was certain the body had nothing of worth on it, he set it ablaze with a katan jutsu. We have a week to get there, so it's best if we get going right away. Drop any jobs you got here and let's get going. Ghost nodded as he reached inside his robe and pulled out sunglasses, putting it on before letting out a near inaudible sigh of relief. Lead the way. On a boat heading for the elemental countries. A man dressed in red and black, with white stripes decorating his sleeves, knocked on a door of a seemingly random cabin. He rapped his knuckles on the door and opened it after the man inside gave his approval. Lord Kenpachi, with our current speed, the estimation of our arrival will be nearing 4 weeks. The man he was addressing this to was seated behind a desk. To say he was muscular would be an understatement. His hair was pitch black and swept back. He was wearing a long-sleeved dark red shirt along with matching pants. Draped over the back of his chair was a trench coat that was black. What was remarkable, though, was it lacked any sleeves. What about our scouts? Did they find any leaks? A couple, sir. Dorgan is compiling a list as we speak. It won't take long until he's finished. The subordinate never looked at him in the face and always looked down. Is there anything else I need to be aware of? The lord sitting behind the desk rarely, if ever, complimented anyone. He took it all in stride, the good and the bad, without as much as twitch. More of our scouts has been failing to report in. This is the 5th over a course of 3 months, my lord. There was a moment of silence. It doesn't matter. We've got the information we require. Notify me when the seekers arrive. Certainly, sir. With that the man left, leaving Kenpachi in his room. Kenpachi looked down at the pictures lying on his desk. They were pictures of a handful of people wearing black robes with a red sash. Names were written underneath several pictures. Age, unknown. Affiliation, hunters. Weapon of favor, melee or short blades. Threat level, red, borderline black. Handle with extreme care. The second he was unfamiliar with but was known to operate in the region of Amigakure and Yuki no Kuni. A known, young adult. Affiliation, hunters. Weapon of favor, kana. Threat level, red, borderline black. Handle with extreme care. Note, this individual appeared in the same time frame Uzumaki Naruto disappeared. All points indicate that this is indeed Uzumaki Naruto. The third file contained information on the man Kenpachi despised. Age, 39. Affiliation, hunters. Weapon of favor, dual-wielding short blades. Threat level, red, borderline black. Handle with extreme care. Note, Rome is the founder of the organization known as the Hunters. Rome. Kenpachi softly spoke. The man he wanted eradicated. Yet he always managed to slip his grasp. He had stalled his invasion and ensured the belief that he could be defeated. No mortal man had ever escaped his grasp when they were in combat, yet he had. And for that he had to die. 1 week later, somewhere in Kawa no Kuni, Robatsu and Ghost walked through the gates of the small village of Tova, dusk slowly settling. Hunters were a regular occurrence in the village. Some were still put on edge because of it. Tova village and the hunters had come to an agreement after a bandit raid had threatened the existence of this small community. They were allowed residence inside the village as long as there wasn't any trouble. In return, the inhabitants of Tova would refrain from spreading word about the whereabouts of the hunters. We should change our clothes as soon as possible. Let's head to my apartment. Robatsu spoke as he nudged with his elbow. The hunters still kept it low-key by refraining from using any of their trademark outfits inside or near the village, at least most of the time. They turned to the left and casually walked through the streets before disappearing in a puff of smoke, which went unnoticed. About 5 minutes later, Robatsu and Ghost walked through the streets. Ghost was wearing a long-sleeved black shirt with 3 buttons, of which 2 were undone. He wore matching pants along with his sunglasses to help him against the setting sun. His blonde hair that used to defy gravity slowly started hanging, but not by much. The wind blew through his hair, messing it up slightly. Robatsu wore something similar but lacked any sunglasses. He had decided to put his hair in a bun. They made their way back from where they came and soon arrived at a small square of the village. The inn was located at the far end of the square. They strode across the square softly conversing with one another. Ghost looked up and couldn't help but smile as looked at the nameplate. The Drowned Man, Home Sweet Home. Robatsu grinned at him as he nodded. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't seen the rest in 4 years. Ghost took the first step and opened the door, walking inside, closely followed by his friend. Once inside, Ghost inhaled the smell of alcohol and tobacco. It felt good to be back. He looked around and noticed that little had changed. The large round tables were still occupied by men and women from both the village as well as weary travelers seeking respite from the rigors of their travels. He walked over to a large peculiar table, placed in the center of the inn with various people sitting around it, chatting with one another. The group looked up as they approached. There was a shuffle of feet and chairs. One by one they embraced the newcomers and patted them on their shoulders. Good to see you guys haven't changed. Ghost spoke, grinning at them. He had clipped his glasses to his shirt the moment he had entered the bar, letting his eyes adjust to the darker tone. You have Ghost? Or should I say Naradash? One said before being interrupted by a slap on the back of his head. Don't do that, Hawk, you know why. A man with light brown hair said as he sat back down, making room for the blonde to sit next to him. A little joke doesn't hurt anyone, Waizari. Hawk slid his arm around Ghost's shoulder, patting him on the chest. Look at you all grown up. I remember when I saved but what was it? 6 years. 7 years, actually. Speaking about changed, what is that patch of hair you're sporting? Ghost jabbed back, raising his hand to attract the attention of one of the bartenders. I know what the ladies like. Hawk responded with a wink. Ghost ordered a couple dishes of sake from the bartender before returning to the bartender. Well, you always could use the advantage. Waizari and Robatsu burst out in laughter, causing the young adult to crack a smile as well. What are you guys laughing about? A female voice asked behind the trio, who in turn glanced over their shoulder. A young woman dressed in a tight-fitted dark outfit, with a matching dark red, long-sleeved loosely fitted vest that went to below her waist. Her style of clothing accentuated her figure, causing many of the male occupants to turn their heads as she walked past. She paid it no mind as she absently played with a strand of her curly blonde hair that framed her charming face. Ghost immediately recognized her as Michiru. She was around the same age as he was, making sure Hawk doesn't let it all go to his head. He too had to admit that Michiru certainly caused his head to snap whenever she entered the room. What caused him to maintain his distance was her tendency to be overly concerned or her insistence in trying to know more about his background. Michiru smiled as she grabbed a chair and placed it between Hawk and the male blonde. How's it been going, Naruto? I haven't seen you in years. Who ordered the plate full of sake? An annoyed voice spoke up. That would be me. Ghost raised his hand before turning to the girl. I've been alright. But please don't call me by my old name. There are a lot of people who'd love to know of my whereabouts. Michiru nodded and was about to speak up again but was interrupted by a newcomer. A dark-tanned man with a shaved head walked over with the plate in his hand. He had extensive scarring to both hands and his left ear was almost completely gone. Yet the man still gave of an aura of confidence that seemed to inspire those around him. We're about to start the briefing and you really have to drink? If we have to listen to you, Rome, we'll most definitely need it. Hawk grinned at him and grabbed a dish of sake. Rome set the plate down in front of the latecomers before walking to the front of the table. By now a genjutsu had taken place around the large table. To the rest of the bar it seemed that the chatter around the table was random and of non-importance. Seeing as we've all finally arrived, let's get started, an older woman said. She had dark blonde hair, tied in a ponytail which was draped over het left shoulder. She had caring green eyes that seemed familiar to Ghost. Amiu, which you all undoubtedly know. The reason we've all come together for the first time in 4 years is because of the recent developments regarding the unknowns. Ghost felt Michiru stiffen beside him. He was aware that she hadn't had any encounters with the unknowns and was primarily a support fighter with extensive healing capabilities. Our informant on the inside has managed to sneak out a message just before they left Mirarka. She reported that it would take them 2 months to arrive here. Her message got delivered last week. They are currently a mere 4 weeks away from the mainland. That's troubling. We have to warn the Haiden Six Lodges, Ripa spoke with an odd accent. The man had a large swirly tattoo covering the left side of his face that went down his neck and to his lower right arm. He was a tad bit shorter than the rest of the group and was often at the center of a joke or two, not that he seemed to mind it. To put it mildly, yeah. Robatsu added in, his face set in a grim tone. To make matters worse, they've sent an advanced shore party of 5 individuals. Their purpose is not clear, but we can make a hazard guess and say that they're here for the Big 5. Rome said, standing next to Mayu. Ghost caught on and spoke up. Who will be going? Rome looked at him for a moment before answering. We'll be creating teams of 2. 1 primary fighter and 1 support. It was then that Mayu took over, though the look on her face seemed troubled. The teams are as followed. Robatsu and Waizari, you will head for Kumogakure. Hawk and Ripa will head for Sunagakure. Ghost, you and Michiru will head for Kanahagakure. Ghost grimaced and refrained himself from slamming his fist down on the table in frustrations. Seriously? And those are the teams? Take care of each other, and don't underestimate your opponent. Ghost reached for the last dish of sake and downed it, slapping Hawk's hand away in the process. I guess it's too much to ask for a swap for any of the other villages? Mayu shook her head. Sorry, Ghost. You were chosen for Konoha because of your past ties. It could give you an edge. Ghost sighed. Figures. Hawk decided to try and cheer him up. Cheer up. We get the chance to finally fight an actual unknown. Those scouts were becoming boring. Hawk, I rather fight scouts for another 4 years than go back to that hellhole. Why are you so happy to fight an unknown? Michiru asked as she turned the bearded man. Robatsu smirked and spoke up. That's Hawk for ya. He's always trying to find opponents to showcase his strength, even if he's weaker. Which he is. Hawk pouted. Uncool, Ghost. If I remember correctly, it was I who trained you. Pointing his thumb at himself. Partially sure. But if you want to spar, just say the word, I'll gladly kick your butt any day. Ghost smirked and stood up. Michiru looked up at Ghost. Where are you going? To grab more alcohol. If I have to listen to Hawk for another second, I'll go crazy. He walked towards the bartender and aimed at a bottle, holding 4 fingers up. Michiru followed him with her gaze before turning to Robatsu. What's up with him? He's not how he used to be, I think. That's just Ghost. He had a difficult life. I don't think that his lone wolf style has helped with his personality either. But he's solid, so don't worry about him. Hawk responded as he followed the blonde as he made his way back from the bartender, in his hand another plate of sake. What happened to him? Rome sat down across from them. You'll have to ask him that, it's really not for us to say. Naruto sat back down. Don't stop talking about me, just because I'm here. He grabbed 2 dishes and downed them one after another. Hawk chuckled and joined in. Rome shook his head in amusement before leaning forward, grabbing one of the dishes. As the evening progressed slowly but surely, the majority of the hunters left and went to bed, leaving behind a small group of Rome, Michiru, Hawk and Ghost with Robatsu standing up to leave. He bid them a good night and went home. I've heard that they are going to start the Jonin exams in Konoha in a week. Possible tier. That makes the village a high-value target. Ghost by now had stepped over to a non-alcoholic beverage. He felt exhaustion creep in from his travels as the night grew late. Rome nodded. That's why we want you there, you know the village, its people. You too will have an edge. Ghost merely nodded as he looked at his teammate, Michiru, who was conversing with Hawk and didn't pay him any attention. Keep her safe, okay? This is her first fight, so she'll be nervous. Rome slapped Ghost on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll bring her back, he answered before stifling a yawn. He stretched his arms and decided to call it a night. I'm going to turn in, I'll see you guys tomorrow. He let his gaze wander on Michiru for a moment longer, who in turn gave him a smile and wished him a good night's rest. Ghost walked to the bar that was near the entrance. You have a room available? The bartender behind the bar nodded. We do, it will be 120 Ryo for 1 night, with a discount if you book a room for a week or longer. Just for one night. Ghost responded as he handed the man the required amount of money before receiving the key to his room. The majority of their group stood outside the village on the path that would eventually lead them a crossroads. All the assigned teams were fully decked out in their trademark outfits, one that recognized them as the mercenary group, the Hunters. Mayu stepped forward. I wish you all the best of luck in your fight against our enemy. However, remember that the protection of the innocent is your top priority. Of course, Mayu. I guess we'll see you all soon. Take care. Robatsu said, turning around and sprinting away, his teammate following closely behind him. Hawk grinned and followed them, with Raipa dashing alongside him. Michiru? Be careful, okay? Miu asked concernedly before she embraced the girl in a hug before she reluctantly let go. Are you ready? Ghost asked as he slightly adjusted the gauntlet on his hand. Michiru nodded nervously. Let's do this. Ghost, take care of Michiru, okay? Miu asked as she stepped away from the blonde girl. Ghost in return nodded at her. Don't worry, she'll be fine. He turned around and dashed off. Michiru gave one last wave before following in his footsteps. They dashed through the forest, silently for a couple of hours, with the occasional small talk, but otherwise they kept quiet. Ghost glanced at the attractive girl and he could easily see that she was incredibly nervous and full of doubt. Hey, Michiru. She turned her eyes on him with a questioning look. When we do find the unknown, leave the fight to me, okay? I know you're nervous about this whole thing, so I just want you to lay back and watch closely, make sure no one from Konoha interferes. Are you sure you don't need my help? Naruto winked at her. You can patch me up afterwards. He slightly slowed his pace to a more comfortable speed. I know that you've been having second thoughts about your abilities. You're a hunter, so by definition that already makes you better than most shinobi in your area of expertise. Or as Hawk would say, don't worry so much. Michiru smiled at her teammate and nodded, her worries slightly appeased. As they continued their trek towards Hai no Kuni, they decided to stop when evening fell. Setting up camp. Michiru was preparing some food and decided to poke Ghost with a stick she had found lying around. You know that if you really want to be as incognito as possible, we might want to adjust our outfit a slight bit. Naruto looked up from the papers that would grant them entry to Konoha, his hair ruffled with the abrupt movement. What do you have in mind? She turned to her bag and pulled out 2 dark blue cloaks that completely covered their outfits when she put it on. Our hunter outfit is intimidating and attracts attention. While that is great for most cases, right now we should focus on being as inconspicuous as possible, don't you think? Ghost realized that he would have to remove the hood and the face mask as well. The problem is my hair, it's a dead giveaway. I could henge it, but I'm worried they would see through it. Michiru grinned at the blonde. I got just the thing. Holding her hands out, she revealed hair dye. Naruto muttered something foul under his breath. What was that? Nothing. A couple of days later, Fire Country. Ghost and Michiru slowly walked down the path that led to the gates of Konohagakure. I've ignored Hai no Kuni ever since I left. Now I'm returning to the very place that tried to take everything away from me. Why am I even doing this? These BSTRDS don't deserve it. They closed in on the gates and made sure that their headbands were clearly visible. Rome had somehow gotten his hands on legitimate papers and headbands from Amigakure, along with the promise that they would be registered as visitors for the exams. Ghost had to admit, with their added cloaks, they definitely looked like AIM shinobi. Whatever you do, don't reveal my old name, alright? Ghost whispered in Michiru's ear as they walked through the gate and headed to the check-in post, absently letting a hand slide through his newly colored, brown hair. I won't, I promise. She nodded and followed him towards the small building. We're here for the finals of the Jonin exams. Ghost spoke to the 2 chunin sitting there. What are your names? Oridoki Ghost, my companion is. Michiru Haddle. Ghost then handed their files and waited patiently, hoping that Rome made good on his promise. After a moment of silence, the chunin gave the papers back and smiled at them. Your papers check out. I hope you'll enjoy your stay in Konohagakure. Have fun watching the exams. I heard your colleagues performed very well in the second stage. I'll be looking forward to them in the finals. Thank you. We'll be surely rooting for them. Michiru chipped in and smiled at the two, melting their hearts. As they walked down the street, stores and homes on either side of the road, Michiru couldn't help but notice that Ghost was still wearing his glasses and quirked an eyebrow. Why are you wearing sunglasses? It's not that sunny. Naruto slightly turned to her. That's because my eyes hurt because of daylight. Why? Naruto was about to speak up when they heard a voice erupting from the crowd. Delicious takeaway ramen. Especially made for the festivities. Try it now for only 4 Ryo. I have to get some of that. Now. Naruto slipped through various passerbys and came to a halt in front of the trader. 2 please. Michiru looked at him. So, this is your weakness? That and gorgeous women, so watch it? He answered with a chuckle. He paid the trader and turned to her, handing her a cup, ignoring her laughter. It however became abundantly clear that this wasn't his weakness after all. Ghost made a face that indicating his extreme displeasure with the food and instantly threw it away. This is absolute garbage. Michiru took a bite. This isn't all that bad. But Ghost wouldn't hear any of it and grabbed the cup from her hand, depositing it in a bin. We're going to the only place in this dump that actually makes some good food. He guided her to the one place he had actual fond memories of. Welcome to Ichiraku's Ramen. Can I take your order? Ayam smiled at the duo as they took their seat. I want the Shio ramen. Ghost casually said, trying to ignore the explosion of memories that were brought on by the simple ramen stand. I'll take the miso ramen. Ayam dotted down the order. Coming right up. Michiru turned to Ghost. Ichiraku's? Doesn't look all that fantastic to be honest. The temporary brown-haired teammate absently played with his chopsticks. Memories of the village was flooding his mind. It made him feel nostalgic and at the same time homesick, which was odd, seeing as he never got treated as an inhabitant of Konoha. Ghost. It's great, he mumbled absently. Michiru looked at him, wondering what was going on. It's probably because this used to be his hometown. Can't have been easy. She frowned and glanced over her shoulder towards the street, where shinobi and civilians alike were walking about. Ayam came back and they ate their ramen in silence. After they were done, they resumed their trek through the village. What hotel should we pick? Let's just take that one over there. He pointed at the hotel on the corner of the street and they walked straight over. Welcome, how can I be of service? Michiru decided to take the lead. We'd like to book a room for the entire week. Would you like a shared bed, or 2 separate ones? Separate please. Michiru glanced at her teammate but he was staring out the front window. Here are the keys, you can pay half now and half upon departing. Michiru paid the required amount and received the key. Ghost, let's go. Michiru gave him a nudge and he snapped out of thoughts. Ghost followed Michiru to their room and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she closed the door. Are you okay? She walked over and tried to remove his cloak but he shrugged her off. I'll be fine, I'm merely adjusting. He removed his cloak and dumped it on a chair. He then proceeded to remove the outer layer of his outfit, leaving him in a tight-fitted black shirt. He kicked off his shoes and let himself fall on one of the beds, his eyes already closed. Ghost awoke later that evening only to find that Michiru was nowhere to be found. I do hope she doesn't do anything stupid. He looked in a mirror and decided that without the outer garment of his hunter's outfit it was inconspicuous enough. He stepped out deciding he needed a drink. He stepped out the front door of the hotel and noticed that night had fallen, clipping the glasses on his shirt. He aimlessly walked down the street until he found what he was looking for. The blonde entered the bar and noticed it was crowded but not stacked to the brim with shinobi. He walked to the back and sat down on a bar stool situated against the bar itself. Visitors from AIM. We don't get your kind here often. Often enough, Ghost muttered, holding up 4 fingers before tapping on the wood. Give me your best sake. The bartender obliged and pulled 4 dishes and filled them with his best sake. Enjoy, stranger. As Ghost downed the first drink, he gave the entire place a look over. It was clear that it was a bar that was primarily visited by shinobi. That said, it wasn't exclusive for shinobi. He could see civilians standing in small group around, keeping to themselves. From the corner of his eyes he saw someone sitting down next to him. He turned his gaze slightly before freezing. Sitting next to him was Irika Yamano, his old sensei. Time seemed to slow down as he watched from the corner of his eyes as his former teacher ordered a drink. Got to relax. If I stay like this I'll attract attention. I'm in a bar for shinobi for Kami's sake. He slowly exhaled and grabbed his second dish, slowly bringing it to his lips and letting the beverage slide down his throat. Troublesome patrol that Ino's going to kill me when she finds out I didn't go straight home. Irika chuckled. Better than having a bunch of kids tell you they know better and that I'm wrong. The new generation of upcoming genin are something else. Naruto once more widened his eyes in surprise. Shikamaru, really? Off all the people, it's gotta be the guy with an IQ of 9,000. He dared to look to his left and took in the features of Irika. The Chunin teacher hadn't changed all that much. He had small whisks of gray hair starting at his temple, and his eyes seemed more refined and older. Shikamaru, on the other hand, still had that lazy look in his eyes, but the last 7 years had certainly matured him. He was wearing a jonin vest and was smoking a cigarette from the corner of his mouth. Ghost couldn't resist a snort. One which didn't go unnoticed. What's funny about what I said? Irika asked, dragging the former blonde into the conversation. Ghost quirked an eyebrow. Irika had been one of the prime examples of betrayal in his eyes. The man hadn't done anything to help with the punishment, just like Shikamaru. If you can't teach a bunch of brats to show some respect, you certainly aren't deserving of any. Irika looked taken aback by the harsh comment and narrowed his eyes slightly. You don't even know these kids, or me a mean. Ghost shook his head, reaching for the third dish, emptying its content down his throat. From what I can tell, you're Chunin at the least. If the brats are unwilling, punish them accordingly. In AIM, disrespecting our teacher is met with physical punishments, and if that doesn't help, they're kicked off the program. Konoha must have grown weak if they allow such behavior to go unchecked, or perhaps the teachers are just worthless. Ghost blatantly lied, but he didn't care. He just wanted to hurt the man beside him. How about you remember where you are currently residing in, stranger? We allow your stay here, but that can just as easily be taken away. Shikamaru butted in, a serious look on his face. How about you shut you dash dot? Ghost started but was cut off by a drunk Konoha Chunin who dragged him off the bar stool and onto the floor. You don't speak to us like that, he drawled in a near incomprehensible manner. Irika wanted to help the AIM up, but before he could, the man had already dashed forward and slammed his body into the drunk, causing them both to tumble to the ground. Ghost was about to slam his fist into his intoxicated opponent when it got grabbed by none other than Asuma Sarutobi. He got flung backwards and slammed into a table. He instantly got up, eyes ablaze with hatred. Identify yourself. Asuma demanded as he stood in front of supposed AIM shinobi. Ghost clenched his teeth. He knew that if it came to a fight he could easily take Asuma. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the entire bar that had now surrounded the two, and it seemed that they weren't keen on letting him slap around one of their most respected jonin. He slowly exhaled and straightened himself. At least he tried to, until he got shoved back down by another random. Stay down, he demanded before roaring in laughter. Ghost tried to stay calm, but he felt his anger slipping and he stood up, and the first one to drop to the floor was the guy who had shoved him. At first, he wanted to slam his fist into the guy's face, but instead he opted for a low sweep with his leg, which turned out to be just as effective. He pointed his finger at Asuma, who had stepped forward after his counter. If you ever touch me again, I swear it's the last thing you'll ever do. Asuma tilted his head forward. It seemed that anger was something he had in spades now too. You visit our village under a banner of peace. You attack 2 Konoha's shinobi and threaten me. Who do you think you are, punk? Irika at this point butted in. Asuma-san, please calm down. We were having a discussion with him and the drunk Chunin attacked first. Asuma turned sideways at the drunk Chunin who was swaying from side to side. Is this true? He insulted Irika. The guy hiccuped and then tried to throw his glass at the brown-haired AIM shinobi. He didn't get far as Asuma grabbed the glass and tore it out of his grip. You disrespect the name of Konoha. Shinobi everywhere. Go home. Asuma turned back to Ghost, who had crossed his arms. He strode over and looked at the man. I acted hastily and perhaps too harsh. I apologize. The temptation to smash his fist in Asuma's face was immense. He glanced around and noticed that by now the crowd had dissolved or had returned to their drinks. I know who you are, Sarutobi-san. And it's because of the respect I had for your father that I'll let this go. Ghost walked past the man and back to the bar. I'm incredibly sorry for what happened. Please have a drink on me. Irika spoke as he offered the man his hand. Ghost strode past him as well, reached for his last dish of sake and downed it. He looked at Shikamaru, whom in return was looking at him with a calculated gaze. What are you looking at? I know you from somewhere, I just can't seem to place it. Ghost took that as his immediate cue to leave, and quickly. He swiftly left the bar and back to the hotel. To say that going to the bar was a mistake is one big FING understatement. He entered the hotel room and heard someone in the shower. Michiru. Hey, Ghost. I stepped out to get myself orientated with the village. When I came back I saw you were gone, she called from the shower. Ghost slumped back onto his bed. I was mingling with the locals. Ghost and Michiru had wandered through the street looking for their target for the better part of 3 days. So far, they had come up with nothing, and Ghost was starting to suspect that they would most likely have to wait until the actual exam. That was until they rounded a corner and took a shortcut that led them through an alleyway. They softly conversed through one another until Ghost stopped dead in his track. Ghost! Leaning against a tree was a man with red robes and metal plating attached to his wrist, legs and shoulder. He had dark brown hair which was cut relatively short. Ghost looked at the man, taking in his features. The man dressed in red looked back. What are you looking at? You. The hunter replied. The descriptions match, this has to be him. And why are you? The man stopped mid-sentence as he came to a realization and smiled. You two must be hunters then, how very interesting. You have certainly become an annoyance to our plans. We aim to please. Ghost looked around and noticed no immediate kanohinin, not that it would last very long. What's your name, Hunter? And what of the other? Does she even speak, or is she afraid? Michiru stepped forward, eyes narrowed. Afraid of you? We outmatch you 2-1, your fleet is still weeks away. Ghost let his hands slowly wander to his katana before abruptly turning, letting a kunai fly from his hand. His kunai got deflected by a woman with black hair tied in a bun. She wore the same outfit and seemed to be around. So, there are two of you. Interesting. The women leaned against the building. Hunters? What are they doing here, Ryodora? Ryodora shrugged. I don't know, Sia, we didn't get to that part yet. But that doesn't matter, you know our orders. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Ghost vanished and appeared next to Sia, grabbing her by the side of her head and slammed it into building she was leaning against. The hunter vanished once more and appeared beside Ryodora, this time slamming his knee in his opponent's stomach, causing him to bend over in pain. You know how to use flash step? Sia growled as she regained her composure and charged forward. Michiru in the meanwhile was hesitant about how she would react. I can't let Ghost fight on his own. He needs my help. Ghost grabbed Ryodora by his wrist and threw him into the charging woman, unsheathing his katana whilst doing so. The two unknowns slammed into each other and fell in a heap to the ground. They instantly recovered and was about to charge once more until they were forcefully reminded that there were two hunters. Michiru came flying in from the side and planted both her feet in Sia's face, crashing her straight through the back of the same building she was slammed in moments earlier. Ghost nodded his approval and charged Ryodora, who had unsheathed his own blade. The two met and clashed blades, until Ryodora gained the upper hand and overpowered the hunter. He followed up with a hard blow to Ghost's face, who jumped back to recover himself. What's your name, Hunter? Ghost smirked at him, wiping the blood off the corner of his mouth. The name's Ghost. He glanced over the shoulder and saw that Sia had recovered herself and was now charging the petite blonde, who in return held two kunai in a defensive posture. He used flash step once more and appeared beside Michiru, holding out his hand. Sidash. But before he could finish his sentence, his hand got grabbed by another. What? He snapped his gaze to his left and took a sharp intake of breath. Standing beside him, preventing him from performing his jutsu, was none other than Kakashi Hatake. He lowered his hand and glared at the silver-haired jonin. He turned his attention to Sia and Ryodora, whom were being restricted by 3 other Konoha shinobi. What's going on here? A young man with raven hair demanded as he stood in front of Ryodora. He had roughly the same height as him and still had the same hairstyle he had back in the day. His outfit consisted of a standard issue jonin vest with underneath a black shirt and black pants. Sasuke, Uchiha, Ghost sneered at him before abruptly snapping his head to one of the other Konohanin. Standing there was Sakura Haruno. The years had changed her appearance a bit. She still had her hair short, but the edges were now ruffled and a bit messy, making her look more like a shinobi rather than a girl who spent half her time wasting on her hair and makeup. He asked a question aimed Nin. Kakashi said as he released his grip on Ghost. Ghost glanced to the last shinobi and saw that he was undoubtedly his replacement. He had his hair similar to his, slightly spiky but more slicked to the back. He had dark green eyes and smirk plastered on his face. Suma-mason, we were merely sparring with one another, but it got out of control. Sia bowed in an apologetic manner. Kakashi turned his gaze to Ryodora. You know the rules. Fighting isn't allowed. Ryodora snapped his eyes to Kakashi. I'm sorry, it got out of hand. If you want to reprimand me, I completely understand. We merely forgot. That mistake caused severe structural damage to a building. The unknown Konohanin snapped back. What about you two? You aren't participants. Sakura asked, turning her focus back on the 2 incognito hunters. He just said that we were sparring. Is there something wrong with your hearing, Kunoichi? Ghost grumbled. This is just great. What is this? A whole FING reunion? Be more respectful towards Konoha shinobi, stranger. His supposed replacement barked. Respect is not given freely, it's earned, and that pink-haired monstrosity certainly hasn't earned it. The hunter barked right back. Ryodora turned to leave, Sia following in his footsteps. It fun while it lasted, Hunter Ghost. I hope we'll meet again. Michiru looked at her companion, who merely smirked. I doubt you'll like what the outcome will be. He gave one last glance at Sia, narrowing his eyes. The 2 disappeared from his sight and he turned to leave. Come on, let's get some food, Michiru. Kakashi held up his hand, blocking the way. I haven't said you could leave yet. Who are you, and what's your purpose in Konohagakure? Ghost rubbed his forehead in frustration. My name's Oridoki Ghost. He then pointed at his partner. Hers is Michiru Hattle. We're here to watch the finals of the exam. Liar, Sasuke scoffed as he stood next to Kakashi. Ghost technically wasn't lying. He was merely skimping on the other part of his purpose. Hataki, why don't you keep your pet on a leash? It's unbecoming of Konohanin to make accusations when they are wholeheartedly untrue. Wait, you're the one who has caused all that ruckus last night. The replacement spoke as he aimed his finger at Ghost. Wait, you did what? Michiru asked, quirking an eyebrow. If you mean that I was attacked by your compadres for having discussion at then, yeah, I caused a ruckus last night. Stealing one of Hawk's most used terms. Are we free to leave? Michiru asked politely, knowing that harsh words would get them nowhere. Kakashi's eye settled upon the attractive blonde. Ghost could already imagine the mind of Hataki thinking at the speed of light. First you'll be paying for the damage you have created to the building. Michiru reached inside her cloak and pulled out a checkbook. She scribbled something down and handed it to the jonin, whilst the former blonde was mumbling on the background. Something about the unfairness of it all. Ghost glanced to his right and noticed the kunai he had thrown earlier, and before he could walk over and pick it up, Sasuke had already strolled over and reached for it. He momentarily looked at it before leisurely strolling over to the hunter and handed it to him. You showed some capable moves, but it's nothing to boast about. We'd have you flat on the ground in the blink of an eye. Oridoki Ghost let the kunai twirl around his fingers. Your brother certainly doesn't think so. Everyone froze and turned to him. Sasuke was the first to speak up, his eyes narrowed and his jaw set. You've met with Itachi? Kakashi shoved the piece of paper in his BRST pocket and turned to the 2. If you know where Itachi Uchiha is, you should tell us. There's a big reward for the one who gives us crucial information about his whereabouts. Ghost glanced at Michiru before turning his attention fully to Copy Nin. Well, that surely is convenient. You are in need of information, and I'm in need of that check you just pocketed. Without hesitation, Kakashi pulled it back from his vest and held it out. But before the former blonde could grasp it, he pulled it back, holding it out of the reach of Oridoki. I spoke to him in Oto no Kuni. Ghost merely said, still holding out his hand. The copy-nin handed him the piece of paper, his head tilted slightly in curiosity. Where exactly and how long ago? Ghost tore the check to piece. It was in Otogeikure Point 3 years ago. 3 years? What good will do that? He's long gone by now. Sakura exclaimed. A deal's a deal, Hataki. Michiru, let's get going. If I'm going to stay here for a moment longer, I might just kill myself. The rude Aim-nin left behind a fuming Sasuke and an intrigued Kakashi. Sakura and Ridu just looked on with a combination of anger and surprise. Michiru and the brown-haired missing nin from Konoha sat down at a table on a terrace overlooking the market square. You really should play along, Ghost. It will help us in the long run. He merely shrugged and took a sip from his drinking, his eyes soaking in everything there was to see. Konoha had changed little since his departure. It still had its low wooden buildings that didn't go higher than a 3-story building. The difference for him was that people didn't look at him in disgust. Surely, they were weary of him, but that was due to his affiliation with AIM, or so it appeared for them at least. We'll be gone from here soon, don't see the point in playing nice with these tree huggers. Michiru sighed, a small smile appearing on her face. You've changed since I last saw you. Oridoki turned his gaze the other way, looking slightly uncomfortable. It's been 5 years since we last spoke, Michiru. What happened in those 5 years? Mister? What's going on? Ghost? She placed a hand on his arm and gently shook it, snapping him out of his thoughts. I'm good. He let out a single cough before focusing his attention on his food, taking a bite from it. Michiru decided to ignore his strange behavior and instead reached for the chopsticks and started inhaling her noodles. So, I must say, that kick you gave Seo was impressive. You waited for an opening and abused it. Her teammate started. She hesitated. I got lucky. In a straight-up fight, I don't know if I'll be able to handle her. Don't worry, I can handle them both. You make sure that the moment Konoha arrives you keep them back. He took one last bite from his food before he set it aside. You don't even have to fight them, just keep Konoha away from us. Are you sure you can take them both on? They didn't look like pushovers to me. She looked down at her hands, unsure what to do. Ghost waved with his hand dismissively while giving her a grin. I got some tricks up my sleeve. You do your part, I'll do mine. I promised I'd keep you safe, and I will. Michiru looked at him and actually took in his features. The man sitting in front of her had brown hair slightly spiky, but gravity slightly pulled it down. He had no markings on his face, completely unblemished. His blue eyes almost seemed to glow and held determination in them, not a shred of doubt crossed his mind. He's certainly attractive, I can't deny that, but he's got a presence that is very calming and yet at the same time, intimidating. You sure you don't want to take a picture? A smirk crawling on his face. A small blush appeared on her face and quickly looked away. Don't get any funny ideas. His smirk turned into a chuckle. I wouldn't dream of it, Mrs. Haddle. In return, she threw one of her chopsticks at him, hitting him square in the face. As the afternoon slowly turned into the evening, Ghost found himself in front of a familiar building. The building in front of him had been completely remodeled and looked like something that fit just right in the village. Very interesting that when I lived here, the landlord wasn't in the slightest interested in cleaning this place up. The moment I leave, it's all suddenly changed. This place. He walked past it and glanced at the Hokage monument. The head of the Yondaime. He had spent hours sitting on top of the man's head, pondering just who his parents were. Only to realize he had been sitting atop it all that time. To think that he placed his own kid in such a situation. This village is messed up. He turned around and walked back to the hotel. Tomorrow would be the finals of the exam. He knew that Ryodora and Seo would most likely strike then, inflict massive casualties along the way. What better way to do that when thousands upon thousands were watching? His priority was clear. Kill them before they merged with the demon. If he failed to do that, he should most likely have to trigger his own powers. I'd rather not do that though. Michiru would have a difficult time to understanding. He walked up the stairs and towards his hotel room. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized with surprise that it was already close to midnight and that he had let his mind wander for far too long. Entering the room, he already noticed that Michiru was fast asleep. He tiptoed past her bed and slowly pulled off his clothes. He gave her a glance and a soft smile tucked on his face that quickly turned into a frown. I should have done this alone. She isn't ready to face these opponents yet. But then again, in about 3 weeks all that doesn't matter anymore, so maybe this will do her some good. He slid in bed and let his weariness consume him. Ripa and Hawk nodded at one another as they dashed towards their opponent Sis. He was wearing a red cloak and had a big battle axe in his hands, befitting of a man his size. Hawk was the first to attack. He formed a series of hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A large fireball blasted towards the unknown and helped his hands in an attempt to block it. Now Ripa. Ripa made a circular movement with his hand before drawing it back and pumping it back forward. A long narrow bolt of lightning erupted from his hand and dashed forward. SWKS saw the attack coming and removed one hand from the Katan attack and tried to block this attack as well. Ripa smirked and knew that this would turn the battle in their favor. Instead of blocking the attack, the bolt snapped straight through his hand and pierced the left side of his chest. With a roar of pain, Ethos fell to one knee. With another, but this time determined roar, he ignored the pain and used both hands to push the Katan Jutsu aside, ramming into a nearby boulder. Heavily panting, the unknown stood back up and charged Ripa, who grabbed his blades that were stabbed into the ground and met his attacker head-on. He performed an overhead, downward slash with both blades, but Ithos blocked it with his own weapon. He pirouetted, effectively pushing Ripa aside and blocking Hawk's own incoming kunai. Before the man could counter with his axe, Ripa had already planted his feet in the back of Ithos, who stumbled forward, straight into Hawk. "Come to daddy!" Hawk shouted, a triumphant smile on his face. He rammed a kunai into the throat of his seemingly unstoppable foe. With a grunt he tore open the man's throat and let the blood-soaked kunai fall into the sand. Six mouthed something as his legs started to give out. With one last grunt he swung his axe, but Hawk saw it coming and dodged it. "Nice try, big guy, but you're done. Say hello to your friends down below." Hawk walked past the dying man and stood next to Ripa. All in all, they had some minor wounds, but that was well worth the price. "You okay, Ripa?" The man with the odd accent nodded. "Nothing serious, let's go home, yes?" Hawk nudged with his head and they managed with a steady pace to leave the desert of Suna and into the forest where the temperature was noticeably different. Oridoki Ghost and Michiru Hattel walked to the stadium, surrounded by hundreds of other people, intent on watching the finals with great interest. The Jonin exam were apparently similar to that of the Chunin, but in this case they had to showcase strength. With the Chunin exam you had to show the wit and intelligence necessary for that of a Chunin. These matches would come down to a simple yet fitting brutal one-on-one fight. Everyone had the chance to become Jonin, if they showed that they had the capabilities befitting of that rank. He saw Michiru fidgeting with her nails, picking at it. Doubt and worry were clearly visible on her face. He reached for her hands and softly squeezed. She looked at him and returned the gesture. "How are you not freaking out right now?" "Who says I'm not freaking out?" Ghost entered the arena, letting Michiru go through first. Beforehand they had stashed all their weapons in 2 scrolls, whom Michiru then hid inside the sleeves of her shirt. They also knew that Chunin would be thoroughly checking for any illegal substances or weapons. After the disastrous Chunin exam that happened all those years ago, they decided not to take any chances. The downside to the security measures were the males in the detachment. Michiru merely twirled the scrolls around her sleeve, layered with a small but effective genjutsu. Along with an alluring smile, she managed to sneak the scrolls in easily, with the eyes of the Chunin still on her retreating figure. Ahem. The Chunin snapped his attention back to the next person, which just so happened to be Ghost. After Ghost was allowed through, he met up with Michiru, who discreetly handed him the scroll. Ghost took the lead and led them up a set of stairs, packed with other visitors whom were excitedly talking about the upcoming fights. Once they reached the top of the stairs, they took a left and walked back into the open air. In front of them were rows upon rows of stairs. Looking down upon the fighting pit, they could see that they were on the very top of the arena. And to make it even better, they were right next to the participation lounge, which was separated by a waist-high wall. A couple of the Chunin whom were going to be fighting soon were chatting with one another or talking to their friends, seated right next to the lounge, where the hunters were situated. Looking on the scoreboard, he could see that Sakura, Haruno, and Nyaratsuku were the first contestants that would be fighting. So, Sakura hasn't even made Jonin yet. Pitiful. When do you think they will strike? Michiru softly asked as she sat down in their designated seats. Ghost focused a small amount chakra on his eyes until they glowed red. Luckily for him, this went unnoticed as his sunglasses obscured it. He could easily make out the dark chakra that flowed around the chakra tear. It looked like the ground had broken open and tiny amounts of chakra poured in. It's close. I think that 1 or 2 chakra-induced fights will reach its breaking point. They will use a technique to tear it open. From there, the demon that comes through will latch itself to the nearest person with the biggest amount of chakra. Kamida, this is crazy. Michiru whispered, barely able to restrain her voice. Don't worry, it sounds crazier than it actually is. The hunter glanced over his shoulder to the booth the participants were in. The 2 unknowns had just walked in. 2 things. First, I have some extra tricks up my sleeves that will even the odds should one of them merge with a demon. If that happens, I want you to trust me, okay? What kind of tricks? She asked, locking her eyes with his. Just trust me, okay? She started fidgeting with her nails once more but nodded nonetheless. What's the other thing? Giving one last glance at the newly arrived duo, he turned his attention to Michiru once more. If it should look like I'm about to lose, I want you flee. Cheers and shouting erupted from the crowd as the first 2 contestants appeared down on the field. I want you to make for Tuva and warn the others, okay? Michiru looked shocked. What? We do this together. Ghost narrowed his eyes, once more grabbing her hands to stop her from fidgeting. This isn't up for debate. If I fall, then that means that you'll be next, and I doubt you would be able to stop them both. You even said so yourself. Live to fight another day, all right? Michiru wanted to argue, but he merely shook his head and stood up. Don't worry, all right? It's just a contingency. He walked towards the contestants' lounge and hopped over, walking towards Ryodora. Ma, Oridoki-san, you know that's against the rules, right? A voice behind him said. Ghost turned around and saw Kakashi standing in the corner, the shadow obscuring him for the most part. Copy-nin. I doubt you're a participant. Sakura certainly knows where to hit a guy where it hurts, the announcer shouted as he continues to highlight the fight. Neither are you, yet here you are, breaking the rules once again. I begin to suspect that you're not here for the finals. Kakashi snapped his book shut and walked over. Actually, I am. I know who you are. You're not from Amage Cure. You're the ghost that caused the Irosa massacre. Ghost sighed. And how did you find that out? It wasn't hard to figure out, really. You can change the color of your hair and wear a cloak, but you fit the description. So, what are you going to do about it? Kakashi looked at the ceiling for a couple of moments, seemingly thinking about his. Well, I was planning on detaining you, but I have a feeling you wouldn't go down quietly, so I'd most likely just kill you. Ghost quirked an eyebrow, not even in the slightest worried. Well, rest assured that I'm not here to destroy your village or kill its inhabitants. Sakura advances to the next round. Nyara is knocked out of the finals. Then, what are you here for? Will Kiba Inuzuka and Boku Tusa please come down? Your match is about to begin. Another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Ghost glanced over the shoulder and saw Michiru worriedly looking at him. He winked at her in the hopes to ease her mind. Hataki, I'm actually here to save your dash. Ghost snapped his attention to Ryodora as he suddenly strode towards the edge of the balcony. He instantly poured chakra into his eyes and noticed that the chakra tier was at its breaking point. He saw Ryodora and Sia jump over the edge, much to the surprise of the other attendants. Ghost fully twirled around and started sprinting after the 2, pushing 2 contestants roughly aside who stood in the way. Michiru, he shouted over his shoulder, not even sparing a glance. It's time. Hey! Watch it, punk. Ghost, what are you doing? Kakashi shouted after him, but to no avail. The blonde undid the knot that held his cloak together, and in one fluid motion as he vaulted over the edge while the brown cloth came loose and caught wind, momentarily floating before dropping on the ground in. Ghost used the momentum of his vault to slide at a ridiculous high speed down the wall. His Dark Hunter's outfit rippled as the wind slammed into him. Michiru looked on from above and saw her teammates sliding down with grace. He's absolutely crazy. She knew what she needed to do and sprinted across and dived into lounge, preventing Kakashi and the other Konoha shinobi from interfering. Listen up. I'm Michiru's son from the organization called the Hunters. We're here to prevent a tragedy from happening. I must implore you to wait until my partner's done. Sasuke flickered into existence next to Kakashi. What nonsense is this? I assure you, this is in the best interest of your village. Michiru glanced over the edge and down to the pit, seeing her teammate about to face off with two unknowns. As Ghost rapidly closed in on the ground, he quickly looked around and saw that Ryodora and Sia were already casually walking over, ignoring the shouts from both the fighters and Shikamaru, whom was the Jonin in charge of the finals. With only mere meters away from the ground, Ghost used his ability, Flash Step, to appear on the ground, looking only ruffled due to the wind. Glad to see you could join us, Ghost. Looking ahead, he saw both Ryodora and Sia smiling at him. If you think I'm going to allow you to merge with that beast, you're sorely mistaken. He could hear the sound of air being displaced and he saw Sia standing behind him. But before he could react to it, someone else spoke up. What do you think you're doing? This is my fight, go bother someone else. None other than Kiba growled in frustration. Whilst Kiba hadn't changed all that much, his dog certainly had. It had grown to the size of a small horse, growling its teeth at the trio. Team, for your sake flee while you can. Kiba glanced at Shikamaru and he himself was already preparing his trademark Kagemain no Jutsu. Ghost witnessed the same thing and knew that he had to take care of the Nara first. He dashed forward and before Kiba or the unknowns could intervene he had grabbed Shikamaru's arm, twisted it and then threw Shikamaru into the stands. You'll pay for that. Kiba roared as he charged the hunter. Ghost in turn glanced at the deadly duo whom paid him no mind and proceeded towards the tier. This is precious time I'm wasting. He abruptly turned to Kiba. Using Flash Step, the hunter appeared next to him and rammed his elbow against the Inuzuka's temple, who instantly smacked to the ground, shaking his head as he tried to comprehend what just happened. Ghost didn't allow him any reprieve and imitated his earlier move by grabbing Kiba and snapping the bone inside his wrist. But before he could throw Kiba into the stands, he retaliated. A claw shot up and tried to pierce his throat. Ghost jerked his head to the side and the clawed hand of Kiba snapped past his face. Enough. You're wasting my time. The former blonde roared and grabbed Kiba by the throat with his gauntlet. He started with a knee in the man's solar plexus and continued with a barrage of fists that battered his face almost beyond recognition. Ghost turned and threw the Inuzuka into the incoming hound. Pathetic. The hunter extended his hand and let out a burst of pure chakra. Chakra push. It collided with the two figures and they too got slammed into the stands. You aren't even capable of killing. Sia roared as she came charging in, her blade held high above her head. Ghost in return quickly unsheathed his own katana and met her straight on, blocking her downward swing with a horizontal block. He kicked her away and stuck his katana in the sand before weaving through a couple of hand signs. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. A series of small fireballs roared towards Ryodora, whom was forced to use Flash Step, reappearing on the top floor of the arena stands. The hunter instantly locked his eyes on the figure and mimicked his foe's ability, appearing right next to him. He grabbed the unknown by his face with his gauntlet hand, throwing him into the wall behind the audience, whom were cowering in their seat, hoping not to get caught in the crossfire. Michiru meanwhile had seen the exchange and turned her attention back to Kakashi. You need to tell your Hokage that she has to call off her ninja. Ghost can handle it. Your friend just attacked Kiba and Shikamaru. Sakura exclaimed, waving her hand towards the two downed comrades. They were about to attack him. You saw that he could easily have killed them, but he didn't. We're here purely for those two. What kind of threat do they pose to our village? Michiru hesitated. She knew that telling them the entire story wouldn't be received well. They have an ability to summon a creature that will try to slaughter anyone in its sight. What kind of creature? By now Ino and Chuji had appeared as well. Ada dashed it. She got interrupted as an explosion occurred followed by another. A demon, similar to a bijou. They looked at her with eyes of surprise and disbelief. Sasuke was the first who spoke up. You're lying, that's impossible. Michiru shook her head. She saw Umbu and Jonin everywhere setting up a position, preparing to eliminate the threat. You have to believe me. If we wanted to cause any harm to this village, we've had ample time. Her voice raised, frustration and worry started lacing visible on her face. Kakashi glanced between the trio fighting and the shinobi standing guard. He pulled his headband up, revealing his Sharingan. All right, evacuate the remaining civilians. I'll notify the Hokage. Don't engage and stand by. You can't be serious? Ino shrilled. Look at what he did to Shikamaru and Kiba. We'll deal with that afterwards, for now follow my orders. With that he shined away. Michiru unclasped her cloak as well, letting out a small sigh of relief. At least that's dealt with. Now time to help Ghost. She ignored the tremble of fear and dashed forward. Ryodora saw her coming and smirked. He dodged Ghost's high sweep and grabbed his wrist, flipping the hunter over his shoulder and down the arena wall towards the pit. He instantly saw that the newcomer changed her direction in an attempt to intercept her ally. Sia, kill her now. Sia nodded and dashed toward Michiru, who didn't notice the new threat behind her. As Ghost was free-falling, he managed to catch a glimpse of Sia before she disappeared. She's going for Michiru. He grabbed ninja wire, with a kunai attached to it, and threw it toward the blonde, chakra enhancing the throw. Michiru saw the kunai swiftly wrapping around her wrist. What the? The moment the wire had finished its spin, Ghost gave it a hard pull, dragging her with him down the wall. A mere second later Sia blurred into existence and rammed the tip of her katana in nothing but concrete. Ryodora growled in annoyance and jumped after the free-falling hunter and quickly closed the distance before planting both his feet into his opponent's chest. Ghost grunted and tried to grab the leg but missed and could do little else as he was slammed into the ground. Sand sprang into the air as a small crater was formed by the impact. Ryodora landed next to the crater. You really should just give up, Ghost. Michiru slid down the side of the wall and sprinted over. Ghost! As the dust slowly settled, Ghost came walking out. His outfit was ruined in multiple places. His entire left sleeve was in tatters. That hurt. Sia appeared next to her companion. He still lives. Not for long. The male unknown dashed forward, closely followed by Sia. Ghost grabbed Michiru and pulled her close. Hold on tight. He stepped forward and disappeared, reappearing beside Kakashi Hatake. He was standing in a VIP booth that was exclusively used for the Kages. Glancing to his right, he could see two Kages sitting, with their guards standing at the ready. The first one was a gorgeous redhead. The Mizukage. The other one was someone he had once considered family. The Godame Hokage, Tsunade. He narrowed his eyes, holding back a sneer. What's going on here? One of the guards shouted. Ghost walked to the edge and stepped atop the railing. He turned to Michiru, ignoring the guards or Tsunade for that matter. Stay here, and remember what I said, all right? But me help. I can fight. She stepped forward, letting the ninja wire fall to the ground. I'm a hunter too. You are, but you're scared, and I can't babysit you and fight them. Help me by keeping those Konoha dogs out of the fight. He let himself topple over the edge, falling into the pit for a second time. Michiru bit her lip as she watched him fall. She turned back to the Kages. You heard my companion, leave the fight to him. I don't take orders from snot-nosed brats. Tsunade stood up from her seat and let her gaze lock with Ghost's falling figure. She agreed with Kakashi though, as long as her shinobi provided a perimeter and making sure no civilians would caught in the crossfire, why not let them fight it out? Whoever remained standing at the end would be dealt with then. Kakashi, set up a four-pronged barrier and make sure that all the civilians are evacuated. Ghost landed in the pit once more and dashed forward. he noticed that Ryodora was beginning the ritual to call the creature into their world. His katana was still laying at the top floor of the arena, so instead he grabbed 2 kunai, 1 in each hand. Sia intercepted the hunter and swung her blade, only to be blocked by a crossguard. You really don't know when to roll over and die, do you? Ghost pushed her off balance and swung one of kunai, slashing her across the face. Using the opportunity, he threw one of the kunai towards Ryodora, but got blocked by the katana of Sia. She had thrown her weapon to deflect his projectile. The dark-haired woman swung her fist and connected it with Ghost's jaw, who managed to block the follow-up attack and retaliated by trying to stick his kunai in her ribcage. The woman quickly backflipped and held out her hand, letting forth a steady stream of fire. The hunter was aware that unknowns didn't need hand signs to mold chakra and instead built chakra inside their chakra coils. The upside of this was that it could be anticipated due to its slower pace, whereas a proficient shinobi could perform jutsus faster. Chakra push. Ghost roared as his attack slammed against hers, and for a moment it seemed even, but it didn't take long for the hunter to gain the upper hand and Sia got the full brunt of it slammed into her. His attack wasn't deadly, but it was perfect for creating an opening or stopping a barrage of attacks. Creating another set of hand signs, he quickly formed the trademark jutsu that the Uchiha were known for. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. The attack hit the unknown, blasting her away and out of the fight. Michiru looked from the balcony and had to restrain a cheer as she saw Sia being launched into the air. Ghost is doing great. The victory was short-lived as a burst of red chakra shot into the air and seemingly froze, engulfing the remaining unknown. Ghost widened his eyes in surprise and quickly dashed forward, his gauntlet already outstretched. Gotta stop him. A whip of red chakra emerged from the sphere of red chakra and grabbed him by the leg, crashing him through the wall of the arena and out the other side, into the village. Our dance was certainly entertaining, Ghost. But I've had enough. The red chakra died down and Ryodora appeared. Both his arms were transformed into something gruesome. Holy shit! Did you see that? Ino screeched, slipping an arm around Shikamaru in worry. It seemed that those two were right after all, Sakura responded as she looked down at the hole where the ghost got rammed through. We gotta do something. You heard the Hokage's orders, we have to maintain a perimeter. Shikamaru said between clenched teeth. His arm was wrapped tightly and strapped to his chest, minimizing any movement. It however did little to alleviate the pain that was already present. Meanwhile, Michiru was dashing across the rooftops of the buildings in search for Ghost, Kakashi alongside her. There. He pointed at the rubble where various villagers were looking. Michiru jumped off the roof and came to a skidding halt in front of the masses. She started pushing rubble aside until she found a tuft of brown hair. Ghost! Kakashi joined in and removed the majority of the rubble. Ma, when you said you would take care of it, I was hoping that the destruction of property would be maintained to a minimum. Michiru pulled the unconscious figure of Ghost from the building and set him down against the broken wall. Come on, you got to wake up. Erupted from deep down his throat before a series of coughs brought the brown-haired hunter back to the land of the living. Sake? Michiru's sweat dropped. Really? That's the first thing you say after you got blasted through a set of walls. The Konohanin turned rogue rolled his head from one side to the other. I take it he's merged? He tried to stand up, supported by Michiru. She nodded. Yet he's too strong for you alone, let me help you. Ghost looked down at his outfit. What remained of his left sleeve was now completely gone. The upper part of his outfit was mostly destroyed, revealing a tattered black shirt underneath, and his glasses were gone. His face mask was the only piece of clothing left that remained relatively intact. I got a trick left up my sleeve, I got this. He patted her on the shoulder and walked away, slightly wobbling but regaining his composure. Let me help you, Ghost. Ghost clenched his teeth and started focusing chakra in his lower left arm. I said I got this. Dark chakra started swirling around his arm. With one last grunt, the chakra got Esigidi into this lower arm and turned into a horrifying monstrous claw. Michiru and the onlookers stumbled back. You're one of them? She fearfully asked, looking from his arm to his glowing red eyes. Ghost shook his head as he looked down at his arm. Not even remotely. They're not the only ones who can merge with a demon. Stay back, this fight will be over soon. He disappeared in a flash step, leaving behind a bewildered Michiru and an even more so surprised Kakashi. Tsunade grew tired of waiting and stood up. So far the man in the middle of the arena had done nothing, save the testing of his new abilities. All right, Senden dashed. She stopped mid-sentence when Ghost reappeared in the arena. Ryodora slowly turned around and narrowed his eyes as he saw the change of appearance. You are a hypocrite, Hunter Ghost. You've done the very thing you try to prevent us from obtaining. Ghost tilted his head, seemingly in thought. Not even close. This was forced upon me. You're going to destroy the shinobi world if we don't stop your kind. Ghost snapped his head to the left and saw Sia stumbling back onto the ring. Michiru, come here. Michiru, whom was standing at the edge of the pit, next to Kakashi, darted forward. What do you need me to do? She still had doubt, but she had known Ghost for years now. I have to trust him, for now. Kill her. He pointed his claw towards Sia, whom by now had managed to catch her breath. Michiru hesitated but nodded. I won't let you down. Ghost returned the nod and without uttering another word he vanished and popped back up next to Ryodora. He slashes wildly with his claw but was met with no resistance. Following the red chakra he saw the path Ryodora had taken. He's going for Michiru. He instantly followed his foe and appeared in front of him, blocking the strike meant for Michiru. The blonde hunter in turn didn't even bat an eye as she slammed the palm of her hand underneath the chin of Sia. Ghost twirled around and tried to strike his opponent in the side but was once more blocked. He quickly followed up with a quick and held out his hand. Chakra push. Ryodora dashed to the side and countered with an electric discharge that quickly shot to the former blonde. Once more turned to his go-to-escape maneuver, he quickly used Flash Step to gain some distance. To say that these unknown were an upgrade to the scouts was a slight understatement. I think you could use this. Ghost turned around and saw Kakashi holding his katana. He bit his tongue, refraining himself to insult the man in front of him. Instead he grasped the katana and gave the man a nod. Stay out of the way. The hunter could hear air being displaced behind him and saw Ryodora dashing towards him. He spun around and hurled his katana like a spear towards the unknown, impaling him and slamming him into the wall, with the katana holding him in place. Sia gasped as she saw her teammate hanging there and roared in anger. Michiru knew she had the upper hand in her fight and victory seemed imminent. The blonde continued to exchange blows, slow but methodical as she had the entire fight. She changed things up and gave a low sweep, letting Sia stumble to the ground. She followed up by slamming her fist into the stomach of the unknown. A retaliatory kick gave Sia some breathing room and used it to stand back up, holding her stomach with one hand. UFN Beach. You think just because you've got control of the match that victory is in your grasp? When the others arrive you'll be put down like the mongrels you are. Just like Mirarka, or Sylar, or all the others before that. Michiru held out one hand, while gripping her wrist with the other. She decided upon using a trick that Rome had taught her not so long ago. Tipora, she shouted. A thin beam erupted from the palm of her hand and shot straight towards her foe at an incredibly high speed. Sia widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting an attack of that speed. She dove out of the way but only succeeded partially. The beam tore through her side and exited out of her back, slamming into the wall. Not wasting her opportunity, the hunter immediately dashed forward. She quickly reached for two kunai and grasped them tightly. Sia held up her own hands and a wave of flames flew towards Michiru. She slid to the ground and effectively dodged the attack. Skidding underneath it, she could feel the heat scorch the back of her hand. It's over. Her slide caused her to ram straight into the unknown and with one fluid motion planted both her kunai inside Sia's chest. Sia grasped her by the collar of her outfit. Go F yourself. With the last of her energy she planted her free hand in front of Michiru's chest. The blonde in return tried to wiggle free but noticed that the woman in front of her still had a surprisingly strong grip. Before she had time to prepare, an explosion of flames erupted from Sia's hand, blowing Michiru away. With a smirk, Sia passed away. The attractive blonde groaned as she slowly sat up, wincing in pain as she looked at her chest. Her outfit was still smoldering and a hole in her outer robe showed the shirt underneath. That was close. That certainly could have ended a lot worse. Kakashi stood in front of her with his hand held out. She accepted his offer and he helped her back up. Arigato, Hataki-san. Kakashi gave her an eye smile before looking at Ghost, who was eyeing the body hanging on the wall. It looks like your job is finished. The moment he said those words, did the eyes of Ryodora snap open. Ghost groaned and dashed forward, already forming a set of hand signs. Ryodora grabbed the katana and pulled it out, freeing himself. I think this is yours. He proceeded to throw the katana right back at Ghost in the same fashion he earlier had. Halting his hand signs, he intercepted the blade with his claw, preventing the tip of the katana from piercing his chest. He was about to counter when he already saw Ryodora charging in, feet first. You stab me, I stab you. It's as simple as that. Ryodora roared as he rammed his feet against the handle of the katana, forcefully slamming it through the hunter's chest. Ghost silently gasped, not expecting the unorthodox attack. He fell to the ground with a thud. A large pool of blood slowly started seeping onto the ground, the sand absorbing a portion of it. Michiru screamed his name in distraught as she ran over, her hands shaking and her eyes locked on the unmoving body of Ghost. Kakashi watched the entire scene unfold and instantly turned his attention to the white-haired Sannin, who popped up the moment the hunter went down. We have to finish the job. Jiraiya's face was grim and his eyes were narrowed. We end this before anyone else gets hurt. With those words uttered, Kakashi and Jiraiya dashed forward, with Ryodora doing the same. They clashed in the middle with the unknown striking first, giving Kakashi an uppercut followed by a kick. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his face, wincing in pain as the wound in his chest protested. Jiraiya slammed into him with a Rasengan, but his foe firmly held his ground. A red sphere, not completely unlike that of a Jiraiya's Rasengan, got blasted from his hand and hit the Sannin in the chest, tumbling backwards. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Kakashi came bursting from the ground, a kunai aimed for the throat of Ryodora. He merely grabbed the incoming wrist and retaliated by slamming his sharpened claw inside the chest of the Kapinin. But instead of blood flowing freely, the body turned blue. What the? The body became distorted and suddenly electrocuted the unknown, who shouted out in pain. Kakashi wasn't done, however, and came charging in with his trademark jutsu. Chidori! He swung his hand forward, intent on piercing the man's body. Ryodora twitched in pain but was otherwise still okay. He dodged the attack and created another red sphere, blasting it into Kakashi, who puffed into a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya now came swinging in, but this time the man had opted for a grander approach. Holding his hand above him, he rammed the humongous Rasengan into the unknown, who didn't have time to dodge and got brought to his knees, trying to push the massive attack back. With an inhuman roar, the red-robed man started pushing back against Jiraiya's attack. As all this was happening, Michiru was crouched next to Ghost, hovering over him as she fearfully looked if he was still alive. His clawed hand had reverted back the moment he lost consciousness. A figure came running up and she noticed her immediately as Sakura, closely followed by other Konoha shinobi. Checking for a pulse, she sighed in immense relief when she found it. The blonde started to take in the damage done by the pierced blade. Let me help you, Sakura said as she crouched down opposite from her. We need to remove the blade first, Michiru said as she grabbed the handle. The moment I do, you need to stop the bleeding, all right? Sakura nodded. I'm trained by Tsunade of the Sannin. I know a thing or two about medical ninjutsu. Are you Ari-J? Just pull the FING thing out already. Ghost muttered as his eyes slowly opened, once more showing the bright blue color. Ghost, you need to stay still. You've lost a lot of blood. Just do it already. Ghost groaned as a sharp pain shot through his body. Michiru nodded and looked at Sakura, whose hands were glowing bright green. With a small grunt, she pulled the blade out, blood oozing out of the wound. The brown-haired hunter significantly paled and grit his teeth as the pain increased. Sakura started applying her jutsu and slowly the bleeding stopped and the wound grew smaller. After a couple of moments more she stopped. Alright, bandage the wound and remain still. It's very important. How about you stay quiet? I can't even hear myself think, Oridoki growled as he watched Michiru bandage him. Good job with taking care of Sia. Michiru nodded and smiled at him. You scared me. I thought Ryodora had killed you. He's gotta try a lot harder than that. He replied with a smirk. He saw that Michiru was done and tried to stand up. Baka, you need to stay down, Sakura said as she pushed him back down. What I need is for you to stop touching me and let me finish my job. Kakashi and Jiraiya are already doing that. The guy's finished, Sasuke said as he stepped beside Sakura. You could be a lot nicer, you know. She just saved your life. Ino joined in. 7 years had certainly matured the girl, at least physically. Her hair was roughly the same, but she wore a purple outfit with bandages strapped around her lower legs and arms. Ghost could easily imagine her being the cause for many heartbreaks within Konoha. Would have lived just fine. No, you wouldn't. You'd be dead. Sakura butted in. Before he could respond, Michiru butted in. Take it easy, Ghost. Do it for me, all right? Fine. He grunted and watched as Kakashi and Jiraiya's impeccable teamwork was pushing the already weakened unknown to its limit. Ryodora was gaining ground and Jiraiya knew that if the man kept the pressure up, he had no choice but to destabilize the jutsu. He also knew that Kakashi was waiting for his opportunity. It's done. Surrender now, Kakashi ordered as he appeared behind the man, a kunai poised against his throat. Jiraiya dispelled the jutsu and strode over. Stand down and we'll let you live. Ryodora knew that any sudden movement would result with the kunai being plunged in his throat. He held his hands up in surrender. I surrender. All right, let's clean this mess up, get Umbu in here and dashed on. Jiraiya started but trailed off when he saw Ghost walking over. Oridoki-san, you're still alive, Kakashi said, but Ghost ignored him and grabbed Ryodora by his throat, the metal edges of the gauntlet digging into his skin. How much men are on the way? How big is your fleet? What is your purpose behind your crusade? Ghost barked questions at the man who only smirked at him. What are you talking about? There isn't an army, it was only me and a couple of other individuals. Tell me now. I honestly haven't gotten the slightest of clues. Ryodora mocked and chuckled. Ghost sneered and before anyone could stop him, he reached for a kunai and rammed it in the side of the man's head. There's your effing clue. Chaos erupted. Kakashi and the other nearby shinobi got into an offensive stance. You've gone too far now. He surrendered. Ghost merely sneered at him as well. You don't even know what kind of man he was. I did you tree huggers a favor. Tsunade dropped to the ground, followed by the Mizukichi. You scared my civilians and sent them into a frenzy and you injured my shinobi along with severe damage to various buildings here in the village. I was willing to let it slide because it seemed you did it to protect this village. But then you decide to murder an unarmed prisoner. Umbu, take this man and his partner to interrogation. Umbu dropped all around Ghost and Michiru. Ghost merely smirked at her before turning to Michiru. Michiru, he appeared next to her. Ready to go? Michiru looked unsure. Are you sure you want to leave in your current state? Oridoki wrapped his hand around her waist and pulled her close. I'll live. He let his eyes dart around, locking eyes with each of his old friends. He gave a two-fingered salute. Do try to keep up. And with that he exhaled deeply before taking a step forward, disappearing and leaving behind a trail of sand blowing upwards. Jiraiya looked down at the body of Ryodora. Somehow his claw had stayed despite his death. Ghosts disappeared the moment he got knocked out. Put their organization at the top of our list. And update Ghost's profile in the bingo book. I want him A-ranked from now on. Tsunade barked orders as she pointed at Kakashi. Of course, Hokage-sama. Ghost and Michiru came to stumbling halt in the middle of the forest, both trying to remain upright. My God, Ghost. That trick of yours is incredibly uncomfortable. Michiru muttered as she rubbed her chest absently, where the attack had hit her. Ghost groaned and steadied himself. Yeah, that is the downside, but you get used to it eventually. Mitsuru looked back to where she presumably thought the direction of the village was. That was one heck of a fight. Ghost grinned at her but quickly turned into a grimace. Yeah, it was a good one, all right. The blonde turned back to her partner. Let me take a look at your dressing. She lifted his shirt and noticed it was dark red. You really need to slow it down, Ghost. Sit down, let me take a look at it. Ghost merely nodded. Exhaustion started to creep in. Not only physically, but mentally as well. The reunion with his old friends had been nothing, if not taxing. Despite the fact that they were a severe nuisance, he kept his focus on the task at hand and had completed it, even if he needed help in the end. 2 unknowns, with one being merged as well. We got lucky. He watched silently as Mitsuru slowly pulled off his bandages and replaced it with new ones. He glanced down at his wound before letting out a grimace. I can't believe he threw my own blade at me. Mitsuru chuckled. Well, in all fairness, you did throw it first. You realize you got kunai and shuriken for that, right? Ghost shrugged, which resulted in a hiss. It worked, so I guess I can't complain. Mitsuru tied the dressing off and lowered his shirt. Her eyes wandered to the rest of his chest, which had a small amount of scars blemishing his otherwise smooth and toned upper body. With a shake of her head, she slowly stood up and held out her hand to help him up. Ghost hesitated but decided he could do it himself and stood up. All right, let's get going. I don't have the energy for another flash step, so we have to do it the old-fashioned way. I think I prefer that, so a win-win for me. She raised an eyebrow, having trouble understanding why he behaved as he did. You don't have to everything by yourself, you know that, right? Ghost purposefully avoided her gaze and instead looked at their route ahead. I don't need any help. Everyone needs help from time to time, Ghost. There's nothing wrong with that. Needing help is a weakness I don't need. Let's go. And with that he had ended the conversation. He hopped onto the nearest branch and started picking up speed. She looked at his retreating back, unsure what had caused his lone wolf attitude. They traversed through High no Kuni at a relative comfortable pace, lacking a reason to make haste. For the most part they kept to themselves, with Ghost letting his mind wander to the events that had taken last couple of days. Considering all that had happened, he had to say that it could have ended a lot worse. I didn't kill any of them Konoha dogs. That I guess that's a win? The downside was that it had been messing with his head. Because despite all that they had done to him, they used to be his friends at one point. It wasn't easy to downplay that. Not that it was that hard either. I did what Mayu wanted to do and I can finally close that chapter. He looked at the setting sun and looked at Mitsuru. Want to call it a day and set up camp? Mitsuru snapped out of her thoughts. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Ghost hopped down and landed in a small clearing. He reached for the scroll containing a reserve sleeping bag along with some spare food, an extra set of clothing and a spare backpack. I guess it's a good thing we decided on bringing extras. Mitsuru grinned at him. Well, I kind of expected we would be leaving Konoha with them snapping their teeth at us. Ghost nodded. I never really thought to bring our backpacks with us into the arena. But then again, that could have raised some serious questions. Mitsuru started preparing some food while Ghost scouted around, making sure they weren't followed. She had to admit that she was happy with her first fight against an Unown. Sure, Sia had been weakened beforehand, but she hadn't been dead weight. I honestly didn't expect Konoha to listen to me. I thought they would jump after Ghost. She heard footsteps approaching and saw Ghost approaching, still wearing his ragged outfit. How about you eat some food and change into some new clothes? Ghost looked down at his outfit and chuckled. Yeah, I should definitely clean up. Let me do that first. Keep the food hot, okay? He then tore off his damaged outfit and threw it on a pile on the ground. Mitsuru focused her attention on the food and gave her teammate some privacy. Mitsuru, wake up. Ghost hissed as he shook her. What's going on? She sleepily mumbled, rubbing her eyes trying to wake up. Hunternin are closing in and fast. Ghost said, causing the blonde to instantly snap awake. How long until they get here? She whispered, stuffing everything into her backpack. Give or take a minute. I had set up flares on the outer perimeter. But they'll be alerted as well. Mitsuru understood what he meant. Flares worked both ways. Neither of them were sensory types, so they had to use with the means available to them. We're probably screwed either way, but let's hide and hope for the best. Ghost quickly led her to a bush that had a fallen tree trunk beside it. Shortly after they had concealed themselves, a small group of 3 hunternin landed in the clearing. Ghost glanced at Michiru, whom in return looked anxiously at her teammate as well. You can stand up now. We know you're hiding behind the tree trunk. A monotone voice spoke. Crap. Ghost muttered and stood up. He looked at the hunternin and walked over, Michiru close behind. You're wanted by Kanahagakure for crimes committed. We are ordered to apprehend and take you back to the village. Do you comply? Ghost rubbed his face in frustration. Are we seriously going to do this? We just saved your FING village. Another hunternin stepped forward, this time a female. You mutilated one of our own. Be happy we even take this approach in the first place. Ghost rolled his shoulder to see if his wound would hold together if it came to a fight. The stabbing pain was the answer to his question. They're still alive, aren't they? They should have stayed out. Please decline our offer so I can tear you apart. She growled. She must be an Inuzuka, she's too emotional. He turned his focus to the hunternin whom had spoken first. How did you know we were behind the tree? The man held out his hand and a lone bug flew out from underneath sleeve. Someone from the Aburame clan. How convenient for you. Ghost drawled before slipping his hand into his pouch. I take it you're refusing our offer? Obviously. Your other friends can come out now. Can't we come to an agreement? Michiru interrupted as she stepped between Ghost and the group. 3 more hunternin dropped from the trees. Last warning. We are ordered to take you alive if possible. But I honestly don't care if you don't surrender. A newcomer added in. Ghost got into an aggressive stance and Michiru followed suit. Michiru, you take the 2 on the left, I'll take the rest. She nodded and struck first, planting her left feet against the skull of her first target, snapping him away and through a tree. Ghost dashed forward, throwing a kunai at their feet, an exploding tag attached to it. He used the chaos of the explosion to appear behind the Inuzuka and grabbed her by the back of her head, slamming it into a boulder to her left and finished with burst of chakra erupting from his hand that hit her point-blank range, crashing her into a teammate. Ghost was forced to dodge when a large beast came barging and tried to rip his leg off. How could I forget about the Inuzuka's mongrel? He used the same attack again. Chakra push. The dog got blasted after its owner. He noticed the Aburame and he wasn't too worried about him. He knew that his attacks were chakra-based, and while his chakra reserves had severely diminished due to the events that had happened years ago, it had still left him with bigger than large reserves. He looked at Michiru's fight and she was doing all right on her own. He knew she was a Jonin-ranked shinobi in her own right. But she excelled at medical ninjutsu for the most part. She had an adequate amount of chakra reserves herself, and she often combined that with her chakra-based attacks that originated from her home country, Mirarka. The young hunter snapped his attention back to his opponents and noticed that 3 out of the 4 hunters had grouped up and were using a tight pack tactic. Perfect. His hands flurried about, creating a short string of hand seals. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. A volley of medium-sized fireballs were soaring towards the hunternin. The back of his mind screamed for him to jump out of the way and he abruptly jerked to the side, letting his attacker fly past, but not before slashing his kunai towards his exposed side. Ghost grimaced in pain, before flickering towards the hunternin whom had created some more distance. Oh, you'll be wishing you hadn't done that. Ghost's hands flew upwards and his fingers intertwined behind the head of the Konoha shinobi. He pulled the man down and kneed him in the face. The mask of the hunternin got destroyed in one blow, revealing the face of Shino Aburame. The once wild-haired youngster had opted for a hairstyle that was much shorter. He lacked any sunglasses, but that was likely due to his affiliation to the hunternin corps. But Ghost didn't care if it was Shino or not. Once more clasping a hand behind the back of the hunter's head, he pulled him close, and with his other hand he rammed the kunai into the stomach of the Aburame with a sneer adorning his face, watching his former friend drop to the ground. Looking up, he noticed that 2 of his opponents were grouping up against Michiru. He also saw the Inuzuka girl once more charging at him with complete disregard of her unguarded posture. The dog was lagging behind and he decided he would strike first, He used Flash Step and grabbed her by the throat, using his armored hand. His claws digging into her skin before returning to his old spot, using the same technique. This is over. He gave a sharp whistle, causing all the shinobi in the clearing to give him their full attention. Glad you're paying attention, he shouted, squeezing harder. Having noticed the dog inching closer to his blind side, the beast backed off. This is your only warning. Leave now. I could have killed your team leader here, but I stayed my hand. The hunter-nin glanced at one another and hesitated, causing the former blonde to lose his patience. I won't tell you again, he shouted in anger. They reluctantly agreed. Please let us take our comrades home, so we can give them medical attention. Ghost stepped away from Shino and lowered the Inuzuka back to the ground, releasing the hold he had on her. The moment Shino is home, I'm going to hunt you down. She snarled at him, her beast mimicking his owner. Ghost smiled at her, placing a hand on her shoulder. No, you won't. He then slammed his feet into her lower leg, snapping the bone inside. The Inuzuka howled as she fell to the ground. Her beast instantly charged him and he slammed the dog into the ground. The remaining hunter-nin remained passive and obliged to Ghost's request. We'll remember this, Oridoki Ghost. Ghost turned his smile into a smirk. You're pathetic, he turned to Michiru and beckoned. Let's go. They won't bother us anymore. Michiru walked over and looked down at the woman twitching in pain on the ground. I'd listen to my teammate if I were you. Ghost nodded at her and dashed away, with Michiru following in his footsteps. Michiru turned to Ghost. Was that really necessary? Of course it was. You were being surrounded by 4 of them. The alternative was me killing them both and then turning my focus on your opponents. Still, you were ruthless, she softly spoke. We are shinobi, it's our job to be ruthless. Ghost harshly answered. I'm not a shinobi. I'm a centurion, she corrected. Centurions are protectors of all innocence. She recited from an old book she had been given by Rome. Wake up. There aren't any centurions left. You and a couple of other hunters are the only ones remaining. Mirarka is gone, he sighed and looked away, softening slightly. Look, this isn't your homeland. This is an entirely different world and you need to adjust to it. Michiru looked away. You shinobi need to show more compassion. Most of us do, they only forget what they are supposed to be. Maybe you should too, she said as she hopped onto a higher branch. When I met you, you weren't like this. We all have to grow up at some point. Ghost responded, glancing down at his gauntlet. They continued their trek towards Kawa no Kuni. They were almost crossing the border, and that would mean that, officially, they would no longer be hunted by Konoha's hunter division. Not that it mattered all that much. He could handle them without too much trouble. Do you think the others won their fights? Ghost seemed to mull that over. It all depends. We fought 2 of them, I don't think they did that with all the other villages. I think that our 2 opponents were in sync with one another and that's the reason why. Our opponent also got merged, the others might have had more luck with that. Yeah, you're right. They should be all right. Ghost nodded before pointing ahead. There's the border. Let's use flash steps so we don't run into any more trouble. Michiru looked apprehensive. Are you sure you can handle that? Ghost grinned. You just don't want to use flash step. Michiru merely pouted but stopped alongside Ghost and grabbed his arm. Fine. But if you start bleeding again, you can do it yourself. Before the 2 could prepare their method of travel, Ghost and Michiru both tensed up and instantly lowered themselves into a defensive stance. Moments later, 2 figures landed in the clearing, in front of the hunters. Oridoki eased slightly as he recognized the newcomers. Itachi Uchiha. Ghost softly spoke, nodding at the man before turning to his partner. Hey brat. Covering up the gray hair already? The second man spoke. He had blue skin and a fish-like face. His teeth were sharpened, ready to bite. He had a humongous blade wrapped in bandages strapped to his back. Kisame Hashigake. Ghost said neutrally, giving the man a nod as well. What are you 2 doing here? We heard of hunters striking inside the major villages. We went to investigate. Itachi answered, his eyes darting to Michiru. It were 2 unknowns. One merged with a demon, Ghost answered before glancing over their shoulders. We should probably head out. I'm not in the mood for prying third parties. We need you to come with us. Itachi interjected, turning sideways. Ghost quirked an eyebrow. I'm definitely not interested. It wasn't a request, brat. Things have changed. We need to talk. Itachi's piercing eyes locked with Ghost's. Leader Sama wants to meet you. Ghost narrowed his eyes. If your leader is still in search for the bijou, he's going to be very disappointed. Our search for the bijou has halted for now. We know of your situation. Itachi glanced down to Ghost's gauntlet. The hunter looked at his partner. Michiru, you need to head back to Tuva on your own. Can you manage that? The invasion is in 2 weeks. You can't leave now. She exclaimed, worried he would abandon their cause. Don't worry, I'll be back long before that. Didn't I tell you to trust me? She hesitated and glanced down at his arm. I do trust you, despite that, pointing at his lower arm. Ghost raised his arm that was encased by the gauntlet. When I come back I'll tell you all about it. I'm not one of them, it's a rather unique story. She remained unsure but nodded regardless. Well, right. But you have to answer my questions when you get back, mister. Her teammate smiled at her and nodded. I'll tell the others as well. But for now, keep it to yourself, okay? Are you two lovebirds done? We've got other shit to do. You're still as annoying as ever, Ghost said, trying to ignore Michiru's slightly flustered face. Itachi turned to the blonde girl. I've put a high genjutsu over the border patrol. You'll be able to cross without any trouble. How far is it to your base? Asked Ghost as he reached for his backpack and started rummaging through it. Less than a day. Ghost grabbed his remaining water and food rations and handed it to Michiru. I'll have no use for it. Take it at a comfortable pace, okay? You've got plenty of time. She nodded. Thank you, Ordekin, she joked, adding in a wink for good measure. Ghost raised an eyebrow. I guess it fits, huh? She stuffed the packages in her backpack. I'll see you soon, okay? Ghost turned to the Akatsuki agents. All right, let's get this going. The three dashed off towards the northern part of Hai no Kuni. Tsunade walked out the door headed to her home. In her mind she was mulling over the events of the past days. She had yet to approve of Sasuke's admission into Umbu, but she had little reason not to. She may have hated the Uchiha in the past, but he had proven his worth a dozen times over. It seemed that the boy had learned from his past mistakes. Whether it was true what the Uchiha had said back then still remained a mystery. Flashback years earlier. Tsunade sat behind her desk, her finger interlocked and used as support for her head to rest on. Sasuke Uchiha, what do you have to say about your actions of the past 2 weeks? The Sharingan user stood silently, not moving an inch. To his left stood Kakashi Hatake. I needed to get stronger. Konoha doesn't care anymore that Itachi murdered my entire clan. Are you that naive, brat? We've just suffered massive casualties to our experienced Jonin. Priorities have to be made. Itachi isn't on that list. He hasn't been a threat ever since he left. Once our ranks are filled up again, will we resume our hunt for the traitor? And what of Naruto? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She hadn't forgotten how much influence the boy had in regards to Naruto's punishment that ultimately led to his betrayal. That's none of your concern. Why did he betray the village? Sasuke continued, ignoring the Hokage's words. He betrayed the village because they were going to put a chakra seal on him, Sasuke. Kakashi answered softly. Did he leave because of me? Sasuke looked up at Kakashi, a mixture of emotions visible on his face. You were a part of it, but this was a long time coming. Kakashi muttered, locking eyes with Tsunade, who merely nodded. She hadn't been there when Naruto received the majority of the hate. But it had lingered on the boy, and being a ninja meant everything to the brat. This is not the reason you're here. You were betraying the village. Give me one reason why I shouldn't lock you up for the rest of your life. I was abandoning the village. But it was merely one step of my plan. I was going to use Orochimaru to gain the strength I need. That snake was planning on taking your body. You were nothing to him. And you don't think I wasn't aware of that? Sasuke snapped. I was going to use him. After he had served his purpose, I would have ended him. And you think you would be a match for a Sannin? The arrogance. Tsunade snapped right back. It's arrogance to think you can't be defeated. I'm not talking about mere months, I'm talking about years. Tsunade glared at the boy before turning her attention to Kakashi. You think he can still be of worth to Konoha? Kakashi in turn looked at his student. I think he will be. He'll have to lose that Uchiha superiority. But I have some ways to fix that. Sasuke wanted to open his mouth in protest but refrained once he saw his sensei look at him. Listen to me very carefully, Uchiha. If you ever betray this village again, I'll go after you myself. I'll break every bone in your body until you're forced to live out the remainder of your days in a chair. Understood? Sasuke looked at her with something akin to fear and nodded. Glad we've come to this understanding. Sasuke turned to leave but was forced back by Kakashi just as fast. You didn't really think we'd let you get off that easily, right? The Jonin asked, smiling at the boy. Tsunade smirked evilly at Sasuke and nodded at Kakashi. I think this punishment is appropriate for you. Kakashi reached for Sasuke's headband and tore it off, laying it on the desk of Tsunade. You're being sent back to the academy. A 6-month remedial education should go a long way. You can't be serious? Sasuke shouted indignantly. We're deadly serious. Your alternative is execution or a chakra seal, choose your pick, brat. A disgruntled Sasuke looked at his headband in anger and disappointment but deflated in defeat. All right. Get out of my sight. Tsunade turned to Kakashi. You stay. Sasuke silently left, leaving Kakashi and Tsunade alone in her room. Kakashi, did you find the kid? Tsunade asked him, turning her back to the man. Kakashi looked away in shame. No. Tsunade's shoulders visibly slumped. With a quivering sigh she turned around. I want all the squads to hold their positions and wait for new assignments. The rookies won't like that. Kakashi softly spoke. Nor did he. It felt like he had failed the blonde, that all of this was his fault. Tsunade walked past him towards the door. The Kopinin could easily see the heavy emotions that lay just below the surface. I don't care. We've wasted enough time and resources on this. We need to show that we haven't grown weak. I want all Jonin to pick up the slack until we've increased the number of Jonin and Chunin. Of course, Hokage-sama. With a bow, Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke. And flashback. She opened the door and entered her house, closing it slowly behind her. She lobbed the keys on the small table that stood in the hall and walked into her living room. It had been 7 years since she'd last seen Naruto. There had been sightings of him near Kumogakure, but he had dropped off the grid after that. Walking through the cabinet, she poured herself a drink and slid down on the couch. Throughout the years there had been whispers, of which Kakashi had always been eagerly interested in pursuing. But it never worked. Despite it all, she still firmly believed the boy was still alive and hoped that one day he would return. Perhaps it was time to send Jiraiya back out, see what he could find out about the kid. You got to come back to us, Naruto. Sasuke leaned over the ledge of the bridge as he peered down at the water. The fight that had happened in the arena and the following news that had reached their ears had certainly put things in perspective. I mean, 6 of our best hunter-nin against 2 of them, and they come back looking like that. Damn. Choji said as he had his back against the side of the bridge, chatting with Shikamaru. That girl was holding her own against 2 of them. Oridoki took 4 on and beat them with ease. Sasuke muttered as he listened to the conversation with one ear. When I get my hands on the guy, I'll rip him apart. A bandaged Kiba growled. Troublesome Inuzuka. That's how your sister ended up in the first place. She wanted to pay him back for what he did to you. How's Shino? A soft voice asked. Sasuke turned around and saw Hinata Hyuga approaching. She had grown from a shy, timid girl to a confident and gorgeous kunoichi. She was a vocal supporter of the branch family and often spoke against her father. Despite this, she had garnered a lot of respect from the main family, save the elders. She wore a light purple form-fitting dress that went to just below her waist, splitting apart at her thighs. From there she wore tight-fitting black shorts that stopped just above her knees. She didn't have anything covering her arms, except for the headband strapped around the upper side of her left arm. He's stable, but still in critical condition. He lost a lot of blood. If they hadn't brought him back when they did, he most likely would have died. Sakura said as she joined in the conversation, placing herself next to Sasuke. I'm glad to hear that. I guess it's the only positive thing to come out of the whole situation. She answered before turning to Kiba. Kiba-kun, how are you doing? I'm fine. People need to stop fretting so much. Well, don't get beat up then. Ridu barked out, grinning at him, which earned him a punch on the shoulder. I honestly don't even understand what happened at the arena. It was incredibly weird. I think they were just bluffing to keep us out of the way. Ino said, steering the conversation to an event that happened at the Jonin exams. Somehow I doubt this is the last time we'll be hearing of these hunters, troublesome bunch. Well, the other villages had similar occurrences. 2 strange travelers entering the village, closely followed by hunters. A fight breaks out, but nobody knows why. Sasuke added in, allowing Sakura to let her head rest on his shoulder. It's strange, Ino whispered, locking eyes with Shikamaru before straightening herself. I'm going to get some food. Who's joining? Choji, being the fiercest supporter of her idea, instantly grabbed her arm and started dragging her away. Let's get going. Shikamaru couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he followed his teammates towards a food stand, closely followed by the others. Michiru arrived at Tuvo within the next 2 days. As per Ghost's advice, she had taken it slow, and when she arrived, she immediately went to Rome's house. As per instruction, she quickly used a henge to make herself look like a random traveler and hurried to her old instructor's house. Once there, she rapped her knuckles, and mere moments later the door opened, revealing Mayu. She smiled and gave a wave. Hey Mom. She immediately got enveloped in a hug and couldn't help but laugh. I wasn't gone that long. I got extremely worried when we received no message after your fight. We feared the worst. She looked around, her eyes slowly widening. Is Ghost? Michiru shook her head quickly. No. He's all right. He had some business he had to attend to, so he'll catch up with us soon. Mayu quirked an eyebrow. What kind of business? Let me explain it all inside. I really want to sit down. She chuckled, scratching the back of her. Mayu guided her inside, and she was met by a large group of hunters, most of whom were the ones that got sent out on a similar assignment as she had. Hawk was the first to speak up. So how did it go? Michiru sat down and thanked Rome for the glass of water. Well, it all started when we... She then proceeded to tell them all about how they had entered the village, concealing their identity, and were trying to find their opponent. How they had finally found their target, only to find out that there were 2 of them. I have to admit, I got scared at that point. We didn't expect 2 of them. But we managed to get through our first fight unscathed. But then Konoha Shinobi butted in, and they put an end to the fight. We really should have ended it then and there. The blonde continued her story and told them that the real fight happened at the arena, how Ghost had told her to keep the Konohinin at bay while he took care of them, almost succeeding. She purposefully left out the part about his demonic abilities. They won't understand, they'll go on a witch hunt. She eventually wrapped things up. So, now Ghost has gone with the Akatsuki and told me he would be back as soon as possible. Roan nodded thoughtfully. If the Akatsuki could be persuaded to ally with us, that could help us a lot. Well, they are aware of the situation. I doubt they'll let the unknowns do as they wish. Reibatsu said as he voiced his opinion. Roan turned to Hawk. You have a contact in their organization, right? Try and get in contact with them. Hopefully they'll be able to help us out. Hawk stood up. I'll do it right away. He nudged with his feet against Raipa. Come on, do something with your life and help me out. My purpose is to annoy you. Raipa responded with a grin. You got that right. Hawk wrapped his arm around Raipa's shoulder and both strode out the room. Itachi hopped off a branch, in front of a large rock formation, closely followed by Ghost and Kisame. Undo the genjutsu, Itachi. I'm starving. Ghost looked at the Uchiha as he acquiesced to the request, revealing a small metal door. Kisame opened the door and led them inside, revealing a small dark corridor lit by torches hanging on the walls. Ghost walked closely behind Kisame while Itachi made sure the genjutsu was set in place before following in their footsteps. After a mere minute of following the small corridor, they arrived at a large open room, with more hallways leading in various directions. You guys took the whole Akatsuki thing a bit too serious. Ghost muttered as he looked around. He could see various other members walking down the different hallways. This way. Kisame took the corridor on their right, and the trio silently made their way deeper into the compound, passing various doors and other rooms. You've certainly grown in the last years, Naruto-kun, said Itachi as he walked next to the Uzumaki. Ghost's eyebrow twitched. Ghost will do, you know damn well why. Kisame grinned. Still hiding from Konoha, huh? If they know I'm still alive and know who I'm affiliated to, they will hunt me down. Kisame shrugged. Kill him always works for me. Ghost grinned at the man. Yeah, but unlike you, I don't have an organization that approves of that. Should have joined us then, problem solved. Kisame turned around the corner, stopping at a double door. And letting you SCK out my bijou? Not the best idea. Always complaining really doesn't suit you. Kisame opened the door and waved ahead. Leader-sama will meet you soon. Ghost entered the room and glanced around. Different sorts of furniture filled up the room. He walked over to one of the desks and noticed a small blue ring on top of a folded Akatsuki robe. Uzumaki-san, you've adhered to my request. Ghost turned around and looked at a man with red hair. His face was adorned with piercings he had never seen before. But what was most surprising were his eyes. Those eyes. So you recognize them? The man spoke, his voice commanding and neutral. Ghost took a couple of steps closer to the man. I thought it was just a myth. The leader of the Akatsuki had purple eyes with a ripple pattern around it. We're not here to talk about my eyes, we're here to talk about a common problem we're facing. Ghost snapped his gaze away and nodded. The unknowns. That's how we used to call them. They however call themselves Reavers. You've got a spy within their ranks? Ghost asked. So far any attempts at infiltrating their ranks was filled with disappointment. They had been found in a matter of days. And their enemy weren't fond of their attempts of infiltration, to say the least. He's been embedded the moment they left the shores of Mirarka. The leader walked towards the table and looked at the contents that lay on top. Is he trustworthy? The hunter asked. We of the Akatsuki don't betray each other. Now, on to more important matters. The Reavers are 3 weeks away. We need to strengthen our numbers. Ghost couldn't help but nod at his statement. To say they were outnumbered was a slight understatement. You suggest informing the hidden villages. There is no alternative. But that was not what I was speaking of. He gestured to the items laying atop the table. We need more members. From what I've heard, you are a capable shinobi. Ghost quirked an eyebrow and looked down at the outfit laying there. You're inviting your former prey? The man in front of him slightly tilted his head. The bijou are no longer a concern of ours. Ghost shook his head. I'm with the hunters. They've been good to me. They restrict you and hold you back from what you could be truly capable of. However, I do not want to tarnish a potential alliance. If you do not wish to join us, I suggest informing your leader and letting them know of our interests. I'll send them a message. I doubt they'll pass up the opportunity to gain more allies against the Reavers. The leader reached for the ring and handed it to the hunter. Should you reconsider? Ghost glanced down at the ring and couldn't restrain his smirk. From enemies to allies, huh? Akatsuki doesn't seek conflict. We seek peace. The orange-haired man stated calmly as he started walking to the exit. Ghost looked at him with disbelief on his face. You were hunting Jinchuriki. You were murdering people everywhere. Your ranks are filled with mass murderers. That's not peace. This world must first know pain before it can have peace. That makes no sense whatsoever. Ghost harshly responded. You can't let people suffer and feel loss in order to have peace. The Akatsuki leader looked at the hunter with a calculative gaze. The shinobi world has only known war and conflict, but it has never truly felt pain. Our original plan was to expose this world to an amount of suffering and loss that it has never felt before. Only then will peace last. Ghost looked at him as if he had lost his mind. That is wishful thinking, to put it mildly. Apply enough pressure and at one point or another, all will collapse. In this case, cause destruction and loss of life on such a scale that the idea of conflict will never cross their minds. And you need bijou for that. Ghost shook his head and looked away. If we really need something that drastic for us to finally change our ways, maybe we don't deserve peace. We don't. Not that it matters. The Reavers will most likely succeed, and through them, the world shall know pain on a scale unimaginable. We'll stop them. Ghost snapped back. The man in front of him was intimidating to say the least, but he had vibe around him that put the hunter on edge. He couldn't help but respect the man in front of him, not only because of his accomplishments, but also of what he was intending to do. Perhaps we will, but not alone. Inform your allies. Ghost pocketed the ring and was about to leave before he turned his focus back on the man. What's your name? My name is Pain. And with that the man left the room, leaving Ghost alone. After having spent a couple of days within the base, he had at first kept to himself. But it didn't take long before a purple-haired woman knocked on his door. You can come in, Ghost said as he read the letter he received from Mayu. Conan entered the room, looking around before settling her gaze upon the blonde. I see you washed the dye out of your hair. Ghost slid a hand through his hair. Yeah, but the dye didn't work out as well as I'd hoped. At least my real identity is still a secret. Mostly. Conan sat down in one of the chairs situated in the corner of his room. I'm curious what happened between you and Konoha. It isn't really common knowledge, huh? She shook her head. We hear things, but those were just rumors. Ghost folded the letter and placed it on the table. Konoha is obsessed with their dojutsu, especially the Sharingan. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. How is that connected to your departure? Well, that I was a Jinchuriki, you know we aren't the most liked people around. Others will always try and find a way to get rid of us. Conan thought back on the capture of the Kokuo Jinchuriki. AWA had given it to them freely. Jinchuriki have always been shunned by most major villages. Ghost clenched his jaw in anger. Yeah, well, when the last loyal Uchiha came barging in and told the council that I succumbed to the power of the bijou, they instantly wanted to seal my chakra coils. Conan looked at the young man and could understand his reasoning. A boy at that age, with so little left, a small push would be more than enough. I can understand your reasoning behind it. In the end it turned out for the best, didn't it? Ghost looked at his gauntlet. It did. I came to realize that the will of fire is nothing more than a lie, and that your comrades will abandon you. That they are a weakness and can only betray you. She stayed silent for a moment, taking in the words he had spoken. You seem to have found a new group of friends, comrades that are worth fighting for, didn't you? I can't afford friends anymore. I only rely on myself. Yet you seem to have found a friend in Itachi. Ghost hesitated. He had met up with Itachi often. Friend is such a big word. Conan smiled and shook her head. It may not mean much coming from someone who've only made enemies in the last years, but you can't do everything by yourself. Sometimes you need friends. With that she stood up and gave him a nod before leaving the room. Ghost watched her leave and soon followed in her footsteps, closing the room behind him. He headed for the same room where he had first spoken with Pain. Clutching the piece of paper he had read earlier. Where are you going? HN. Ghost turned around and saw Deidara leaning against the wall. He had quickly deduced that he did not like the man. He was arrogant and downright irritating. Talking to your boss. You can just tell me what's going on and I'll pass the message along, yeah? How about no? Deidara strolled over, noticing the folded letter in his hand. What's in the letter, team? Ghost turned around but was jerked back just as quickly. You know, I was told to play nice, but I really don't want to. So how about you leave me be, and you go play with your clay toys or something? It's art UF dot. Deidara started, grabbing Ghost by the collar, pushing the blonde against the wall. Deidara, leave him be. You have other duties to attend to, said Pain as he stood there watching the two. Ghost pushed Deidara aside before turning his gaze towards the leader of the Akatsuki. I have news. Follow me. Ghost followed Pain into a small room and handed the letter to the orange-haired man. They are sending someone over to come to an arrangement, but I'm fairly sure that they will agree to your idea. Good, we can move to the next step of our plan. Pain stated as he handed the letter back to the blonde. The villages, said Ghost, stuffing the letter in his pocket. Indeed. I'll start informing the others. Ghost nodded and turned to leave, only to bump into Kisame. Sushi. Kisame bared his teeth. Brat, let's have a little chat. We have some catching up to do. We really don't. The blonde walked past the S-ranked shinobi, ignoring the footsteps behind him. Oh, but we do. He slid an arm around Ghost's shoulders. It's been years since our visit to Irosa. Ghost suppressed a wince and shrugged off the arm. Not now. I have things I need to do before the other hunters arrive. Oh, are your friends joining us? Ghost sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. This is going to be a long 3 days. A few days later, Konoha. Sasuke strolled through the streets, his teammates alongside him. They were supposed to meet up with Kakashi, but the man in question was always late. So, in return, they had decided to just follow his example. It had been roughly a week since the attack, and everything had returned to normal. The damage that had been inflicted was repaired, and Konoha was back to its normal duties. I wonder what kind of mission Kakashi-sensei got us. It better be something interesting. Ridu said. It's a B-ranked mission. I overheard him talking earlier today with Asuma. Sasuke said as they walked past the marketplace. Ridu seemed satisfied. About time I dashed. The young man got interrupted by Kakashi, who appeared in a puff of smoke. We have 2 individuals approaching the gate. From what I've heard, it's the Akatsuki. Akatsuki? What are they doing here? Sakura nearly shouted. Worry etched on her face. It doesn't matter what their motivation is, we can't allow them entry. All available squads have been summoned are setting up at the front gate. Kakashi informed them before leading them to the entrance of their village. All available squads? Isn't that overkill? Ridu asked as he along with Sasuke and Sakura caught up to Kakashi. It's the Akatsuki, you idiot. Their group is made up out of S-ranked missing ninja. The moment Team 7 arrived, they noticed a flurry of ninja activity. Traps were set up and other teams were setting up the perfect ambush position. Sasuke noted that even the Hokage herself was preparing for a fight. Tsunade looked with narrowed eyes at the duo that were slowly approaching. Early intel was clearly off because she noted that only one was of the Akatsuki. The other was a hunter. Lady Tsunade, all ANBU squads are taking positions around the forested area, encircling the 2 threats. We have various Jonin and Chunin setting up on the wall. Kakashi has also arrived, along with his team. Shizune said as she stood next to Tsunade. Good, and the civilians? They have been evacuated into the caverns. The hospital has been notified as well. We have prepared ourselves as best we can, all things considering. Taking one last glance at her shinobi before nodding in approval. Get ready, but wait for my orders. Seconds slowly ticked away and anxiety cut through the air. After what had happened to Gaara and some of the other Jinchuriki, they feared that the Akatsuki would show up at Konoha and demand information on Naruto. The moment they were within their range did the duo stop. She noticed that the Akatsuki member was wearing a straw hat that effectively hid his face. The other she noted was a hunter. His face was obscured by a dark hood. I thought they said it were 2 Akatsuki members? Tsunade heard Ino say. Her words were ignored and Tsunade assessed the ANBU formation. It was a perfect crossfire. It was a textbook ANBU. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and spoke up. Put one hand on top of your head and the other on your elbow. If you don't comply within the next 10 seconds, we will put you down. The Akatsuki member leaned towards his ally, softly speaking into the ear of his companion. We could comply, but that will most likely result into interrogation and they'll kill us afterwards. We'll never get the chance to persuade them. The hunter nodded. You're right. He crossed his arms in defiance, ignoring the words of Tsunade. Hokage, we are not here to attack your village. We are merely here to negotiate. We don't negotiate with scum like you. A Chunin shouted bravely before gulping in fear when the Akatsuki agent slightly tilted his head towards him. You have nothing we want. This is your final warning. Surrender now. Tsunade stated loudly as she raised her hand in the air. Every shinobi under her command tensed up and reached for a kunai, a shuriken, or prepared themselves for a jutsu. The two remained emotionless and still, their arms at their sides. Tsunade's face turned into a scowl and was about to drop her hand when one of them spoke up. "We know the status of Uzumaki Naruto," the hunter calmly stated. The Sannin froze on the spot. Her look had changed from a scowl into one of surprise and disbelief. "Where?" she managed to utter, her eyes wide. "That's what I thought. Let's continue to conversation in private, shall we, Hokage?" The hunter spoke once again. "Don't listen to them, Lady Hokage. You know that nothing good will come from this. I know you miss him. We all do, but negotiating with them will cause nothing but trouble." Shizune spoke with desperation as she tried to talk her leader out of the decision she was likely to make. Tsunade snapped her attention on her longtime student and friend. "I know perfectly well what could happen, but it's worth the risk. Shikamaru, take Kakashi's squad and Enbyu's squad too. Set them up in my office. I want all other ANBU to set up a tight perimeter around the route to the Hokage Tower." "Troublesome that I mean understood, Hokage-sama." Shikamaru corrected his sentence and sprinted off. Tsunade turned to Shizune. "I want all Chunins to set up a perimeter behind the ANBU, just in case they fail, understood?" "Hi, I'm on it," Shizune said, sighing in defeat but following orders regardless. Tsunade turned her gaze back on the two rogue shinobi. "Follow me. You will not draw your weapons or act aggressively. I won't hesitate to order my shinobi to kill you if you disregard my orders, you got that?" "Don't worry, we're merely here to talk." Itachi spoke, keeping his identity hidden. "Let's go," was the only thing she said, cautiously turning her back on them and heading for the Hokage Tower. The hunter glanced at his companion before nodding, following the Hokage towards their destination. As they walked down the hallway, heading for her office, the hunter better known as Ghost watched with disgust at the back of Tsunade's head. "I seriously can't believe I'm being sent here a second time." They entered her office and Ghost immediately noticed his old teammates. He took a passive stance next to Itachi, in front of the Hokage's desk. "Before we start, I want to see your faces. You don't want me to worry, but I can't even begin to trust you if you don't show me your faces." Tsunade took her place behind her desk, her chair shoved back. Ghost glanced at Itachi and nodded. He slowly reached for his hood and pulled it back, revealing his blonde hair. His face hidden away by a face mask and sunglasses that protected his eyes. Itachi grabbed the straw hat and took it off, revealing his black hair and gray eyes, as well as the unique lines underneath his eyes. Ghost almost immediately realized their mistake, but by then it was too late. "I will kill you!" Sasuke roared as he dashed for the Akatsuki member, who had now revealed himself as Itachi Uchiha. Ghost sighed as he saw Sasuke aim a fist at his companion. "This is just brilliant," he said sarcastically as he saw Itachi block Sasuke's fist and push him out of the way. "Itachi won't retaliate, but I suggest you calm yo dashta." Ghost was interrupted as a kunai flew past his face that was apparently aimed for Itachi. "Hokage, I suggest you keep your shinobi on a leash. Your companion is Itachi Uchiha. He massacred his entire clan. You shouldn't have brought him here. All things considered, I should help the brat end Itachi's existence." Tsunade said as she glared at the man, her jaw set and her hands turned into fists. The other shinobi were awaiting instructions, hands lingering on their pouches or gripping the handles of their katanas. Ghost sneered at her and locked his gaze with Kakashi's, slowly reaching for his blade, only to freeze dead in his tracks. His eyes snapped toward Shikamaru, who had his hands intertwined in a seal. "Nara, if you don't release your Kajimana no Jutsu this second, you'll be in serious trouble." To emphasize, he slowly started to straighten his back, letting the Nara know that he could break free if his order wasn't followed. "Ma Ghost-san, you really shouldn't make threats when you're surrounded and trapped," Kakashi lazily said as he appeared next to the hunter, a kunai poised at his throat. Shikamaru turned to the Hokage. "Lady Hokage?" Tsunade remained silent as she watched Sasuke and Itachi flurry about in her office, with Itachi dodging all the attacks and staying on the defensive. Ghost's eyes flashed red as he lost his cool. "Hokage, If you don't order your subordinates to stand down, there will be severe consequences. Itachi instantly stopped his dance and grabbed Sasuke's by his throat and pinning his arms down. Ghost! Tsunade was initially taken aback but responded just as quickly, marching over to the blonde standing mere inches from his face, noting the red glow behind his glasses. "Are you threatening me?" she hissed in anger. "Not only that, I'm also threatening the lives of some of your Chunin shinobi." Seeing as he got her attention, he continued. "To be more exact, Team Ebisu in Kaze no Kuni." "How dare you!" Shizune shouted as she too joined in and got into an aggressive fighting stance. "If you stand down and listen to our proposition, we'll release your team." Tsunade glared at the man and was tempted to punch the man into next week. But the man's information regarding Ebisu's whereabouts were accurate, so if what he told was true, she couldn't risk it. "Stand down, everyone. Let's hear them out." Shikamaru instantly obeyed and dropped his jutsu, nodding at Kakashi, whom in turn stepped away from the hunter. Ghost turned around and locked his eyes with Kakashi's lone eye. "Should have let those two intruders kill you all." "What did you say?" Ridu hissed as he marched forward, only to be restrained by Sakura. Sasuke in the meanwhile had been slammed to the ground by one of Itachi's counters. He was then quickly restrained by the ANBU squad that was in the room. "Let me go." Sasuke growled as he struggled to get free. Tsunade marched towards him and raised her fist threateningly. "Control yourself, Sasuke. Now is not the time." The Hokage turned back to Ghost. "Tell us what you're here for and be quick about it." Ghost reached inside his robe and pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to Tsunade. "These two attacked your village a week ago, remember?" She unfolded the paper, revealing a sketch of the two intruders at the Jonin exam. "They're dead. What of it?" "These two were part of an advanced scouting party. They were here to gather intel on the major hidden villages. Undoubtedly your spy master told you of similar sightings in other villages, as well as my kind appearing shortly after." Tsunade remembered Jiraiya telling her about it. "What business do they have with us?" It was then Itachi spoke up. "They gathered intel on your military strength to send back to their main force that is currently heading towards the elemental countries." "How big is this force?" Kakashi asked, pocketing his kunai. Ghost glanced at Itachi but remained silent. "We don't know. But they're powerful enough to wipe us all out." There was a moment of silence before Tsunade spoke up again. "You're saying that there's an enemy coming that's more powerful than all the shinobi countries combined?" "That's exactly what we're saying," Ghost said as walked around the desk and sat down in the Hokage's chair. Tsunade's eye twitched in severe annoyance. "What are you proposing?" "An alliance between your village and our organizations." "You can't be serious." Sakura shouted as she eyed them both with a large amount of distrust. Tsunade looked at Shikamaru and Kakashi. "We need to discuss this in private." Ghost waved with his hand. "You go and do that. I'm sure your ANBU monkeys will watch us. Escort them to the room across." ANBU followed her order without so much as a grunt, taking Itachi and Ghost to the room across. "What do you think, Shikamaru?" the Hokage asked one last time. "Well, we have to consider they're both S-ranked criminal. I strongly suggest against it. There could be truth to their story, but it's too convenient for them, especially the Akatsuki." Shikaku, whom was in the room as well, nodded in agreement. "My son's right. Station extra NBU outside the door and take them down." Kakashi moved slightly. "I have my doubts about this. What if they're right? The risk's too big. We have a chance to take down Itachi Uchiha. We can't waste this opportunity. We're doing it," Tsunade said with finality. "But what about Team Ebisu?" Kakashi asked. "We have to somehow convince them to let them go. Shouldn't be too hard, I think," Shikaku answered. "Give them the idea we're considering joining them, but first they have to release our team." Tsunade nodded and gave the order to retrieve their guests. Moments later, the two were escorted back in. "So, have you decided?" Ghost asked, crossing his arms. "We won't decide anything before you release our team. You want an alliance while you have my men. That's unreasonable." Ghost chuckled softly. "It was a bluff. We had a team that recognized Ebisu. We merely decided to use it to our advantage. Tsunade locked eyes with Shikamaru before closing her eyes, a smirk appearing on her face. Well, that certainly makes it a lot easier. Ghost tensed up, his grin turning into a frown. Don't do anything stupid, Hokage. A mere moment later, Kakashi appeared, a kunai aimed at the back of Itachi's head. Ghost and his partner seemed unconcerned. So that's how it's going to be. You're making a big mistake. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and snapped her head towards Itachi. Ghost's too calm for the current situation. Where's Naruto? Demanded, his kunai inching closer. Uzumaki's whereabouts. Itachi softly spoke, his eyes settling on Ghost. Ghost tilted his head, a smile appearing on his face. We did promise that, Itachi. His fingers slowly gripped the katana strapped on his back. I guess we did. Itachi responded, his hands appeared from his sleeves. Kakashi, do it? Tsunade roared and balled a fist, swinging it at Ghost. Ghost was the first who responded. He ducked underneath her attack and stepped forward, disappearing with flash step. He appeared mere centimeters away from Kakashi and slammed into him, using the speed of his unique ability, crashing the copy nin through one of the walls. Itachi's head jerked backwards as a kunai flew past his eyes. He retaliated with a handful of shuriken, throwing them in one swift motion, hitting two of the Anbu. Ridu came barreling towards Ghost, a kunai in both hands, swing them wildly yet accurately. The hunter twirled around and blocked it with his katana before grabbing Ridu by his hair, painfully pulling his head down, slamming it into his knee. The dark-haired Konoha shinobi stumbled back, blood dripping from his nose. Why, you'll pay for that, he screamed and was about to charge back in but halted when he saw a smoke bomb drop at Ghost and Itachi's feet and exploded a mere second later, engulfing the two and a large portion of the room. The duo jumped out of the smoke, their hands held up in a defensive posture. Sasuke used the opportunity and charged in with a Chidori. I've got you now, brother. Unable to move in time, Itachi's eyes widened in seeming surprise as Sasuke's Chidori rammed through his back and out of his chest. But instead of slumping to the ground, he merely spoke up. Not exactly, little brother. Sasuke looked to Kakashi, confusion written across his face before it turned into realization. He tried to jump back but was too late. A big explosion occurred. In a last resort, Sakura threw herself to the ground, dragging Sasuke with her whilst the copy nin made a dive for the desk. When the explosion died down, Tsunade struggled to get to her feet. Clutching her side, she coughed and looked at the destruction around her. She saw Sakura slowly getting up, dust and burn marks covering her figure. Glancing at the ground, she saw Kakashi lying motionless to the side of her desk. Her eyes slowly traveled upwards, where the window used to be, but that too got destroyed in the explosion, leaving a large gap that gave a view of the village where several of her shinobi were investigating the situation. You forced our hand, Tsunade, Ghost said as he appeared from the lingering dust cloud, with Itachi to his right. Both appeared unharmed. We came here with a peace offering, but instead you chose this. Shikamaru grunted as he slowly got to his feet, his legs trembling with exertion, panting heavily and clutching his side. Ghost turned to Tsunade, whom was taking sharp intakes of breath before he slowly walked over, but not before purposely stepping on Kakashi's hand, whom was preparing to strike with the kunai in his grasp. You were at a strategic disadvantage, a small office, not enough space for a wide assortment of jutsu. And to top it off, you had little information about your opponent's battle skills. You, Tsunade, made a terrible mistake. If you merely had said no, we would have left. We meant no further trouble with this pathetic village. Itachi added, looking at his brother with disappointment before rolling him on his back, using his feet. We should go, Ghost, we only have a couple of days left. Everyone will be mobilizing by now. Ghost turned to face the hole in the wall but was restricted by Tsunade, who was clutching his leg. He looked down at her with disgust before slowly crouching down. Tsunade forced herself to look up and was shocked by the sheer hatred the man seemingly had for her. Where is he? Where's my little brother? Where is Naruto? She hissed, tightly graping the fabric of his pants. Ghost smirked at her, slowly pulling his hood back over his head. Your little brother, is lying 6 feet under. He stood back up and placed his hand on Itachi's shoulder. He pulled his leg free from Tsunade's grasp before disappearing in a flash. Naruto's dead? Sakura stuttered as tears slowly made their way down her face. Tsunade was speechless and just kept staring at the ground in front of her, where Ghost had been crouching moments before. He ducked underneath a protruding piece of rock. The cavern they were hiding in was a great way to remain covert, but in terms of comfort, it was hell. Ghost looked at the inhabitants of the room with a weary face. He had just returned from a scouting mission in Iwagakure, and from what he had heard from Kisame, they weren't far out. Around a large table were members of the Akatsuki, as well as his organization, the Fellowship of Hunters. Something Rome and Mayu had decided upon. It was something Ghost thought had a nice ring to it. They never really had an official name to their group, and they had all been dubbed as Hunters. Their call-out wouldn't change though. They still referred to themselves as Hunters, but as an association, the Fellowship of Hunters, or as people had already dubbed them, the Fellowship, sounded more cohesive. "How are things on this end?" he asked. The group looked up from the table and smiled at him. Michiru stepped away and made her way over to him. "When did you get back?" He stepped out of the shadow and showed her his grimy face, a smile adorning it regardless. "Just now." Her lips curved upwards. She stepped aside so Ghost could enter the room fully. He gave a nod to Conan, who stood to the side, conversing with someone he wasn't familiar with. It was Rome who answered his earlier question. He beckoned for Oridoki to join him at the table. "Iwagakure has decided to help us. Their own scouts have reported the threat that they're facing. They have sent 1,000 shinobi to assist us, but under their own command." He jabbed his finger at Amigakure. "They are sending over 150 of their troops to help us. Thank Pain for that." The blonde furrowed his brow. "What of the others?" Rome sighed, rubbing his face. "Konoha, as we know, isn't taking it seriously. Suna isn't going to send any troops but are fortifying their borders. Same goes for Kirigakure and Kumogakure." Mayu had been walking in circles around the table for a while now. In her eyes it felt like a repeat of Mirarka was about to happen. Once the Reaver threat is truly exposed by their own doing, the others will fall in line. Pain's low voice spoke up from behind them. Rome nodded in agreement. "For now, this is what we have. We will leave when Aim's shinobi arrive." Ghost stifled a yawn. He hadn't gotten a lot of sleep. Once his assignment was done, he had hastily made his way back to the hideout, which was a day's travel from Iwa. "Okay." Michiru joined him at his side. "Do we have any idea when?" "They arrive tonight. We'll give them a few hours of rest, and then we'll head out," Mayu answered. "You should try and get some sleep, Oridoki." Her lips curved upwards. She had enjoyed the little addition to his name. When Michiru had called him that a week ago, it caused laughter around the group, but not one of spite. The name had stuck. He yawned again, but this time he was unsuccessful in suppressing it. "Probably a good idea. I hadn't had time to set dash. I got ya. Both Hawk and I moved your stuff to your room." He dipped his head in gratitude and gestured for her to take the lead. "I'll see you in a few." He followed Michiru out of the room and proceeded to knock his head against the rock. "Kyuso." He muttered loudly as he winced in pain. Michiru, help up a lantern to give him a closer look, a sympathetic smile on her face. Robatsu bumped his head quite a few times as well. "Are you okay?" He rubbed the spot to alleviate the pain. He grunted an okay, and something else incomprehensible. She shook her head and turned back around. After a few more turns and low-hanging rocks, they arrived at his room. There was a piece of paper plastered on the door, with the name Oridoki Ghost. He snickered upon seeing the name. "You're doing?" She nodded happily, opening the door before stepping aside to let him enter. "It's not much, but it's better than sleeping in the forest, or sharing a room with Hawk, poor Ripa." He stepped inside, looking at the small room, with bathroom attached to it. There was a bed in the corner and a nightstand beside it. Next to the door there was a closet for his outfits. "This is great." He turned to Michiru, who was standing in the door opening, with an expectant gaze. "Much better than I expected," he undid the knots of his outer garment and threw it on the bed, revealing his dark short-sleeved shirt underneath. I'll take that as my cue to leave, Michiru hastily said as she left the room. It's just the jacket thing, he replied with a slight fluster. She peeked from the corner, a grin on her face. I know. I'm just joking. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. You want to join me? He stuck his thumb over his shoulder. Gonna take a shower first, I feel dirty. I'll join you in a bit. Wouldn't take too long if I were you. Hawk will eat everything. She winked before disappearing into the hallway, closing the door behind her. He snorted in amusement and walked towards the bathroom, trying to kick off his boots, nearly falling over in the process. Ghost slid past one of the jonin who originated from AIM. Looking ahead, he saw Ripa ahead of him, talking with Robatsu. There was a long line of marching shinobi, heading towards the designated beachhead. The reason they weren't using their normal method of transportation was because they wanted everyone as fresh as possible. He had managed to get a decent amount of rest, but still felt weary. 3 days of little to no sleep would do that to a man. Regardless of the hours he slept, his mind continued to plague him from time to time. Memories of Irosa popping up. He winced as another memory popped up. Mister, what's going on? Please, I beg you, Shinobi-san. Let us go. We won't say anything, please. Ghost, are you finished with your part? I got a couple of bakas who are actually putting up a fight. The memory ended just as quickly, and he shook his head. Get out of my head. What are you talking about? Michiru asked as she popped up beside him. He briefly glanced at her, shrugging. Just a headache. We're getting close, right? He recognized the area. He had been here during his assignment as well. Yeah, shouldn't be much longer. She eyed him from the corner of her eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine, Michiru. You don't look fine. Ghost sighed. At times like these, Michiru's concern could get annoying. Don't worry, I promise I'm Dash. Yeah, are you alright, Orodoki-kun? Kisame interrupted him, sliding his arm over his shoulders. The blonde shoved the arm away. Leave me alone, Kisame. I'm not in the mood for your childish behavior. Still angry? I didn't take you for someone who would hold a grudge after such a long time. Perhaps I should have Konoha and all that. Kisame feigned surprise. Shut up and keep moving, Sushi, you disgust me. Michiru was taking in the conversation with interest. They had a shared history, one that hadn't gone down too well apparently. She had been curious about Ghost's absence over the last years, and any bit of information she would be eager to get her hands on. The marching shinobi reached the crest of a hill and spotted the beachhead that lay ahead. They had finally left the rough and harsh terrain behind, and met salty sea air, along with light forested areas. They started making their way down the hill, where they reached the sandy shore. Pain had taken the lead and was giving orders to his aim-nin, who quickly went to work. The beachhead itself was already filled with shinobi from IWA, who looked with no small amount of apprehension and distrust at the newcomers. But they had received specific orders from Kitsuchi not to take matters into their own hands. They were supposed to work together. Ghost hopped from the rock he was standing on and landed on the sand. Even with his boots on, he could feel the heat emitting from it. He walked up to Itachi and briefly glanced up to the sky. We'll have the advantage the first couple of minutes. The sun is in our back, that will give us a slight edge. Itachi didn't respond, instead he narrowed his eyes. They're nearly here. The hunters spotted the fleet almost instantly. Small vessels were emerging from the larger ones. Transport ships. I expected they wouldn't get their main fleet in any unnecessary danger. He continued his trek down the beach, leaving Itachi behind. He saw groups of shinobi setting up traps and making final steps in preparation for what was about to come. A little way ahead, and up the slope, he saw a series of small tents that had been set up. Barricades were surrounding it, with shinobi guarding the entrances. He quickly stepped past them and could see Mayu standing in the opening. Mayu, they're almost here. Is everything set? Shouldn't be much longer, just some final preparations. She gave one last order to the aim-nin standing in front of her before turning to him. I'm assigning hunters to shinobi from IWA and AIM. You're assigned to Squad 9. They know I'm to take the lead? Everyone's been made aware, even the IWA Nin. He wasn't particularly glad about having to lead a group of shinobi he didn't know. But for the sake of cohesion, he would bite his tongue. Where are they right now? They were with Squad 15 at the foot of the hill, just below this encampment. Naruto thanked her and quickly turned around, sprinting towards his squad. He dashed past Rome and Michiru, who both locked their eyes on him. Good luck! Michiru shouted over her shoulder but didn't get a response. Turning back to her mentor, she felt uncertain about the situation and fidgeted with her hands. She hadn't been in any large-scale battle before, and seeing the number of ships rapidly approaching, it made her doubt everything. We don't have enough men. She nearly whispered. Rome checked his squad's equipment, before giving an approving nod, not that he expected anything less. Pain had sent a well-trained shinobi. It certainly looks that way. It matters little. If we don't halt their assault, they will turn their eyes on Iwagakure and destroy it. Pain said as he walked past them both, not sparing a glance. Michiru eyed him warily. She knew that the Akatsuki were their allies, but that didn't make the feeling in her gut any less. The man held an aura of danger. One that she simply couldn't shake. Where am I assigned to? She slowly asked, tearing her gaze away from the Akatsuki leader. Rome purposefully dodged her gaze. Mayu wants you at the medic post. Are you kidding me? She exclaimed, waving her arms in anger. Haven't I proven myself in Konoha? Rome held up his hands and slightly backed away, bumping into the group behind him. I know what you mean. But we're lacking in medic nin as it is. Please don't make it any more difficult than it already is. Gritting her teeth, she abruptly turned and walked away, her blonde hair flowing in the wind. Unbelievable! As she was marching off, her eyes caught sight of Kisame sitting on a rock, patting his sword. What? She blinked, and she saw him turning his blade and patting the other side. The Akatsuki agent saw that she was looking at his weird behavior and gave her an unnerving grin. He shooed her away with his hands. Shaking her head, she moved on towards the medical post that lay behind the command post. She forced her emotions down. The people there had nothing to do with Mayu's decision and knew they didn't deserve her ire. 5 minutes. They will be upon us in 5 minutes. Some yelled from the top of his lungs. People tensed up at the announcement, and it was quickly repeated down the line. Everyone quickly made final checks and were quickly making their way to their assigned positions. Ghost was one of them, guiding his squad to the front of the beach. His feet got splashed by the water but ignored it as he noticed minor movement in the distance. He squinted his eyes before they widened in surprise. We got incoming. He waved with his hands for his squad to get behind cover while he made himself as small as possible. His team quickly made for the improvised covers they had made out of thick tree branches and other material. Hawk was behind his improvised cover and looked over his shoulder to see how the others were faring. A barrage of arrows landed on the beachhead, but only struck a few. Biastas, he muttered, before he broke out into a chuckle. This is going to be one hell of a fight. A big grin appeared on his face. As the attack died down, Ghost slowly stood up. From the corner of his eye, he saw a small hole in his hood. He let the fabric slide between fingers. That was a close call. Kisame's shouting broke him from his thoughts, jabbing his hand towards the incoming fleet of small boats. Get ready, brat. He turned his focus on the incoming attack. The boats were big but simple. They were capable of holding a large number of men, but were vulnerable to jutsu, katan in particular. A jonin ran up from behind him and reached the waters, with more following him. Light them up. In unison they weaved through the necessary seals. Katan jutsu flew towards the attackers and hit the boats with great success, setting many ablaze. Kunai with exploding tags could be seen as well, either hitting their mark or narrowly missing it and exploding in the water, causing small waves of water to hit transport ships. Even Doton users were helping out when they were getting close. Walls of stone erupting from below the water, crashing into the unsuspecting reavers' boats above. Ghost lowered his hand, watching as his own katan jutsu hit its mark, setting the boat afire, killing the men and women aboard. A loud, inhuman roar from further down in the water, and Oridoki tried finding the source. Seconds later he could see Kisame running out of the water. The man was very effective in the water, having taken out 5 ships in quick succession. He gave him a nod of acknowledging before turning his gaze to where he heard the intimidating sound. Scared, brat? Not even a bit, Sushi. It was a slight lie. He wasn't scared of what he had heard, but he was scared of the immense fleet that was now slowly reaching the shore. He could hear Kisame talking beside him but paid it no mind. His eyes roamed the waters before abruptly diving to the side as a large spear flew past his head. A broad man dove out and followed the same path as the spear. His eyes were glowing bright red and had a malicious smirk on his face. Naruto scrambled to his feet and let his fist fly, hitting the man straight in the jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. He jumped after him, quickly palming a kunai. The man managed to recover fast and rolled to the side, and with a burst of his strange chakra he elegantly flew back to his feet. Kisame came barreling from behind and slammed his massive blade, Samahata, into the man, but was surprised to see he managed to put up a guard. You got him, Kisame? Ghost yelled as he was reluctant to join. Ships in front of him were now unloading their troops and they were quickly approaching. Of course. The teammates of Ghost watched with wide eyes at the strange man. What the hell is he? Focus, the blonde shouted, tossing his kunai, along with a handful of shuriken towards the incoming attackers. Fortunately for them, they didn't appear to be housing any demonic chakra. His teammates joined him and together they flung attacks towards the rapidly encroaching enemies, while Kisame was exchanging blow for blow with his own foe. Is that all you got? Ghost ducked underneath the incoming blade and stepped closer to his foe, inside his guard. He slammed his fist in his stomach. The Reaver doubled over in pain and he used the advantage to ram his kunai in the man's throat. The sound of gurgling blood reached his ears, but he ignored it. He gave him one final kick, dropping him, face first into the sand. The sound of clashing metal reached his ears, and he used his moment of pause to look around. Everyone was fighting and absolute chaos was unfolding in front of him. The advantage they had at the start was disappearing in front of his eyes. As more and more transports were reaching the sandy shores, the numerical advantage the Reavers had only became more apparent. He saw that his teammates were holding their own, and he had assisted them where he could. The problem was that the Reavers recognized his outfit and were specifically focusing on him. It was clear that they didn't hold the hunters in high regard. He saw his teammate Kiro slit the throat of his foe before jumping on the back of another, saving his teammate in the process. It was clear that the main force of the Reavers consisted of men and women that were of equal prowess as that of the shinobi, if slightly less so. A Reaver legionnaire was considered to be of Chunin strength, while a Haste, nicknamed by them simply as a holder, was considered to be of Jonin or Umbu strength. And then there was the Praetorian, or shifter as they called them. They were considered to be the very elite of the Reaver forces. All of them were well above Umbu strength and many could even be considered near Kage level, or sometimes even above it. The legionnaire didn't possess any demonic presence and made up the bulk of their forces. Effective, but in numbers is where they excelled. Hastes, or holders, were individuals who were merged with that of a demon but were unable to retain control. Their mind corrupted by the tainted presence. Critical info that had been given by Rome when they had met. Praetorians were the ones who were able to conquer the power of the demon and not get corrupted by it. These shifters were mentally strong and because of it were capable of creating a near-perfect synergy with their chakra and the demons, whereas a holder's chakra would be drowned out by the demonics. He saw his teammate kill of the last one and then quickly made their way over to him. What's next? One asked. I got a message that Hunter Ripa needs assistance help. He's at sector. I'll stay here and hold this position. You meet up with my teammate and help him out. You sure you can handle it? The older one of the group asked. I'm sure, now go. Ghost ordered. The group dashed off and headed towards Ripa. The hunter watched them leave. He was well aware that there had been sightings of Hastes at Ripa's position. I think I just sent them to their deaths. He tried to shake away the thoughts and focused his attention on his next opponent, who only had eyes for the incapacitated shinobi beneath him. He dashed towards the Reaver, grabbing a spear that was stuck in the sand in passing. Moving the spear forward, he skewered the man, ripping his insides apart. Pushing the now dead Reaver aside, he quickly picked up the wounded Iwnin and swung him over his shoulder. The feeling of his breathing on his neck was the indication that the man was still alive. "Arigato, H. Hunterson. Don't worry about it. Let's get you some help." He quickly created a few clones with his free hand and proceeded to run towards the nearest medical hub. The Umbu saw him approach the camp and quickly stepped aside, allowing him through. "Over here, Ghost." He turned and saw Michiru waving him over. Stepping past a crowded part, he gently laid the wounded man on the table in front of him. He took a closer look at the huntress and saw that she was covered in blood, which he quickly deduced wasn't hers. She was quickly scrubbing her hands to get as much blood from her hands as possible. "How is it going out there?" she asked, taking in his posture. "Okay for the moment. But that won't last. This is a fight we're not meant to win." "I feel the same way. Not that it really matters." She leaned over the wounded man and listened to his breathing. Giving a nod of satisfaction, she started examining the wounds. His eyes lingered on her for a moment longer before he let out a dry cough. "I need to get back out there." Michiru looked up from her patient and gave him a confident smile. "Good luck, Oridoki. Don't die on us." "Wasn't planning on it," he replied with a cheeky grin. "Ghost, comin' over." He turned and ran out of the tent, giving a wave towards his fellow blonde. Pressing the button on his neckpiece. It had a small cord attached to it that went to his earpiece. "What's the problem, Mayusama? Hawk has got 2 holders and can't handle them both. I need you to help him out." "I'm on my way." He briefly looked around but spotted his old teacher fast. He slid his feet back and slowly breathed in before exhaling, lowered into an offensive stance, a kunai in each hand. He pushed off and disappeared, leaving in his wake a torrent of sand. He came to a skidding halt, behind him a trail from where he had planted his feet. His hand and kunai were drenched in blood. Slowly he straightened his back, aching slightly because of his ability. He saw Hawk slowly getting back to his feet. He held out his hand, which he gratefully accepted. "I thought you were better than this, Hawk." A smirk on Ghost's face. He waved him off, trying to get his breathing under control. "Just know how it was." He snorted in amusement and patted his teammate's back. "Hang in there, Hawk." "I could say the same, you know," he shouted back, but Naruto had long since disappeared in the mass of fighters. Itachi effortlessly parried the incoming attack and retaliated with a high kick, hitting him straight in the face. His cloak was blowing in the wind. His foe flew through the air before crashing his head against a rock. With a dazed groan, the Reaver tried getting back up, but Itachi had jumped after him and planted 2 kunai in his chest, ending the man. Using his hands, he flipped over the rock and landed behind it, sprinting towards the approaching boat, which was lowering its rampart. Itachi saw this as the perfect opportunity and flew through hand seals. Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu. The large fireball hit the boat with perfect precision, setting it ablaze, killing everyone aboard. His Sharingan saw an incoming projectile and he leaned back, deftly dodging it. Standing not far to his right was a large group of Reavers. Dead shinobi lay at their feet. His eyes quickly darted around, registering the information in front of him. He pushed himself off and sprinted to the group, who in turn grinned at the supposed stupidity of the Akatsuki agent. As soon as the Uchiha was in range, he ducked underneath the first swing and countered with a quick jab of his kunai, piercing his stomach. Aware of the next attack, he fell to his knees and slid down even further. He threw his kunai to his sides and knew he had managed to strike another one. He noticed that he had reached the apex of his speed and quickly used a handstand to push himself off, planting both his feet into a third Reaver, launching him into the air. A quick flip landed him back on his feet, his hand already holding a new kunai. He blocked the incoming attack and used his free hand to reach for the outstretched limb and pull the Reaver in front of him. A second later, a hail of throwing knives impacted against the body. Itachi dropped him to the ground once the ranged attack stopped, having served his purpose as a human shield. 2 shuriken flew from his sleeve and struck 2 Reavers, killing them by piercing their throats. He saw a small round object land at his feet and swiftly jumped back, A medium-sized explosion erupted a moment later, clouding the area in smoke and sand. Itachi came barreling through and jumped into the remainder of the group. A second later he exploded, revealing him to be nothing more than a clone. Bunshin Daiba, Itachi said in a near whisper, watching as the group got killed. Konoha, 2 days prior. Tsunade was reading the report with a mixture of disbelief and regret. Multiple scouts were all calling in the same thing. Troop movement, and all of it was heading towards Tsuchi no Kuni. She closed the file and tossed it on the corner of her desk. Shikamaru came walking in, holding another one. She was tempted to kick him out. She read enough to know that she had made a mistake. Another one of our scouts, he said as he held up the file before sliding it across the desk. She stopped it with her hand, unconsciously tapping with her finger on it. Was I wrong? Shikamaru shrugged. I don't really think there was a right choice. 2 Roguenin came here, with a history of violence against Konoha. We would have doubted anything they would have said. I didn't doubt Ghost's words about Naruto. She muttered with a heavy heart. The revelation that Naruto had died had hit her hard. The Nara looked out the window. He too found it difficult to think about his old friend. We tend to believe what we fear. And believe it they did. There had been no reports or sightings of the blonde in years. In the past, Jiraiya was able to dig up bits and pieces of info. But that had stopped long ago, thus creating the fear. Tell me, troublesome Nara. What now? I recommend that our scout keeps following them, update us frequently. Of course. Anything else, Hokage-sama? Despite the reports, she still felt hesitant to believe what she had read. Send out 5 Umbu detachments, along with a squad of Konoha representatives. I want Kakashi amongst them. Invite them for further talks. Shikamaru gave a short bow and muttered something underneath his breath that sounded suspiciously like, troublesome. Before she could press that matter, he had already left. Tsunade stood up from her desk and walked to the window, taking in the gorgeous view of the village. So, war is on our doorstep once again. What do I do now, Dan? Ghost leaned on his new katana which had blood all over it. He panted heavily as he tried to regain his composure. Night had come and gone, which meant that they were fighting for well over 10 hours. Things didn't go well. They had lost a lot of men, and as time progressed, more and more holders arrived on the beach. Akatsuki and the hunter could stand their ground, but the regular shinobi didn't stand a chance. He stood up and sheathed his katana. He walked towards the command post, ignoring the battle cries around him. The wind blew through his blonde hair. He had long removed the hood from his head. It narrowed his view too much. His face mask had been scorned by a fire attack, revealing a part of his lower face. He ducked underneath the flaps of the tent and noticed Pain, Mayu, Michiru, and Itachi. What's the plan? The blonde asked. Pain walked around the table on which lay dozens of maps and battle plans. We've lost well over half of our forces. Our enemy, however, hasn't shown their true power yet. It was then that a voice boomed over the battlefield. Rome, where are you? Bring me Rome now. What was that? Michiru asked. What did you do this time, Rome? Ghost asked, feigning annoyance. Rome ignored him and was about to check it out when Mayu spoke up. Ghost, check it out, take anyone you want with you, but Rome stays here. I don't want him out there. We don't want to bite the guy's bait. Ghost nodded, but didn't take anyone with him as he walked out of the tent. Rome. He saw Kisame, who was walking towards the shouting man as well. Sushi, you can go, I got this. Yeah, and let you have all the fun with him. I don't think so. Ghost just grunted and pushed himself past all the battling men and women to the front of the beach where a tall, broad man dressed in red with a steel mask covering his face. In his hand he held an axe. Ghost stopped in front of the man and eyed his mask. He noticed the red glowing eyes behind the slits and frowned. The masked man gave the hunter a look. You're not Rome. Ghost crossed his arms. My name's Ghost, who are you? And why are you after Rome? I remember the name, you're one of those hunters. None of our scouts survived a battle against you, except for one. You're a dangerous man. The man chuckled. I'm one of the lieutenants. Lord Kenpachi sends me to make sure that Rome will die. Ghost stretched the muscles in his arms. I can't allow you to do that. You can't stop me. even if your blue fish joins in. My pet will stay just where he is, Ghost said as he ignored the creepy glare Kisame was giving him and formed a few hand signs. Futon, Atsugai. A massive tornado attacked the lieutenant before it released its compressed energy and blasted the lieutenant away. Ghost was about to lower his guard when he grabbed a kunai and used it to block the incoming projectiles that came from the sandstorm look-alike that had erupted from the jutsu. Impressive, the man then launched at Ghost, who had barely enough time to raise his kunai to block the incoming axe. Ghost retaliated by slamming his fist in the man's face. The lieutenant staggered back before he managed to recompose himself and attacked Ghost head-on. Ghost threw his kunai at the man, who easily dodged it. The hunter ran forward and in one swift motion, he let himself fall to his knees, effectively sliding underneath the axe and behind the man. He then grabbed his katana and twirled around, swinging his katana at the man's legs at the same time. The Reaver saw it coming and jumped over the attack and gave Ghost a solid kick to the face. Ghost fell on his back and groaned before standing back up. He tilted his head and grinned. "Is that all you got?" And with that, both the lieutenant and Ghost launched themselves at each other, weapons making similar motions. XXX. Mayu looked from the cliff at the edge of the forest. "This battle is over. We lost." Pain gave a single nod. "We have call the retreat." Rome sighed. He signaled the man at the command post and gave a nod. Moments later, the tent burst into flames, not only to destroy any sensitive material but to signal all their men to retreat as well. As orders for retreat were being shouted in their headsets, there was one man who ignored the call and kept on fighting. "Ghost, let's go!" Kisame shouted as he marched towards the two fighting men with difficulty. The mass of fighting shinobi was hindering his movements, especially when kunai and shuriken flew all around him. Ghost jumped back and looked at Kisame. His eyes changed from blue to red, having thrown his glasses away moments ago. "Crap." He then looked back at his opponent, who stood there casually. "I guess our match is over for now, Lieutenant. And you think I'll just let you leave? Guess again." And with that, the lieutenant dashed towards Ghost with the intent to smash him into the ground. Ghost smirked and held his hand before him, aimed at the lieutenant. Chakras push. Surprised by the sudden attack, the Reaver couldn't dodge it in time, and the attack blasted him away and landed in the water. "Let's go, let's go!" Ghost shouted as he made his way up the small slope surrounded by the retreating shinobi. It was at that moment that all the water jutsu users appeared on the cliff and used a variety of water jutsus that slammed the incoming enemies away, narrowly avoiding the shinobi. Once the last shinobi reached the top, the shinobi who were proficient in earth-style jutsus planted multiple walls to slow the enemy down. Ghost sprinted towards Pain and, "That trick gave us a couple of minutes at the most. We have to move now." "Agreed, we've already sent the wounded men to Takigakure, we'll go that way." Pain responded as he signaled Itachi to relay the message. Michiru butted in, "What about IW? We can't leave them behind. We already informed them before we headed this way. If they listen to us, then they have already evacuated most of the villages." "And you actually think they will follow the advice of one of the Akatsuki?" Michiru bit back. "Now is not the time, we'll solve this later, let's go now." Rome joined in as he ran past them and looked over the cliff as he saw that slowly the Reavers were recollecting themselves. Ghost nodded and quickly sheathed his katana before following the others, quickly followed by Mayu and Michiru, leaving Pain and Kisame standing at the cliff. Kisame grunted. "It seems they have won the first round." And with that, he followed the rest. Pain stayed silent before he turned around and disappeared. XXX. Kenpachi stood on the deck of his flagship, the Skeleton, and gave a satisfied sigh after hearing the reports. They had taken the beach in Earth Country and the main fleet was on its way to Wave Country. The assault on Earth Country was merely a diversion to distract the defending forces, and it had worked. Not only had they delivered a painful blow to their numbers they had also gained, but they had also established a foothold in the region. The assault on Iwagakure wouldn't be long now. One thing that bugged him though was that his lieutenant, Tak, had failed in taking out Rome, and instead had fought Ghost, who he had let get away. "These hunters are getting on my nerves, and what's worse is that they joined up with another group called the Akatsuki. They need to be taken care of now." It was then that one of his officers walked up to him, Sir, here are the latest reports. He handed over a file. Is there anything else, sir? Those hunters and Akatsuki are becoming a nuisance. I want you to form up a team of our best men, merged of course, and send them into the hidden villages. I want them to gather more information about our friends. Once that's done, I want them to eliminate all the hunters and Akatsuki members, Rome above all. Kenpachi calmly stated before walking off the deck, heading to his cabin. Triplets. Itachi stopped when he landed on the next branch and held his hand up. Someone's coming. Ghost landed next to him, shortly followed by Pain and Kisame, and the remainders of their forces landed on the ground and out of view. But who? Moments later, a group of Umbu appeared in front of them, weapons drawn. Identify yourselves. Kisame laughed. Can't you see? I'm wearing a black cloak with red clouds. Take a guess. Ghost had to restrain himself from smirking and instead remained stoic. We don't have time for this, Umbu. I don't know from which village you're Effa. Ghost trailed off when he saw a particular Umbu with grayish hair. Ghost smirked. Well, it seems like Hataki has rejoined Umbu. Got tired of teaching brats? Said Umbu stepped forward and took of his mask, making himself known that he was indeed Kakashi. We've been looking for you. Lady Tsunade decided to help out even after the stunt you pulled. Itachi couldn't help but smile despite the tough battle they had. How can they not know that Ghost is actually Naruto? He looks almost exactly like Minato, but then again his whisker marks are gone, so that might be the reason they don't put two and two together. Too late, we already lost the fight. They're probably now looking for us, so it's wise that we keep moving. Hawk said as he walked to the front panting heavily. He still wasn't recovered from his near-death experience a couple of days earlier. Kakashi slid his mask back over his face. Lady Hokage wishes to talk to both Ghost and Itachi. After that, our village is open for the rest of your forces to resupply. Also, she wishes to speak to the person in charge. Mayu stepped forward. I'll follow you back to your village then, but first we need some volunteers to stay in the Earth Country and offer any help they may need. Ghost was about to speak up, but Mayu interrupted him. No, not you, Ghost. You heard the Umbu. You're expected in Kanahagakure. I must object, Mayu-sama. The meeting can wait. Ghost said as he held his ground. No, Ghost, you'll head for Konoha, and that's final. Mayu ordered with a tone that left no room for argument. Ghost glared at her. Ma'am? Sarcasm and anger laced his voice. It was then that Robatsu spoke. I'll head for IW then. I'll join you, Robatsu. Rome said as he walked over to him. Someone's gotta cover your backs. I guess it has to be me. Waizari said with a grin. It's settled then. Once you're successful in the evacuation, or if the battle's lost, I want you to head out immediately, understood? The three nodded and headed towards Iwagakure. The rest of us will head for Takigakure. Itachi go with them to Konoha. Kisame, you'll join him as well. Pain ordered. Let's go. Mayu said and then quickly followed the Konoha Umbu. Ghost briefly glanced at Itachi and sighed before he followed in Mayu's footsteps. This is going to be a long week. Triplets. Couple of days later, Konoha. Hinata stood in front of the main gate, flanked by two squads of Jounin. A Chunin jumped from the roof and landed in front of her. Lady Hinata, the group is 4 minutes out. Hinata gave a short nod. Good, and what about Umbu Squad 7? They just left the Hokage's office and are heading for the Umbu headquarters. The Chunin answered. All of them? Hinata asked. Ever since the announcement that Itachi, Uchiha, and Ghost were coming back to the village, it caused quite a reaction among the civilians and shinobi. Sasuke, however, didn't take it quite well. In fact, he was already halfway on his warpath until he was cornered by Tsunade and was ordered to contain himself until the shinobi world was back at peace, or as peaceful as it could be. Yes, everyone. Hinata smiled at the Chunin and dismissed him. She still couldn't believe that Sasuke had actually cooperated. Maybe it was because of the short fight they had when the 2S-ranked criminals had come for an alliance. It had caused a lot of worry that 2S-ranked shinobi could take on the Hokage, an Umbu squad and 2 advisors and win. Maybe that had cleared up his mind. It was then that the group walked through the gate. Hinata straightened her posture and walked to the group. She could spot Itachi and Ghost right away, the blonde hair she had memorized since the day at the Jounin exams. She found his hair strangely familiar. Also his sunglasses was a dead giveaway. Welcome, my name is Hinata Hyuga. I'm here to escort you to Lady Hokage. She greeted as she bowed to the newcomers. Mayu bowed as well, quickly followed by Michiru. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hinata. My name's Mayu Sunday and the young woman next to me is Michiru Sunday. She glanced to Ghost, Kisame and Itachi, but they just remained motionless. Ghost only crossed his arms to defy Mayu even further. Excuse the behavior of my companions, they should know better. She glared at Ghost before turning her attention back to the Hyuga. That's quite all right, we're used to it by now, she said calmly. If you'll follow me, as for the Umbu squads, you're expected at the headquarters. The small group walked through the streets, headed for the Hokage Tower. Ghost saw the villagers giving them frightful glances. He smirked, don't enjoy it too much, Kisame. Kisame, who was grinning like a madman, let out a single bark of laughter. Like you aren't. Maybe just a little. Ghost saw a kid crossing the street in front of them. The kid then turned to the group and waved happily. It was then that a woman ran towards the happy child and quickly dragged him off the streets. The other civilians from the sides of the main road stayed as far away from the passing group as possible. They whispered and pointed at mainly Itachi, clearly remembering him from the Uchiha massacre. It didn't go unnoticed that a few pointed Ghost as well. Ghost saw the ordeal and felt amused. Don't you just love fear? People like you make me feel sick. Hinata said between clenched teeth, eyeing the blonde hunter. Luckily I don't care. Ghost said with a smile that made Hinata narrow her eyes. Ghost then slowed his pace until he walked next to Michiru. You know, you never told me that you were related to Mayu. I figured everyone knew by now, but then again when I was introduced into the group you weren't there yet. Well, now you know. Michiru said with a happy look on her face, while deep inside, she felt somewhat disturbed by Ghost's comment moments before. Ghost focused his attention back on the road and noticed that they had almost arrived at the gates of the Hokage Tower. The Umbu in front stopped them. Lady Hinata, I presume that these are the guests? Hinata nodded. They are. They know that drawing their weapons is prohibited? Kisame stared at the man. Of course we know, now step aside, we don't have all day. Mind your manners, Hoshigake. Mayu snapped. They stepped through the gate and went inside. As they had guessed, there were shinobi guarding the halls as well as the stairs leading to the office. I guess they're scared that we'll try something again. Itachi said as he was the first to follow Hinata. Just safety precautions, would you have expected anything different after what you both did last time? You're right, next time when you try to arrest us, I won't do something as stupid as running away. Ghost replied. Hinata's interest peaked at those words. I'll just kill them instead. Ghost, shut your mouth immediately. Mayu ordered, with a laughing Kisame on the background. We're here. And with that she knocked twice on the door before opening it. Lady Hokage, our guests are here. Hinata said with a short bow and left, but not before sending a glare at Ghost and Kisame, whom both in turn smirked at her. Tsunade stood up from behind her desk and walked to the group. Welcome to Konoha, I'm Tsunade. And the two men beside me are Shikakunara and Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Mayu gave a short bow. My name's Mayu-san and this is Michiru-san, I don't think I need to introduce. The others though. We've met before. Tsunade stated somewhat coldly. Unfortunately, Ghost added. Mayu chose to ignore the remark. Lady Hokage, I assure you that both Ghost and Itachi will keep themselves in check. Tsunade nodded. Even though we had our differences in the past, we now have a common enemy, and while I refused the offer earlier, I'd like to reconsider and have the Land of Fire join with your group against this enemy. Mayu smiled. We're glad to hear that. We can use all the help we can get, and with Konoha participating, I'm sure that we'll be able to turn the tide. Triplets. After talking to the Konoha specialist Shikaku as well as Jiraiya, they had gotten up to speed about the invasion. Tsunade then turned to Ghost, who was softly talking to Itachi. Why couldn't you tell us about this after your battle against those two at the arena? Ghost stopped talking and turned his attention to the Sannin. Like any of you would have believed me. And with that he turned his attention back to Itachi and continued where he left off. Tsunade glared at the man. Mayu, you can use our village as your base of operation should you want that, of course. That sounds like a good plan. Konoha is a great place and not too far out of reach of the other countries. Tsunade sat back down at her desk and grabbed a stack of papers. Good. I'll make the arrangements to have a place set available for you. I got one question though. I know everyone's identity within your group, Kisame Hashigake as well, yes, she said after catching Kisame's eyes. I don't however know Ghost's real identity. Would it be too much to ask for his? I can't trust people behind hoods, glasses and face masks. It's not going to happen, Hokage, so get over it. Ghost grunted before Mayu could even speak up. The Hokage turned to Mayu, who hesitantly looked to Ghost. Ghost, does it matter that much to you? Mayu asked. You know the answer. I'm not giving up my real name. As for my sunglasses, why does it bother you that much if you got Hataki who wears a face mask and his headband over one of his eyes, Kakashi, I trust you, I don't. Dimen, she got me there. Ghost sighed and took of his glasses and ripped of his damaged face mask. He winced at the bright light, which didn't go unnoticed by Mayu and Michiru. Happy now? Very. Tsunade said sarcastically before trailing off when she saw the spitting image of Minato. Minato! Oh boy! Ghost placed his sunglasses back on, covering his blue eyes, and shook his head. No, I'm not Minato, I just resemble the guy. Now could we go please? I need a drink to get this crap out of my head. Jiraiya, who saw the whole ordeal, stood there gaped as well. The man looked exactly like Minato. Tsunade managed to recollect herself. Yes, please follow Jiraiya, he'll show you to one of the hotels. Jiraiya waved with his hand to follow him and then walked out the door. Ghost, do you have a moment? Ghost turned back to Tsunade and was seriously tempted to ignore her and walk out the door, but instead spoke up. What is it, Hokage? Tsunade waved the others to continue and then turned her attention back to Ghost. When we last met, you told me that Naruto's dead. Did you just make it up to see me suffer, or were you serious? Ghost felt a pang of pity for the woman, until he remembered that she gave him a sentence that in his eyes was worse than death. I wasn't saying that to hurt you. Naruto is dead. He lied. Tsunade's eyes filled with tears. How did he die? He died in a battle against Orochimaru's henchmen. Me and Itachi met up to assassinate Orochimaru and found Naruto with the same intent. We all partnered up and tried to sneak in. It all went downhill and eventually were surrounded. Ghost sighed. He never had to lie about how he died. We managed to fight most of them off until Orochimaru joined in and went toe-to-toe with Itachi, leaving Naruto and me against the rest of his forces. Ghost walked to the couch in the corner and sat down. Eventually he just couldn't handle it anymore and succumbed to the amount of enemies. Flashback. Naruto walked to the edge of the forest and crouched. It was the middle of the night. He was wearing a dark blue cloak that covered the rest of his outfit. The same cloak Naruto and the rest uses when they are going to look for Itachi in the series, only dark blue. You're right on time, a voice softly said. Naruto twirled around and saw a man standing he had last seen 2 years ago. It's good to see you again, Itachi. How have you been? I've been fine. How have the last 2 years been for you? Itachi said as he crouched down next to him and reached for something inside his cloak. Not too bad. I met up with your friend Hawk. He took me under his wing and trained me. He was the one who gave me the information about the unknowns that are coming. Itachi laid something on the ground, what revealed to be a map, when he unfolded it. All right, the camp has a large fence covering every inch, so simply jumping over it will be out of the question since they'll spot us right away. We got a lot of patrols as well. I doubt we'll be able to slip inside without noticing the guards. Naruto nodded as he studied the map as well as the actual camp in the distance. It was built in a clearing in the forest, and was covered by a genjutsu. So you want to hit the camp hard and fast? That's exactly what I thought. If we both use Kage Bunshins and swarm the camp, that way we'll both sneak in his underground hideout and search for Orochimaru. Itachi softly spoke as he folded the map and put it back in his cloak. Also, because no one can know you're working together with someone of the Akatsuki, you'll need to henge your hair and your whisker marks. And I've got a spare cloak as well just to make sure. Sounds good. Itachi reached for a scroll inside his cloak and opened it before summoning the items. Lying on top was a folded cloak and a straw hat. Naruto shed the cloak he was wearing, revealing his dark blue shirt and pants. He then grabbed the Akatsuki cloak and put it on. He looked at himself in the reflection of a small pool of water. I always wanted to wear one of these, it looks awesome. Naruto said with a grin. You're the first one who ever wore an Akatsuki cloak, who isn't a member of our organization. Itachi said with a rare smile. Yeah, while the cloaks may look good, the people wearing are still BS artists. You'll get your chance one day, and with that Itachi stood up and motioned for Naruto to follow him, discussing with him the best course of action. They walked for about 5 minutes before they both split up to opposite sides of the camp and waited. Naruto was crouched behind a tree and could easily spot several squads patrolling inside the camp. He was waiting for Itachi to get into position. He heard a twig snap and 2 voices softly talking beside him, so he slowly turned around and saw a patrol walking past him, a couple of feet away. He then slowly took more cover behind the tree and put his hands to his mouth, and made a perfect imitation of a chippering bird and made the sound 3 times with short pauses. It was used to tell the other person to wait with the attack until the coast was clear. Naruto eyed the patrol. They weren't paying attention to the sound he made and mentally sighed in relief. After waiting for a couple of minutes, he made the bird sound again. He held his breath and waited. He heard an owl in the distance and knew that it had to be Itachi. He was beginning his assault. He put his hands together and formed a sign, Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 large clouds of smoke covered a small part of the forest, raising the alarm of the nearby camp. Let's go! The real Naruto shouted and started sprinting towards the camp, followed by hundreds of clones. The shinobi inside the camp formed 2 long lines just outside the camp, roughly the same length of the incoming clones Naruto and Itachi were sending. They grabbed their shuriken and started hurling them towards the invaders. The real Itachi ducked underneath one of the shuriken and countered with some shuriken of his own. Following his example were his clones, who grabbed a kunai or shuriken and threw it towards the men in front of the fence. Screams of pain filled the night. Triplets. Naruto flicked his wrist and the kunai in his hand flew towards a stumbling wounded man trying to get away. They never stood a chance. Itachi snapped a man's neck and then stood up. They must have sent out a distress signal. We have to hurry. They ran towards the entrance of the underground hideout, which was at the center of the camp. How are we going to get through that? Knowing the snake, he's probably reinforced the doors with chakra. His question, however, was answered soon when the large steel doors opened. That's going to be a... Naruto started before his voice got caught in his throat. Problem, Itachi finished with a mildly surprised look on his face as he saw the very large group of shinobi standing there. Naruto reached for his pouch and grabbed 2 kunai. We have to go through them if we want to reach Orochimaru. Itachi copied his movement and grabbed 2 kunai of his own. After sending a short nod to Naruto, he dashed towards his opponent. His temporary black-haired teammate quickly followed. Itachi easily sidestepped the first attack and effortlessly blocked the second. He gave a low swipe with his feet and knocked one of his many opponents on the ground. Without hesitating for a second, he stabbed the downed enemy without even looking at him. Naruto in the meantime had finished off his second foe and made a couple of Kage Bunshins and was picking off his targets one by one, but still at a much slower rate than Itachi. Even though both Naruto and Itachi were putting up quite a fight, they were slowly pushed back by their overwhelming numbers. Itachi and Naruto were both capable of handling Chunin-ranked opponents, but when their enemies teamed up, it became too much. Naruto panted heavily. He swiped the sweat of his forehead and looked at Itachi, who wasn't in the same state he was, but still was showing exhaustion. Now what? Naruto managed to spit out. Itachi was about to answer when someone else butted in. "Kuku Itachi, why are you of all people after me?" a pale man said as he stepped forward. "You still have something that belongs to us, Orochimaru." Itachi lied calmly, covering the real reason they were there. "It's grown attached to me. Now if you two would act like 2 genin and surrender," Orochimaru said with a sick smile on his face that Naruto remembered from his days when he was still in Konoha. "It would make things so much easier." The snake Sannin finished. "And why don't you just die, you slippery snake?" Naruto bit back. Orochimaru turned his attention to Itachi's companion, the sick smile still covering his face. So you can actually speak. Let's just get this over with, Itachi said, annoyed, and sent glance at Naruto. Can you hold of Orochimaru's men? No problem, leave that to me. Naruto turned his back on Orochimaru and grabbed a handful of shuriken. Just make sure he doesn't get away. Itachi turned his attention back to the snake lover while Naruto engaged himself in a fight with the large group of enemies. You must realize that you don't stand a chance against me, Orochimaru. The Sannin walked confidently towards the Uchiha. Kukuku, I have the advantage, Itachi-kun. You've been fighting my men for a while. It has tired you down, as well as your companion. It won't be long before he succumbs to their numbers. He'll be fine. You should focus your attention on me. And with that he suddenly placed his left hand at his mouth in a particular seal. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu. Orochimaru was caught slightly off guard but managed to dodge out of the way of the small fireballs and retaliated with an attack of his own. Sanaijushu. Snakes shot out from his sleeves and went straight for the Uchiha. Itachi was already prepared and threw the shuriken he had in his hands, hitting the snake's head on, causing them to drop dead to the ground before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru ran past the smoke and met Itachi halfway, his infamous sword Kusanagi in his hand. Itachi met him halfway, a kunai in his own hand. He shifted his stance into a defensive one and held his kunai in front of him. Orochimaru struck first, slamming his sword into Itachi's kunai. Itachi grimaced but held his ground and used his made a fist of his free hand and punched the Sannin in the face, causing him to stagger back. Itachi used the moment to make his next move, again without making any hand signs. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A huge fireball went straight for Orochimaru. Not being able to dodge out of the way, he dove to the ground, causing the fireball to scorn the back of his shirt. Orochimaru angrily stood up and quickly made his way to Itachi, awfully resembling a slithering snake. Itachi charged the snake B30 and engaged him in a close combat fight where a mix of clashing metal and swinging fists were combined as they unconsciously left the hideout and into the forest. Orochimaru blocked a low swipe and retaliated with a kick to his side and followed up with disarming the Uchiha using the momentum he created when he kicked him. After he had disarmed him, Orochimaru didn't hesitate for a second and swiped at Itachi's arms, giving him a short but deep cut that crossed his wrist. Orochimaru grinned. You look tired, Itachi-kun. Itachi gave a rare smirk. Haven't you noticed? I haven't used my Sharingan yet. The Sannin's eyes widened in fear before he narrowed his eyes and licked his lips like an animal eyeing his meal. Itachi made the first move when he threw a handful of shuriken. I expect more from you, Itachi-kun. And with that he used Kawarimi to dodge the incoming projectile. Itachi with his Sharingan active could easily track the snake and Sunshine behind him. A kunai slid out the sleeve of his Akatsuki robe and plunged it in the man's back. He then followed up with a kick at the exact same spot the kunai was embedded. Orochimaru stumbled forward before turning around, his eyes burned with hatred. Itachi didn't wait for him to catch his breath and focused his chakra before placing his hand in front of his mouth. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. An even bigger fireball than before went straight for Orochimaru, who wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Doton, Doria Hiki. Itachi sighed. Keep your pets out of this, Orochimaru. Against you? I don't think so, Orochimaru brushed his hand through his hair. Lord Orochimaru, we have shinobi from Kusa's outpost inbound. They must have noticed the fighting that occurred here. Kabuto spoke, keeping his eyes on Itachi all the while. Have you made the preparations, Kabuto? Of course. I'm afraid I have to stop our fight, Itachi-kun. Orochimaru sweetly said, feeling more confident with his right-hand man beside him. And you think I'll just let you leave? And with that he was just about to rush towards the two before he was interrupted by Kabuto. I'd look towards your companion, he's having a tough time. Itachi turned his gaze towards the fight, which he could barely see, and noticed that Naruto was kneeling and panting heavily. I'll finish you off later. And with that Itachi flickered away. Naruto struggled to get to his feet. Is that all you got? He managed to say between his puffs of air. Itachi appeared beside Naruto and helped him on his feet. Let's go. Orochimaru escaped, and from what I heard, there are Kusa shinobi on their way here. We need to get out of here. And without another word he grabbed Naruto's arm and swung it over his shoulder. With his free hand he quickly threw a shuriken towards the incoming enemies who had tried to use Itachi's lack of attention to his benefit. With the shinobi lying dead on the ground with a shuriken in his throat, Itachi and Naruto disappeared in cloud of smoke. End of flashback. And that's how he died. Ghost said as he twisted his version of the failed assassination attempt on Orochimaru. Tsunade had tried to remain calm, and for the first part of the story she had felt immensely proud at Naruto's attempt to take down the snake freak, that even though he left Konoha he still fought against its enemies. But once that thought had died down, the only feeling that she had left was sadness. Ghost stood up and stretched his legs. Story time is over, do with it what you will. And with that he walked through the door and closed it behind him, leaving a silently crying Tsunade in his wake. Ghost sighed in satisfaction. Pure and utter satisfaction. Triplets. The 2 days later Kisame walked through the streets with Itachi beside him. Perhaps we could go to the bar we went last time we were here, when we were looking for Naruto, for old time's sake? Itachi smiled. They did serve some good food and sake. They crossed the street and walked towards the bar. They pushed the flaps aside and were served with an amusing sight. Before them sat Ghost, his legs crossed, casually sipping from his drink. Standing at the bar to his right were Neji and Sasuke, who were drilling their eyes into the hunter's calm face. Sasuke noticed the newcomers and his eyes immediately became red, with 3 tomos surrounding his pupils. Ghost turned his attention to the newcomers and grinned. He had his face mask removed as well as his hood, revealing his bandana and sunglasses. Now this just became a whole lot more interesting. Kisame grinned and sat down next to him, ordering a drink as well. Itachi sat in front of Ghost, ignoring Sasuke's glare. It has been a while, little brother, hasn't it? Last time we met you weren't in a very talkative mood. Sasuke, who had barely managed to calm himself down, stormed out the bar before he would do something he'd regret. I'd say he's still not very talkative, Itachi. Itachi ignored him and focused on his drink. After finishing his drink, Ghost stood up, waved his goodbye and exited the bar and followed the street, not really caring where it took him. Where could Orochimaru be? Word will spread about the invasion in Tsuchi no Kuni, and if he finds out about the Reavers, he'll no doubt try and ally with them. Ghost sighed and crossed his arms. He held his head low and continued to walk aimlessly. Orochimaru has to be taken care of and fast. Ghost! Ghost looked up and saw Hawk running towards him, getting awkward looks from the citizens. Since when did you arrive here? Knowing Hawk had left the village to do some scouting. I've just arrived this morning, but that's not the reason I looked for you. The others are back. I've just received word from Michiru, they're waiting for us at the north gate. Ghost nodded, lead the way. And with those words they headed to the gate. They arrived at the gate after a short walk and walked towards Mayu and Michiru, who were crouched down, healing someone lying on the ground. Mayu-sama, we're here. Mayu slowly stood up and turned around. Her eyes were full of sorrow. She tried to find the right words but couldn't. What's wrong? Hawk asked, already regretting his question. Mayu sadly looked at Hawk and Ghost and momentarily closed her eyes. Waizari is dead. Waff. Ghost managed to say, his eyes wide with surprise. Kakashi walked through the door of his apartment and kicked it shut behind him in a lazy manner, not even bothering to look up from his small orange book. He slumped down on his couch and sighed. Things had changed so much the past 7 years, and it seemed like Naruto's betrayal had been the start of it. Sasuke heard that his blonde teammate had left the village. He distanced himself from the others even more than he normally would. Sakura started focusing on her training instead of trying to get Sasuke's attention. But what the silver-haired elite didn't expect above all else was the forgiveness the rookies had eventually shown towards Sasuke and Sakura. The Yamanaka he expected, but not the others. 3 years had passed when they had begrudgingly accepted him back into the group. He remembered Sasuke stepped up to him, apologizing for what he had done. He had told them that the reason that he had abandoned them was for revenge and told them about his brother. It took a while, and for a long time he had thought that Sasuke had completely destroyed the strange friendship he had built with them. Sasuke spent a lot of uncomfortable times with the rookies together, and it seemed that Sasuke was trying his best to make up for the huge mistakes he had made. So when the copycat found out, he almost let his perverted book fall? Almost. However, Kakashi wasn't fooled easily, and he could still see the hate in the Uchiha's eyes, the determination to kill the man he once called his big brother. His little talk he had with him hadn't helped before his betrayal, and it didn't work the second time he spoke with Sasuke about it. Then again, the silver-haired Jounin would lie to himself if he would have stood in Sasuke's shoes and simply turned his back to it. Though leaving the village wasn't what he would have done. Yet, when word had spread that the Akatsuki was spotted in one of the major villages in the land of Sound roughly 2 years after Naruto's disappearance, fear had gripped at the heart of Tsunade and had formed multiple squads which consisted of some of the rookies who had made it to Chunin and multiple Umbu squads as well. Sasuke was the first who volunteered. Kakashi knew what it meant. Akatsuki was looking for Naruto. It was no secret that Naruto had left the village, and it was no secret that he even laid low for a short while in the land of the waves. If Konoha knew, you could bet your butt that sooner or later the Akatsuki would as well. Flashback, 3 years after Naruto's disappearance. Kakashi walked to the cliff and eyed the village below, which, how humorous it may sound, showed a peaceful aura despite it being under Orochimaru's rule. Glancing to his left, he saw a determined Sasuke with an equally determined Sakura. Behind him were the other rookies, though he couldn't really call them that anymore. Turning his head to the trees that surrounded the village, he barely saw one of the Anbu squads positioned there. Alright, the village is completely surrounded. No one will leave this village without us knowing it, Kakashi told the former rookies. As you know, we're here to find and eliminate the Akatsuki agents. However, the only reason you are all here is because of your ties to Naruto, and if Naruto is here, you are our best bet in convincing him to come back. You got your ordash. It was then that the sound of an explosion filled the air. Kakashi and the others snapped their heads to the village. They could see that smoke filled the air from small building that was mostly destroyed. What the hell just happened? Tenten shouted. Did one of our Umbu squads attack? Sakura asked as she turned to her former sensei. Unlikely. If I have to make a guess, I'd say that our enemy has found their target. Kakashi said, his one visible eye narrowed, no trace of his usual laziness visible. You mean they found? Hinata started. Naruto. Sasuke finished, his face revealing no emotion. Though Kakashi knew better, the youngster was a genius in masking his emotions. Kakashi nodded. Change of plans, Sasuke? You're with me. We'll meet up with Yamato at second building on the left behind the west gate. The rest form up in squads of 3 and 4. Make a perimeter in a close radius around the destroyed building, but do not engage anyone unless they try to break through. Initially surprised, Sasuke nodded and followed Kakashi as he sped up towards the gate. The remainders split up into 3 groups and disappeared. Triplets, did you really have to blow up the entire building? All Itachi said was to draw their attention while I sneak out. Not blow something up in the progress while I'm still here. Naruto shouted at the man. The man turned around, his dark robe flapped around him. Brat, you may earn Itachi's trust, but you haven't earned mine, so shut that small mouth of yours unless you want me to rip you to shreds with Samahata. Naruto mumbled something about blue fish and a sword wrapped in toilet paper. The blue Akatsuki member took a step towards the kid and glared at the kid as his killing intention leaked towards him. Naruto froze and put his hands up in defense. Calm down, calm down. Itachi stepped towards the blonde and handed him a scroll. You need to go, they have just entered the village, and from what my crow relayed is that there are multiple Umbu squads outside the village as well. The east gate is the only guarded by 2 Umbu squads. All other exits are guarded by at least 3 squads. Kisame, you'll go with Naruto and make sure he escapes. We can't have Konoha find out what we're planning, and we know they're very capable of extracting information out of their prisoners. Itachi gave a small smile when he noticed Naruto's sneer. Besides, I doubt that Naruto-kun here wants to go back. You got that right. Oh, and Itachi, what's in the scroll? Naruto asked, almost having forgotten to ask what the scroll contained. The scroll there contains a crow, and another scroll with an address and a couple of katan jutsus. With what you told me, you'll find some use for it later. If you summon the crow and give him the order to return to me, I'll know if you require my assistance, and we'll meet up on the address that's written on the other scroll. Itachi turned his head towards west part of the city. They entered the city. You have to go now. Naruto nodded and turned around, dashing towards Eastern Gate, closely followed by Kisame. Brat, look, Kisame warned as he pointed to the East Gate. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he saw more Leaf Shinobi incoming. He quickly performed a henge to change the color of his hair into dark brown. He also changed his hair from spiky to long hair tied into a ponytail. We have to get into the alleys. You kinda stand out, big guy. Naruto shouted as he took a sharp turn and ran into an alleyway with Kisame right behind him. Naruto hugged the wall and slowly turned around a corner and saw another alleyway that branched into smaller ones. Perfect. Itachi sat down on a destroyed wall of the building Kisame had blown up earlier. He looked towards the rooftops in front of him and noticed that Otonin were fighting the other Umbu squads that did enter the village. Wondered why no one was investigating the explosion. Now I know. Still, I doubt that this small detachment of Otonin is capable of Umbu Black Ops with Chunin and Jounin Shinobi on top of that. I should have known that you'd be here. A voice said. Itachi casually turned his gaze in front of him. Sharingan Kakashi, and, he smiled. Sasuke? Next to Kakashi stood Sasuke, who trembled in rage, his Sharingan active. Have you come to kill me, little brother? I'll tell you now that you won't succeed, not even with Kakashi or with the Chunin-level shinobi who have me surrounded. You underestimate me, Kakashi. You overestimate yourself. Sasuke here has improved a great deal and is at least Jounin level. Itachi sighed and leaned with his head on his hand. Is that so, Sasuke? Well, Kakashi, you're an elite Jounin while you're at least Umbu level. And you didn't even land a scratch on me last time. Where is Naruto? Kakashi asked with blazing eyes, his Hitayate pulled up revealing his Sharingan. So you're looking for him, well, you just missed him. What? Sasuke hissed, barely able to keep himself in check. Kisame is pursuing him. As a matter of fact, we almost had him until he pointed to the destroyed building behind him. Blew up this building in an attempt to take Kisame down. You should have seen Kisame's face. Itachi chuckled, which was very uncharacteristic of him. You're delaying us. I should have known. All this time talking gave Kisame more time. Kakashi reached for his headset when another explosion occurred just outside the village. Umbu squad's report. That was your first wrong move. Itachi appeared in front of him and gave a bone-shattering blow to the copycat's face, who slammed into the ground. Using the momentum to his advantage, he quickly swept Sasuke's feet away from under him and kicked him in the stomach, followed by a Katon Hozenka no Jutsu, which blasted Sasuke through a nearby wall right into a dinner room where a small family were huddled close together under the table. Sasuke pulled himself to his feet and sneered and formed a couple of hand sings at a fast rate before placing his hand in front of his mouth. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Itachi mimicked the move and sent an even bigger fireball. The two attacks collided against each other, and for a moment it seemed like a stalemate, but Itachi merely applied more chakra and it soon overpowered Sasuke, forcing himself to grab the table the family were hiding underneath and flipping it over, using it as cover, applying chakra at the same time. Once the flames died down, Sasuke stood up, ignoring the civilians that were thanking him and clutching his pants, begging him not to leave. Freeing himself from their grasp, he jumped outside and saw that Kakashi was engaging Itachi in a taijutsu fight, backed up by Lee and Niji, who apparently had decided to help them out. Sasuke performed 3 hand signs and aimed his hand at the ground as lightning erupted around his hands. Chidori, he whispered. Itachi noticed the sudden surge of chakra and grabbed Niji by the throat and slammed him into the ground, creating a small crater. The Akatsuki member dodged Lee's kick and ran in a straight line towards his younger brother. Sasuke noticed his charge and became even more determined. He gave a battle cry and tried to ram his Chidori straight through Itachi's heart. Itachi in return dodged the attack but gave a short grunt when 2 kunai were thrown his way, one embedded in his thigh and the other nicked his side. Using Sasuke's surprise against him, he grabbed his younger brother's outstretched arm and threw him against the next incoming attacker, the taijutsu specialist Lee. Hakusho! The Hyuga shouted as he moved the palm of his hand forward, towards Itachi's exposed back. Sensing the focused chakra, Itachi quickly used Kawarimi and replaced himself with a piece of brick from the ruined building. Itachi grabbed a handful of shuriken and threw them at Lee, knowing that the Hyuga would simply deflect them with one of their clan jutsu should he throw it towards him. The Konoha trader quickly duplicated the shuriken with Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, though keeping his hands at his side and not uttering a single word. Lee, initially prepared for the small amount of shuriken, took a surprising step back, not in the least prepared for the even larger amount of shuriken. Not having enough time to dodge, he grabbed a kunai and instead would try to block everything he could. Noticing moments before due to his Byakugan, Niji jumped in front of Lee. Hakusho Kaiten. Niji rotated around at high speed, creating a defense purely made of chakra, blocking every shuriken Itachi had thrown. "Thank you, Niji-kun, you have saved my life," Lee exclaimed. Niji panted lightly before straightening himself and nodded in response to Lee. Itachi ignored Niji's interference and instead jumped on a roof, effectively dodging Kakashi's Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. "This fight is over," Itachi stated and turned around, jumping from roof to roof. "I don't think so," Sasuke shouted as he stood across from his older brother. He formed a couple of hand signs. Kakashi, who had turned towards Sasuke, noticed the seals he made. "Sasuke, don't. There are too many civilians in the area." Sasuke in return ignored him and brought his hand once again towards his mouth. Keton, Goryuka no Jutsu. An enormous dragon made purely out of fire charged towards the Akatsuki member, destroying every building in its path. Itachi narrowed his eyes, before activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, black flames erupted and clashed with the dragon before burning straight through it. Then as quickly as it started, the flames disappeared, with Itachi nowhere in sight. Kakashi jumped on a roof and saw that the village, which was divided in 3 districts, had only 2 left. A whole district had been destroyed, leaving only rubble and bodies behind. Kakashi's eyes drooped in sadness. "We did all this, all those innocent civilians, they're dead and Itachi still lives and we're no step closer to Naruto than we were before." Kakashi sighed in defeat. "Scout the town for Itachi or his accomplice. If you find them, don't engage, relay your position and fall back." He received acknowledgements through his headset and saw them jump from roof to roof or running through the street. He turned to Sasuke, who landed next to him. Without uttering another word, he grabbed Sasuke by the throat and pulled him close towards him. "If you ever, and I mean ever, ignore my orders or kill innocent civilians so that you can have your revenge, I'll kill you." Kakashi hissed, barely able to keep his rage in check. "You never involve civilians." And with that he pushed Sasuke away, who slipped over the edge of the roof and fell on the streets. Sasuke laid there for a couple of seconds in anger before closing his eyes in defeat. He nodded once. Triplets. Naruto jumped from branch to branch, Kisame beside him. "You think we were followed?" he asked the blue-colored shinobi. "I don't think so. We killed them before they could relay their message. All we have to do now is wait for Itachi at Orika Town as planned, and then we go our separate ways." Naruto sighed in relief and nodded. This was too darn close, but why the hell would Itachi give me the scroll if we were meeting up anyways? Kisame shook his head at the blonde's idiocy. Because, brat, he wasn't quite sure that he would made it out alive. Naruto in return turned bright red at missing that small detail. He scratched the back of his head and grinned. "Guess I forgot that even Itachi can be killed." "Idiot," the Akatsuki member mumbled. "Let's speed things up, we don't want Konoha to pick up our tracks." Kisame almost doubled his speed, followed by Naruto, who had some trouble following him. "Don't tell me you can't keep up?" Kisame barked with laughter. "Just shut up already." The blonde grumbled with anger in return. "They're not here, Kakashi-sensei, they must have escaped the village," Sakura said, eyes cast to the ground in defeat. Kakashi turned his eyes to the forest. Reports had come in that apparently the squads that were guarding the east gate were killed without having the chance to report in. "Expand your search to the woods, and gather the remaining members of Konoha 11 and tell them to scour out the nearby villages. 1 squad per village, tell them they will coordinate accordingly." Oto's military force had been decimated, never standing a chance against Konoha's elite. If you were to look from a positive perspective, then at least they had lessened Orochimaru's forces. Kakashi grabbed his Hitate and pulled it back over his Sharingan. He sighed and clenched his hands into fists and gritted his teeth. Where are you, Naruto? Give us a second chance. Give me a chance to explain. Yamato walked up to him and put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Let's go, we've not lost him yet. Kakashi looked to his right and gave an acknowledging nod. End flashback. Kakashi sighed and closed his perverted book. He stood up and looked out the window. He glanced down the street and saw two hunters conversing before hastening towards the gate. That can't be good. He opened the window and jumped outside, leave the window wide open, knowing that no one had the ball to break in his home, or any shinobi home for that matter. He landed in the middle of street and headed to the main gate as well. He was soon joined by Asuma and Kurenai, who had also noticed the hunter's sudden haste. I wonder what's going on. Asuma said aloud as he stroked his beard. We'll find out soon enough, Kurenai answered and pointed to the group of hunters who were standing and conversing at the main gate. As they closed the distance, Kakashi could make out Ghost's voice. Waff. He got killed during the evacuation of Iwagaku. However, not all was in vain. We managed to get their next plan of attack. He threw Ghost a scroll, who caught it and opened it. Kakashi walked up and stood next to him, reading it over. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. They planned to attack the Land of Waves? Ghost gave the scroll to Kakashi and turned around, pushing himself past the small crowd that had gathered. Itachi! Itachi appeared on a roof near him. What is it, Ghost? Get Kisame, we're heading towards the Land of Waves. Ghost said, his voice completely detached of emotion. Ghost, this not the time to plan revenge, we must strategize and coordinate with Konoha. Rome said. He too had arrived at the main gate at the same time the others from IWA had. I couldn't care less about strategizing and coordination. Itachi, we leave in 10. Itachi nodded and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Ghost resumed his path down the main street, not noticing Jiraiya walking beside him until he looked up. Jiraiya-sama, what can I help you with? Ghost asked with a small tinge of respect in his voice. Hey there. I heard you were planning a trip to the Land of Waves. I hope you don't mind if I tag along? Jiraiya asked with a ridiculous grin. Not at all, meet us at the gate in 10. Jiraiya gave a wave and headed back to the gate. Kakashi noticed the toad Sannin. You're going as well? Jiraiya nodded. And you? Kakashi shook his head. I will brief Hokage-sama and ask for multiple squads to be stationed there, including me. Jiraiya gave him the thumbs up. Hurry up then, the sooner we leave the better our chances will be. Kakashi answered by disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Triplets. Kakashi rapped with his knuckles on the door that led to Tsunade's office. Come in. Kakashi entered with a serious look on his partial exposed face. Hokage-sama, we have a serious problem. The Land of Waves is about to be invaded. He then continued to explain how they got the information. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock momentarily but managed to mask it quickly. They'll use it as a staging point to directly attack us. Kakashi nodded and stared at her, waiting for orders. Our defenses at the border of the Land of Waves are nowhere near enough to repel an invasion force of any kind. Kakashi, take 2 platoons and head there immediately, set up a defensive position and hold the line until we have properly prepared. Also make sure that every non-combatant is evacuated. Take with you whoever you need. Dismissed. Kakashi turned around and jumped out of the open window, ignoring Tsunade's curses about using the door. He headed for the barracks, where the main shinobi force of Konoha resided. He quickly jumped from roof to roof until he noticed that Sasuke was catching up to him. Kakashi, where are you headed? Sasuke asked as he matched Kakashi's speed. The barracks. The Land of Wave is about to be invaded. I want you to head for Niji and tell him to assemble his squad for a mission that might take us a few weeks to a month. We're going to make sure that the Land of Waves doesn't fall, Kakashi ordered. Sasuke nodded and headed towards Umbu headquarters. Ghost put on his black boots and tightened the straps. He stood up from the chair and looked to the bed where his weapons were lying. His katana, which was a gift from Itachi, which he found quite amusing. He always thought the young man to be cold-blooded. He still remembered the words that had convinced him to leave Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami behind. You won't gain the strength you seek here. Break your bonds with this village. It will only slow you down. You must think like one of them, act like one of them, become one of them. Become the monster they all feared you to be. Ghost put his beloved face mask back in place, which he hadn't worn the last couple days on request of Mayu to earn the trust of Konoha. He smiled behind his face mask as he remembered what he had said to Itachi. You know what you're asking of me? To give up my humanity. Ghost shook his head at his childish remark he made. How foolish he had been. In the end he had thrown away everything that made him Naruto Uzumaki. Ghost strapped the katana to his back as well as strapping a tanto to both his legs. The blonde walked over to the mirror in the bathroom. He looked at his reflection and placed his fingertips of his left hand on the mirror. With his right hand he grabbed his sunglasses and put them on. He could still remember the words he had said to Hawk. Naruto Uzumaki is no more, only Ghost remains. Itachi, Jiraiya, Ghost and Kisame jumped from branch to branch heading towards Nami no Kuni. Kisame turned towards Ghost. So, here we are, heading towards Nami no Kuni to halt an invading force that has the strength to utterly destroy the land of fire? Ghost nodded, sounds about right. Kisame shook his head and put his hands up in defeat. With the four of us, you know I always like fights that are against all odds, but this is pushing it. Kakashi is bringing in more men, but it's going to arrive later because of the preparation you blue-skinned ugly BSRD. Jiraiya said as he butted in, not trusting either Kisame or Itachi one bit. What did you say, old man? You want me to rip you to shreds? Kisame growled as he focused his attention to the sage Sannin, already gripping Samehada. Ghost and Itachi ignored their bickering that slowly became louder and louder. How much further? Itachi asked Ghost. Ghost pondered his thoughts for a moment before speaking. Can't be long. If I remember right, we should arrive at the bridge in 2 or 3 hours. The shouting eventually stopped and Jiraiya jumped next to Ghost. I feel hurt, you know. Annoyed, Ghost turned to the older man. What? Did you really think you could hide it from me? Asked Jiraiya with a mocking grin on his face. Ghost quirked an unseen eyebrow. Stop talking in riddles and tell me what you mean. You look exactly like Minato. You hate every single person within Konoha and your eyes turn into slits whenever you use your Gekkai Kenkai. Just admit it, Gaki. Ghost's eye twitched. What did you say? Jiraiya smirked and opened his mouth slowly as if to emphasize. Ghost growled and released some killing intent. I dare you to say that again. Kisame grinned and even Itachi was amused with Ghost and Jiraiya's interaction. Jiraiya grinned. I said, just admit already that you're the Jadesh. Ghost interrupted by slamming his shoulder into Jiraiya's side, throwing him off the branch and into one of the many trees that they passed by on their high-speed travel method. The Sannin slipped down and landed on the ground seeing double. Ghost turned around, still jumping from branch to branch, only now with his back the other way. And yeah, I was Naruto once, only he's gone and he's never coming back, Ghost shouted, the wind causing his red sash to dance wildly. Jiraiya regained his composure and nodded solemnly. He quickly caught up to him. Thought as much, why didn't you tell me? I thought you trusted me, you told me so yourself at Nami no Kuni. And risk Konoha eavesdropping? No thanks, the blonde snorted. He ducked underneath a low-hanging branch. I still trust you, Jiraiya. You're one of the last people in Konoha I can actually stand. The rest can go to hell. He looked at his old student and sighed. He had changed a lot, even more than he had first thought. His hatred for Konoha had run deep, so deep that Jiraiya started to doubt if the Gaki would ever be able to bury the hatchet. You know that anger of yours isn't quite healthy for someone of your age. Ghost coughed in disbelief. And living my entire life alone, neglected and abused is? And stop talking to me like I'm the same 13-year-old kid. That was 7 years ago, I'm 20 now. Jiraiya cast his eyes down in sadness and shame. I guess I can't blame ya. But remember, not everyone hated you, you had some good friends. Ghost scoffed. The same BSRD friends who did nothing against my punishment, and what did I ever do to deserve such a thing? I did Konoha a favor by bringing back their precious Sasuke. Ghost narrowed his eyes in anger and shook his head. No, Konoha can burn to the ground. Then why are you here? Jiraiya asked. The same reason Kisame and Itachi are here, orders. Jiraiya nodded, not believing it one bit. Yeah, Naruto, while we're on that subject, mind explaining a bit what kind of group you're in? It's Ghost, and the group is simply called the Hunters. They were an infamous movement who were active in Mirarka. They were created shortly after the major cities were fallen and all the countries were left in disarray. It was their job to hunt down every single reaver they could grab their hands on. Ghost corrected and informed Jiraiya. I sense a but coming, Jiraiya said with a grim expression, catching his slip of the tongue after remembering Ghost's earlier words. You could say that the sheer force of the reavers made large assaults impossible. It became guerrilla warfare, and eventually it just became survival. Making sure that the innocent made it offshore and the shelters were warned in case of attack. In the end, it didn't even matter, almost everyone was annihilated, men, women, and children were all slaughtered, no mercy was ever given. Ghost said between gritted teeth, eyes narrowed in anger. Eventually the groups were down to 2 people. Rome and Mayu. So they came to us, to prevent from repetition. Jiraiya said as the pieces of the puzzle fell in place. The only problem is... Ghost began. Jiraiya looked at Ghost from the corner of his eyes. That this isn't the first time that a country has been warned beforehand, this is a cycle that has repeated itself over and over again, and now it's our turn. Jiraiya just gaped at him, not being able to find the words to respond. Triplets. Kakashi looked at the group that consisted of 120 shinobi. Next to him stood Shikamaru. Are you ready for this? He asked the young man. Shikamaru raised his eyebrows in surprise. And here I thought you knew me by now. I'm a Nara. This mission is too troublesome. Kakashi shook his head and turned his attention back to the large group who were either looking at Kakashi, who was standing atop of a small building next to the gate, or were chatting with their fellow shinobi. You all know your orders. We head for Nami no Kuni to defend the Great Naruto Bridge. Your squad leader has your assigned task. Prepare yourself, we move in 5 minutes. Kakashi turned to Shikamaru, ignoring the chuckles from the shinobi at the mention of the Great Naruto Bridge. Choji was coming along as well? Yeah, we work well together. Taking him with us will even the odds against some of their stronger reavers. I doubt that this Choji could go against a holder, even if you are coordinating the attack. A voice intervened. Kakashi looked down and saw one of the hunters leaning against the wall of the building they were standing on. He had ruffled black hair. Care to elaborate? Kakashi scratched his head and chuckled. I didn't quite catch your name. The hunter chuckled as well. My name's Hawk. And what is there to explain? As far as we know, there are at least 2 types of shinobi, or whatever you want to call their ground troops. You have their regulars who are at Chunin strength. And then you have the holders. Holders have strength that varies from Umbu strength to Kage strength. So it all depends on who you face. If you're lucky, you just fight their regulars, but if you're not, well, let's just say that you'd be lucky if you're still alive after going against one of their holders. Kakashi thought back to the fight between Ghost and Ryodora. The fight Ghost had a couple of weeks ago in our arena, or was that a holder? Hawk nodded. He was, however, we learned that the Reaver was merely sent to gather intelligence, and only to become a holder if the chance arose, not when he saw fit. Kakashi looked at the man with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean, become a holder? Holders are people who have merged their body and soul with that of a demon. That was the reason why the Reaver attacked your village. However, the man was still inexperienced with the abrupt and tremendous changes made to his body and still had to adjust. This gave Ghost an edge in the battle, Hawk told the copycat, with Shikamaru listening in. Kakashi looked at him with wide eyes. This information was invaluable. Why do we hear from this now and not the moment we made the alliance 3 days ago? Hawk shrugged. We were still gathering intel from our previous engagement in IWA. But if I'm not mistaken, Mayusama is reporting this to the Hokage as we speak. Description of these holders? Shikamaru asked. Hawk smirked. Glowing blood-red eyes, Pupils often turn to slits and either their left or right hand turns into claw of the demon itself. That's all we know so far. Kakashi glanced at Shikamaru, who remembered as well that the descriptions given were exactly what happened to Ghost and Ryodora. Then that means that Ghost is a holder. Hawk merely shook his head. Ghost is a unique case. Ghost has had the trait long before the Reavers came to the elemental countries. On top of that, Ghost can trigger it. It's not permanent, which is with the holders. Kakashi nodded in understanding, as did Shikamaru. Keep this information about Ghost to yourself. Very few people know, and if the rest knew, they'd execute him on the spot without giving him the chance to justify it. Hawk said sternly and started to walk away. Kakashi watched as Hawk turned around a corner and turned to Shikamaru. We can't misplace this information. We'll have to keep this to ourselves for the time being. I agree. Anyways, let's get this troublesome mission started. Shikamaru said with a sigh. Shika. Shikamaru turned around and saw Ino sprinting towards him, in full Jounin gear. Ino, what are you wearing? Shikamaru asked in disbelief and minor annoyance. What does it look like? It's my Jounin gear. I can see that, but why are you wearing it? You almost never wear it because of your work at the intelligence division. If you think that you're coming along with us on this mission, you're wrong, said Shikamaru as he returning his attention back to the mass of shinobi that was massing at the main gate preparing to head out. I'm joining whether you like it or not, Ino said as she crossed her arms on her chest, showing how serious and stubborn she was. Ino. Shikamaru began but was interrupted by Kakashi. Shikamaru, we could use her mind transfer abilities to interrogate any enemies we may capture. Shikamaru glared at Kakashi. I don't want her to come along because I know she won't simply comply with a task that will have her do nothing until we may or may not capture someone. Kakashi shook his head. Don't hide behind those lies. You don't want to risk losing the woman you love, so you want to keep her out of this fight. Shikamaru Nara, that is very selfish of you. Shikamaru opened his mouth to retort, but nothing escaped his mouth. He cast his gaze towards the ground. I guess you're right, it's selfish of me to want her to stay and live. He sighed and looked at the blue bright sky. Shika-kun. Ino started before she ran to him and enveloped him into a hug. Kakashi merely smiled and turned away from the two lovebirds, giving them some privacy. He jumped off the roof and blended himself in the crowd of shinobi, saying goodbye to their friends and families just in case they didn't return. Kakashi knew that the civilians didn't understand, that suddenly a military power had risen that was beyond anyone's comprehension. Hell, I'm not sure if I understand, or believe it for that matter. Kakashi, what's with the delay? Let's get going. The copycat addressed the voice of Sasuke with a turn of his body. We're just taking Ino with us in case we capture someone. HN, and I take it that making out with Shikamaru is part of that plan? Kakashi chuckled. Something like that. He dismissed any further comment with a wave of his hand. Let's get going, Shikamaru said as he joined the two. Kakashi saw Ino standing behind him and waved at her. Ino noticed and returned the gesture. He then walked forward and stood in front of the platoon-sized group of shinobi. All right, it's time to head out. Stick close to the rest of your squad and don't fall behind. With that, Kakashi twirled around and sprinted out the gate, followed by a large group of Umbu, Elite Jounin and Jounin combined. Triplets. Pain, whom had arrived at Konoha shortly after the demise of Waizari, sat in one of the many chairs inside the compound which was given by the Hokage. Akatsuki and the hunters had gone to work immediately, setting up a command center which was directly linked with the Hokage Tower and Umbu headquarters. The report one of his spies within IWA had sent gave him the impression that Ghost was wrong and that the invasion had started at IWA as they initially had suspected. But the report Ghost had sent didn't lie, and that meant that the Reavers had started their attacks on two fronts, and both in full force. Something on your mind, Leader Sama? Konan asked as she entered the room. Konoha is sending shinobi to Nami no Kuni to stop the attack there. But I'm also concerned about the invasion we stalled. They're advancing through IWA fast. At this rate they will have conquered IWA within 2 to 4 weeks, depending on the remaining shinobi. Pain looked up at Konan. Send Deodarat along with Kazu and Haiden to slow them down. Also send Sasori back to our hideout to grab any relevant data we might have left behind. Conan nodded and left the room, leaving Pain to ponder his thoughts. At first he had been annoyed by Itachi and Kisame's sudden departure but accepted it because it was a good plan, even if Ghost had asked for their help purely for revenge on their fellow hunter. He heard the opening and closing of a door and noticed Rome and Mitra walking towards the map that was hanging on the wall on the far end of the room. "You think it'll be enough?" Mitra asked Rome as she looked at the miniature flag placed on the spot where Nami no Kuni was located. "I doubt it. Ghost, Itachi, and Kisame are the only ones with perhaps the copycat that are capable of fighting those BSTRDs. The rest that are being sent are going straight into the meat grinder." Mitra looked at him with surprise plastered on her face. "What makes you think that?" "The battle at IWA may not have been a success, but the shinobi we managed to gather were capable of holding their own against the less powerful Reavers." "That is because," Pain said as he joined the conversation, still sitting on his chair, not bothering to get up. "Even though the number of shinobi we were given were few, it was more than what Kakashi Hatake has with him. Don't discount the fact that apparently the invasion we faced was a mere diversion to make us believe that what we faced there was the real thing. Your fellow hunter Waizari may have died, but his sacrifice wasn't in vain." Mitra's eyes twitched at the mentioning of Waizari. She had taken his death not well, and to hear Pain mention him without a tremor of emotion in his voice made her seethe. Rome placed a hand on her shoulder, as if he knew that she was angered by Pain's input. "Exactly, we don't know what Ghost and the others are facing, but whatever it is, it must be incredible powerful. If the size of the diversion is any proof of that." "Then why aren't we going?" Mitra asked. "That's because Mayu and I will be presenting our group during the Kage Summit that is being held in a couple of days." "I thought we already had the major villages on our side," the blonde female hunter asked. "If you mean that they support us because they sent shinobi to assist with the battle at IWA, then, no, you're wrong. They sent those troops because of multiple reasons. One is of course the threat that we managed to convince them off, but there is more than that. This was also to show their military might and to evaluate the situation, knowing what to expect when an attack eventually comes to their country. They didn't merely do it because they trust us." Pain answered, not once taking his eyes off the pieces of paper lying in front of him. "Are you coming to the summit as well, Pain-san?" Mitra asked Pain, not sure what title to give the man. "No, my appearance wouldn't help us in the slightest. It would most likely cause an incident which would only fracture our relation with the other hidden villages." Rome chuckled. "Not that it would make a lot of difference." "What would you rather have, that they still brand us kill on sight?" Pain responded easily. "You're still targeted kill on sight. Only word has spread about our alliance with Konoha, so they refrained from attacking you outright, at least until after the summit." Rome said. "Then, why did the major hidden villages agree to send men to help?" Mitra asked to no one in particular. "All comes back to what I said earlier, they want to end this threat as much as us. However, they sent their men to evaluate the situation. If it was indeed true, then they'd engage the Reavers, but if the whole story was a fake, then the hidden villages just placed their shinobi in a strategical position." Pain explained. "How so?" Mitra asked, surprised to see how talkative the leader of the Akatsuki was. "I grow tired of explaining. What happens when you remove the Reaver threat but leave the shinobi, Akatsuki, and the hunters at the same place?" "Well," Mitra began, "you'd have the shinobi of the villages on one side and the Akatsuki and hunters on the other side." Pain nodded. "Exactly, the only threat the shinobi world would have are both our groups. They would have hundreds of shinobi and a small group of South-rank criminals in close proximity of each other. I can understand they hate your people, but us?" Mitra said, turning her head to Rome with a questioning gaze. Rome walked to the table Pain was sitting and took a seat as well. "Our hands aren't clean, Mitra. We have done a lot of bad things to ensure that the inevitable would never come." Rome rubbed his face and sighed. "A lot of things had to be done to ensure success, and now we're here, with only a couple of us who actually stands a chance against one of those holders." Mitra looked at Rome with worry in her eyes. "Can't give up hope yet, we just started." Rome gave her a reassuring smile. "Who said anything about giving up?" Triplets. "Seriously, I can't believe that anyone with a sane mind would call this bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. Kisame muttered as they walked across said bridge. Ghost's eye twitched and gave the blue man a head slap. What would you rather have it called? The Great Sushi Bridge? Have to admit, it does have a ring to it. Kisame growled and tried to punch Ghost, who ducked and decided to walk next to Itachi. I agree with Kisame, the name of the bridge is ridiculous. Itachi said as well, a small smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Screw you both. Ghost grumbled. Jiraiya watched the casual conversations that had passed around the last hours with amusement. It was mostly Kisame and Naruto who started the conversations. And most of the times it started when either Kisame or Naruto did something to annoy the other, but never once did they dare to pull the same stunt on Itachi. Jiraiya shook his head and smiled as he watched Naruto casually ducking underneath the weak punch Kisame had thrown. He had asked the blonde why they never tried that stuff on Itachi. It had caused a simultaneous shudder from the two, and all they said was that Itachi always emerged victorious at the end. They had arrived at the other end of the bridge and were met by civilians who were running around, desperately trying to get their families and belongings together. I guess they know what's coming. Ghost softly said, which earned him a nod from Jiraiya. As the small group approached the village, the villagers stopped and turned to the newcomer. There was a moment of silence before everyone started shouting and asking questions about the situation. Calm down, people, a voice rang out. Ghost and the others watched as an older male with gray hair and a large beard walked forward. Who are you and what are you doing here? Did Konoha send you? Jiraiya noticed that Ghost remained rooted to the ground, unable to speak, so instead he spoke up. Konoha sent us, yes. We're here to make sure you all get evacuated before the attacker reaches the village. A random female woman spoke up. But you're only with the four of you, what can you do against a fleet that size? We're merely delaying them, we have more men incoming, but because of the size it's going to take a while. The man with the beard nodded in understanding. Follow me, he turned around and beckoned with his hand to follow. The villagers quickly stepped aside to let them through. They followed the man through the gate that led to the village. He turned his head and looked at them from the corner of his eyes. My name is Tazuna. I am the builder of the Great Naruto Bridge. I'm also in charge of the evacuation, since our mayor ran out on us the moment he saw those ships. Itachi's eyes turned to Ghost, who remained emotionless and very silent. How far out are those ships, Tazuna-san? Tough to say, we thought they would have reached shore by now, but they are still hours away. Tazuna answered. Perhaps the weather? From what I've heard is that Nami no Kuni often has bad weather, whether it's rain or mist. Itachi responded. We noticed them this morning, and by the end of the morning mist began to settle. Perhaps that's the reason? Tazuna told them as he led the way across the small town square. That's probably it. The mist obscures our movement here, so they don't want to take any chances by walking into a trap. Jiraiya said as he joined the conversation, tearing his eyes away from the blonde hunter. Tazuna walked to one of the many houses and led them inside. Once they entered the living room, they saw several people in armor standing. These are the men that are leading the samurai here. Ghost snapped out of his thoughts. I have to focus. My name's Jiraiya, and the men beside me are Itachi, Kisame, and Ghost. Jiraiya introduced and pointed to his respective companions. We're here to help you fend off the attack until everyone is evacuated to Hai no Kuni. One of the samurai with long dark brown hair tied in a ponytail. My name's Nawi. Me and my men were tasked with protecting this village. After the Gato incident and the attack on the village not long after that, Kana Hagakure was unable to provide the village with the necessary shinobi because of the invasion during the Chunin exam. Don't really care for the history lesson. How many men you got here? Ghost snapped, earning a glance from Jiraiya. Nawi narrowed his eyes and answered. We have 130 men stationed here. Our plan was to set up the men on the walls that surround the entire village. As you have no doubt seen, it reaches to the bridge. Yeah, but those wooden walls are useless, hell. I can probably slam right through it with my sword in 2 or 3 blows. Kisame said, already seen the walls once they had crossed the bridge. Then what do you suggest, Kisame-san? Because those walls are the only thing that separates us from those BS artists. One of the samurai responded. Jiraiya stepped forward. Let's reinforce it with chakra. If we do that, then not only will it survive the blows, but also prevent enemies from running up the walls. Tazuna looked puzzled. Chakra reinforced? What's that? Kisame looked at the bridge builder. I wonder why you're still here since you clearly have no military knowledge whatsoever, old man. Kisame. Itachi softly intervened. He has a right to know what's going to happen. Tazun, who looked a bit flustered, grunted in agreement with Itachi. To answer your question, chakra reinforced, or better named as chakra layer, is often used on walls and buildings to fortify those positions. Shinobi place their hand on an object and send chakra towards it. The more chakra the person sends, the stronger the object becomes to attacks. But it requires a delicate chakra control. Itachi explained. Ghost walked around the men and looked outside the window. Nawi, how many men do you think you can spare who have larger than normal chakra supply and have decent control over it? Not much, 10 at the most. Jiraiya shook his head. That's nowhere near enough. We need at the very least 20 to 25 to cover the entire wall. I got that covered. I'll provide those men with 30 clones to support them. Ghost answered before Nawi could respond. You sure you got enough chakra for that, brat? Even if it is only 30 clones, they need to have a large dosage of chakra. Kisame asked. Ghost nodded. Don't worry, Sushi, 30 I can handle. Ignoring Ghost's odd yet very fitting nickname for the big blue man, Nawi turned to his men. You know what to do, dismissed. He turned back to the shinobi and grabbed his helmet from the table. We already have set every trap we have in the forest that's between the village and the shore. But if you have any extra with you like exploding tags, please set them up. Ghost reached into his pouch and gave Itachi his small stack of exploding tags. I'll stay here and help Nawi-san with spreading the samurai along the wall. We'll head into the forest. Don't reminisce for too long. Itachi added the last part with an almost amused look. When you set up the traps, please step on one. Kisame, I'll give you 800 Ryo if you push him. Ghost remarked with a smirk and turned around, giving a wave. Itachi smiled before noticing Kisame grinning like an idiot. If you even try to pull that prank on me, I will Tsukuyomi you for 3 seconds. Kisame abruptly stopped grinning and marched out the door, unsatisfied at Itachi's counter. Jiraiya looked at the exchange with a sweat drop on the back of his head. Do I even want to know what Tsukuyomi is? No, you don't, Jiraiya-sama. And with that, Itachi followed Ghost and Kisame's path.